Welcome, my little couch potatoes, to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama.
Hello, friends. Oh, wait, am I on here? Yes, I am. Okay. Oh boy, these early mornings are gonna be something. They're gonna be something. Anyway, good morning, everyone. Hope you're doing well. Don't worry, court has not started yet, but they will be starting very soon. I'm not sure where. Oh, let's see, but they haven't even started yet. We'll go here for now. Anywho, good morning, everyone. Just trying to get the stream up so I have that. I don't know about you guys, but waking up this early in the morning, I forgot that I'm up before the sun comes out. Not a fan. Not a fan at all. So let's see. We want this one. No, this one. Nope. That one. There we go. Whatever. We're going to make it work, guys. It's not even 9 o'clock, so it's fine. Good morning, Lady in Gray. Hope you're doing well. Good morning to you. Good morning, P. Lola's mom. Good morning. One of our locals for the trial that we're covering, the New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. So happy to have you here with your insights. Good morning, Teresia. Good morning. I hope you're doing well today, babe. And there's Pam in disguise. It's like you're a secret agent, and I love it. Good morning, Liz. Well, good afternoon to you, but good morning from me to you. Hope you're doing well, Liz. And good morning, Mama. Hey, good morning, Mama. Guess what I'm wearing today? Oh, the shirt you got me. See, I do wear things. You get me. Anyway. Lady Grace says, good morning. I had to restart my laptop. It's early all over. Me too. I had to restart my whole computer because Google wasn't working. That's why I'm a few minutes late. That and I was a little slow this morning, but I was very annoyed when I got over to my computer. It's like, we got to restart to use Google. I'm like, well, that is not convenient for me. Thank you very much. But anyway, guys, so today we're on day 2 of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. Yesterday was a long day, but, it was interesting. It was an interesting day. Let's just put it that way. I'm not sure, for me at least, they didn't really tell me a whole lot, okay? They told me that Paul and Keith were business owners together, that, they shared that Keith was in charge of a trust, an irrevocable trust for Keith, where money was supposed to be deposited to go to pay his life insurance premiums, which I learned a lot about life insurance, and holy crap, $30,000 a year in premiums. Oh my goodness. I don't have life insurance. So I was like, oh boy. Sorry, my nose is itchy. That's not flattering on camera, Mama. Don't do that. Don't do that. But he wasn't making the payments. He was moving that money to another account, his account, it seemed like. So not great. But it was a little confusing. Honestly, a lot of us were confused as well of what both sides were even really trying to point out, because it turns out that both Keith and Paul would borrow from this life insurance plan or trust or whatever it is that wealthy people do. And so it didn't really, we thought, oh, Paul's taking all this money, and he was. That there were emails in April, because the murders happened in November 20th. In April, they had confronted Paul about it, and he said, yeah, I'll pay the money back. I think it was like $25,000 or something, maybe. I don't remember, because it was rough. It was very rough yesterday. But I know Lady in Gray wrote me some notes, because she's the best, about her thoughts from yesterday. So let me share her thoughts, because Lig is one of the few people in our group that's good at math. It was her job for a while. So I haven't even looked at them yet, Lig, so I'm just going to read them. So, okay, yes. So the prosecutors say the motive is financial. All right, that the businesses that him and Keith were in were basically on the verge of collapse, the square one, because their first witness of the day was this woman from a charity that they had a contract with that was 90% of that company's income that they were about to lose a contract for. So that was yikes. But the brothers were also 50-50 in a pest control business, and they were talking about selling it. And they were offered $850,000 to sell the company to Terminex, which apparently is a very large corporate pest control place. And the brothers were talking about it. Keith wanted to sell. Paul said, "Oh, I think we can get more, blah, blah, blah." The pest control place then sent an offer of like $700,000. And it didn't sell, obviously, until the next year. Excuse me, after the murders. But they had been talking about that for months. So it wasn't really a surprise to Paul that, Keith wasn't just doing it all willy-nilly. These were conversations that had been had for months, which I do not think helps the prosecution. I'll just say that. Piola's mom said it seemed odd that was how we started this ordeal. Yeah, I think a lot of us were taken aback yesterday with how the prosecution started their case. They started with the charity woman that worked for I want to say Daisy Duke, but it's not. I think it's Dolly Duke. I had this problem yesterday. Anyway, something Duke charity. And we were all like, what is she even here for? Do you even go here? Was our question. And it wasn't until the next witness that we found out about that charity was 90% of their income. And we're like, oh, Doris Duke, thank you, Lady in Gray, was set up with an endowment from her estate in the amount of $1.2 billion. Who is Doris Duke? Oh, I'm going to add Doris Duke to Llama Learns About. That's what I'm going to do. Interesting. See, they didn't even say that. Probably because it didn't look great. Anyway, so Lig's note says both the CPA and the insurance guy, because that's who came on after the charity lady, was Steven, the CPA guy. And then I forget what the insurance broker's name was, who we were all very surprised that was his job based on the way he dressed and sounded. Many in the chat thought he looked and sounded like Michael Douglas, to which I agree on sounding like him. But Lig says more George C. Scott, and I don't know who that is off the top of my head. That's who she thinks it is. But that both of them say Paul was taking money out of the trust and life insurance, and that the defense has been able to prove that both Paul and Keith did this, and it was a normal course of business for him. So I don't even know what yesterday was about. I'll be honest. And if that's all the financial stuff they have to share with us, I don't know how I feel about that. That's not good. That's not good at all, because it did nothing for me. Nothing. So, and then they brought in like this neighbor that lived by Keith, who seems like a lovely guy. A lovely guy. I didn't have a problem with any of his testimony at all, but I'm not sure what the prosecution was trying to come across. So the neighbor guy, who was good friends with Keith and his family, their sons were friends. Oh, we're on the bench, y'all. Oh, why is this muted? Why can't I hear the judge man? Is there just not sound? Hold on. Sorry. Oh boy, people. No, he is talking. So why can't I? Let me go play something else and see if it's my headphones or if it's the stream. Story of my life. Not me.
Anything before we got started? At this time or no?
No, Judge.
Okay. Mr. Decker or Ms. Wallace?
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Detective Passenger.
Okay.
Okay. Just a second, friends. Oh, jeez.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You just watch your step going up there.
Well, farts.
Put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, once you get comfortable, can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
My name is Debbie Passenger. My last name is Bassinder.
Let me see if I can
Prosecutor, whenever you're ready.
a different one.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Where are you employed?
I'm employed at the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office
In what capacity?
as a detective.
And how long have you been employed at the prosecutor's office?
8 years this month.
What unit do you work in?
I work in the Financial Crimes and Public Corruption Unit.
You guys are going to thank me later. I'm switching to a different one. Go back up for it.
Abilities as a detective in the Financial Crimes Unit.
This one's louder
My duties are to
and has closed caption. I forgot about using this one. My apologies. So let me do that. Oh, shit. Sorry. I messed up. I got to reshare this. My apologies. But this one, it's a local channel. The audio is way better. And we get closed caption, which I'm a big fan of. So let me, what is this one labeled as? Paul. Okay. No, why is it taking up my whole screen? Oh, friends. Oh, friends. I'm so sorry. I'm kind of a mess today. Anywho, don't worry. We'll just skip through all the breaks to catch up if need be. But I think you guys are going to be very happy with this audio. So it'll be worth the wait, I promise. Because I had to turn my volume way down. There we go. Okay. All right, we'll go to swearing this lady in. Share screen. All right, move that over there. We don't need that. No, thank you. All right. Okay, so we're a few minutes behind, but that's okay, right? All right.
Once you get comfortable, can you state your name for the record and spell your last?
Yes, I
Oh,
received an associate's degree from Ocean County.
My apologies.
Prosecutor, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Where are you employed?
I'm employed at the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office
In what capacity?
Better.
as a detective.
And how long have you been employed at the prosecutor's office?
8 years this month.
What unit do you work in?
I work in the Financial Crimes and Public Corruption Unit.
Can you tell us how long you've worked in that unit for?
I've worked in this unit for my entire time of employment at the prosecutor's office, with the exception of 2.5 months where I was assigned to the trial unit.
What are your duties and responsibilities as
Is
a
this volume
detective
better for you
in the
guys?
Financial Crimes Unit?
My duties are to investigate allegations relating to financial crimes and/or public trust.
Now, what, if any, law enforcement experience did you have prior to joining the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office?
I was a special agent with the Internal Revenue Service Criminal Investigation Division.
So as a special agent, were you a sworn federal law enforcement officer at that time?
Yes, I was.
And what was the time frame that you worked as a special agent with the IRS?
From September 1993 through June of 2016.
Generally speaking, what were your duties as a special agent with the IRS?
As a special agent, I was involved in investigating allegations
IRS
and
lady.
crimes relating to both domestic and international money laundering, crimes relating to the Bank Secrecy Act, also known as BSA, and crimes relating to the Internal Revenue Tax Code.
Now, I'd like to ask you some further questions about your educational and professional background. Do you have something called a curriculum vitae?
Yes, I do.
Showing counsel S27. May I approach?
Okay.
Detective, I'm showing you what's been marked as S27. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a resume.
And did you prepare that?
Yes, I
Is
did.
that your resume?
Yes, it is.
And how many pages is it?
4.
Starting with your education, can you provide us with the benefit of your educational background?
Yes, I received an associate's degree from Ocean County College in business administration. I also received a Bachelor of Science degree from Monmouth University with a concentration in accounting.
Detective, are you familiar with the term forensic accounting?
Yes, I am.
What is that?
Forensic accounting is a specialized area of accounting that investigates complex financial documents, follows the flow of funds to determine fraud, misconduct, and financial irregularities.
Do you use forensic accounting in your role as a detective in the financial crimes unit of the prosecutor's office?
Yes, I do.
And did you use forensic accounting in your role as a special agent with the IRS?
Yes, I did.
Can you just, I want to define a term. Can you explain what it means to audit and how that relates to forensic accounting?
Yes, auditing is a regulatory compliance examination of an individual's or an organization's financial books and records.
So how is forensic accounting different from regular accounting?
Well, regular accounting would be your normal day-to-day financial record keeping, your standard financial reporting, and ensuring regulatory compliance.
What, if any, training did you have specifically in forensic accounting?
I was a revenue agent with the Internal Revenue Service, which means you're an auditor. That encompassed approximately, in total, about 6 months of training on complex auditing individuals and business records. From there, my education in accounting focused on accounting 1 and 2, intermediate accounting 1 and 2, advanced accounting, auditing, taxation, business law. When I attended the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center for my position as a special agent with the IRS, that was approximately 6 months long. The second half of that training involved comprehensive 3.5 months of financial forensic accounting, if you will, training on reviewing books, records, identifying fraud, criminal behaviors, patterns, identifying methods of proof in order to see whether or not there is a crime. After that training academy, I also received other training through taking seminars, webinars, all in the area of financial crimes.
So what were your day-to-day responsibilities as a special agent with the IRS?
Day-to-day, you were reviewing financial documents on a complex nature involving money laundering, Bank Secrecy Act, financial crimes, even relating to taxes, analyzing, reviewing, compiling detailed reports, interviewing witnesses, subjects, victims at times.
Now, how would forensic accounting come into play in those roles and in those responsibilities that you did day-to-day?
In financial crimes, you are utilizing your auditing skills, your investigation skills, and your accounting skills to follow the flow of funds and money to determine whether there is or is not a crime relating to the allegation involved. Again, whether it's money laundering, Bank Secrecy Act, financial crimes, tax-related crimes.
In your time with the IRS, and I'm sorry if I asked you this already, but how long were you there in total?
23 years.
What, if any, promotions did you receive?
In 2015, I was promoted to a supervisory special agent.
What did that entail?
I oversaw 8 special agents, 2 administrative personnel, and a secretary. And the 8 special agents that I oversaw were conducting investigations as I just described what I did as a special agent. So I was overseeing their work, dealing with the U.S. Attorney's Office as it relates to those investigations.
Now, as a special agent with the IRS, prior to receiving that promotion, approximately how many forensic accounting analyses had you conducted?
Over 200.
Approximately how many forensic analyses did you oversee during your time as a supervisory special agent?
Over 100.
Why does she seem
What, if
annoyed
any,
to be there?
certifications did you receive while you were with the IRS?
Maybe it's because it's so early.
In 2009, I received a certification titled Certified Fraud Specialist.
And what is that?
It's a designation that validates your expertise in the detection, investigation, and prevention of fraud.
What did you have to do to obtain that certification?
You had to complete a certain amount of credits that they required an applicant to have. So for example, your education garnered you so many credits. Your experience in your financial profession garnered you X amount of credits. You needed professional witnesses from a higher level than you were applying to that credential. You had to maintain those credits by continuing your education within a 2-year period to sustain those credits. Part of your credits also could come from testifying in your field, whether as a fact witness or an expert witness.
Now, what, if any, certifications did you receive while you were with the IRS in 2013?
I received a certification called Certified Anti-Money Laundering Specialist.
What is that?
It's a certification that validates your expertise in investigative techniques, regulatory compliance, and risk management.
What did you have to do to obtain that certification?
Very similar to my first certification. This certification required you to take an examination in addition to verifying your education, your years of experience. If you have done teaching, that counted as well. If you've testified, that counted as well. And then you're required to maintain a certain amount of credits by every 3 years to maintain that certification.
With both of those certifications, are you currently up to date?
Yes, I am.
Now, after you worked for the IRS, let me just ask you, did you retire from there?
Yes, I did.
When was that?
In June 2016.
Where did you become employed after that?
Ocean First Bank.
And what was your position there?
I was a senior vice president and the director of BSA department, Bank Secrecy Act, BSA department, and also the security department.
And what were the dates that you were employed at Ocean First Bank?
August 2016 through January 2018.
Would you be able to summarize your duties and responsibilities there?
Sure. For the BSA department, I was responsible for implementing, administering, and ensuring the bank's compliance with all Bank Secrecy Act. The bank at that time had approximately 125 branches, over 800 personnel, a myriad of departments, both within branch and corporate.
I love that.
BSA oversees every employee, every department, administers all training.
No, what if I'm sorry, go ahead.
Also oversaw my staff in BSA, and the staff was investigating alerts that would come in from the anti-money laundering detection system, your computer systems. So if there was an alert on a customer account, they would investigate it to determine if it's worth additional investigating or if it's okay. The second half of my role in the security department, which I oversaw a staff there as well, but we handled the both internal and external security of the bank. External security meaning bank robbery, internal security encompassed internal fraud, anything happening internal within the bank.
What, if any, employment did you obtain after that?
Then I became employed with the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
Did you have to go to the police academy for that?
Yes, I did.
And when was that?
I started the police academy in January 2018 and graduated in June 2018.
And if you could just summarize your day-to-day responsibilities as a detective in the financial crimes unit.
In financial crimes, my day-to-day duties are to investigate allegations of financial crimes and public trust, often sensitive in nature. I review a myriad of financial documents, at times extremely complex. I interview witnesses, subjects, and victims. I compile detailed reports.
Approximately how many forensic accounting analyses had you undertaken thus far as a detective in the financial crimes unit of the prosecutor's office?
Wow. They couldn't lay
Approximately
foundation
200.
yesterday.
What, if any,
so-
certifications did you receive while you were with the prosecutor's office?
I received the designation called Certified Economic Crime Forensic Examiner in 2020.
What is that?
Essentially, it validates your expertise in financial economic crimes, both the detection, prevention, and investigation of those crimes.
And what, if anything, do you have to do or did you have to do to obtain that certification?
That certification, again, it's a point system. You have to have so many years' experience in the financial field. You have to provide your education, which garners you additional points. If you've testified in court, both as a fact or an expert witness, and take continuing education classes. Teaching also counts, financial related classes.
Do you do any teaching as it relates to your profession?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes. Annually at the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, our unit provides financial training to any law enforcement officer in the state of New Jersey. So I'm a part of that training on an annual basis. I also developed a project on elder fraud where I go out and teach and provide seminars to individuals wanting to learn about financial crimes really against a 55 and older population, and any other training that I'm asked to do.
Judge, at this time, the state would seek to qualify this witness as an expert in the field of forensic accounting.
Any voir dire?
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
So you've investigated a number of different types of financial crimes. That'd be accurate to say, right?
Yes.
And, you know, these investigations would typically involve the review of some type or multiple types of different financial records.
Yes.
Why
This
is
could
this guy
include bank
questioning her?
records.
How did we
right?
get to the defense already?
Include tax records.
Yes.
These records often have to be reviewed in combination with one another in your line of work, right?
No.
Well,
Sorry,
in terms of
it's
money laundering, for example.
sit under my sad, depressed people lamp.
State
Very
law
nice.
and federal law
It's very bright.
are different when you're examining financial documents and tax records.
Okay, so let's just take a step back here. The records
Oh boy, sir. Get it
are
out.
helpful to you as an investigator because they show you a path that money takes from point to point. Is that fair to say?
The bank records do.
Oh,
Yes.
are we in
Yes,
voir
the bank
dire?
records,
Oh,
yeah.
interesting.
Because the bank records show you money going from point A to point B.
Oh, so we have to listen to this
Yes.
all over again?
And
Jeez.
you need to establish in your investigations at point A to point B to determine if there's been criminal conduct
Or not. Yes.
or not.
Hello, Pam over on Twitter.
And the thing, though, about these records is that the records by themselves don't really tell us anything about a person's motivations. The records are just numbers, right?
Not exactly accurate.
Well, a bank statement shows the account that the statement refers to, right? The account that it comes from. It shows debits and credits on the account, right?
Yes.
It shows an opening balance, right?
Correct.
It shows a closing balance, right?
Yes.
Might show that I transferred money from that account to a different account.
Oh my God,
And
sir.
if I did, it would list some indication of where the money went, right?
Yes.
None of that says anything about what my motivation was in transferring the money from point to point, right?
I don't agree with that.
You're able to discern something from abstract numbers on a piece of paper that the ordinary person is not. That's your expertise?
My expertise is reviewing all the documents in a comprehensive manner.
She's going to be
and
very annoyed with
putting the
him.
financial picture together.
Great. So you do need to look at multiple documents then in order to create this full picture. Is that what I heard you just say?
I can look at multiple documents, yes.
Okay. So you're looking at multiple documents, and you're doing that because looking at multiple documents gives you a fuller picture of a situation than looking at a single financial record.
Yes,
And you want to get that fuller picture because that fuller picture is what allows you to determine whether there is potentially criminal conduct or not.
correct.
You are also looking for things in these records that could demonstrate motive.
At the end of an analysis, yes.
One of the things that you're trying to determine is if any of these records are supportive of or not supportive of motive.
Yes,
Because motive is going to, if it exists, right, is going to help in furtherance of an investigation.
yes,
Motive evidence explains why a person might have made a financial decision that they made.
yes,
So if you find evidence of motive as part of your investigation, it's something that you would take note of.
yes,
Very careful, but
And
also
if you took
annoyed.
note of it, it would
Me
be
too,
because
girl.
it was significant to you.
yes,
And if it was significant to you, you would, in some fashion, document it.
yes,
In general, in a financial investigation, you might take note of the fact, for example, that
Okay.
an individual has a lot of debt
yes,
or has difficulty paying their debts.
Yes.
yes,
You might take note of the fact that a person is getting repeated calls from debt collectors.
yes,
You might take note of the fact that a person is getting served foreclosure notices.
yes,
You might take note of the fact that a person is having their utilities, like their water or their gas, shut off.
Oh my
yes,
God.
You might take note of the fact that a person isn't able to come up with the money to afford basic things like food and gas.
I may not know if they can't afford food,
If you did know it, you might take note of it.
possibly.
This guy's the sole reason this trial is going to be so
You might
long.
take note of the fact that a person is having their credit card declined.
Yes,
Oh, there's the rapper person.
You could take note of the fact that the person is having repeated communications with others about not having enough money.
I may not know that.
You may not, or you may, because sometimes you might have a person's record of text communications in a case, right?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily, but sometimes you might.
But I might not.
And if you did have them, and you notice that the person is having communications
yes.
about not having enough money, you might take note of that.
Like I said yesterday,
Yes.
that person needs to go to jail, straight to jail.
If you had a record that a person is consistently borrowing money because they don't have sufficient funds, you might take note of that fact.
Yes.
The person was the subject of a civil lawsuit. You might take note of that fact.
Yes.
If the person was discussing, and there was evidence that they were discussing or considering bankruptcy, you might take note of that fact.
If they were considering bankruptcy, I may not know that.
If there was evidence that they were, you might take note of that.
Yes.
So she'll take notes of lots of things.
When you were with the IRS and as part of your work with the prosecutor's office, you didn't, sometimes these investigations, I'd imagine, might involve a single person who was a suspect, and sometimes an investigation might involve multiple people that are suspects. Is that fair to say?
Federally, yes.
And sometimes investigations might involve situations where multiple people had access to the same bank accounts.
It probably is a
That's
school's
possible.
and annoyed. This is the same face I have right now.
Let's talk about an example of that. Let's say we have a small business. Now, you're aware that
Call that resting Jersey face.
small businesses
Hello, reality.
often operate
Hello.
under a less regimented structure than large, highly regulated businesses, right?
Can happen.
Can I see counsel, please?
I don't know if the judge is like, oh my God, let's make it stop. All right. The defense loves just putting hypothetical questions out there constantly, and it's very annoying. Oh, goodness. I mean, all you're saying is she takes a lot of factors into consideration with her analysis. So I don't know if that really helps your case if she takes lots of things into consideration, unless what you're going to be pointing out is that if none of these things are brought up, then it must not be a big deal. Maybe that's where they're going with it. I don't know. All I know is this guy needs to be quicker about asking his questions because it is painful for everybody. Okay? And it's too early. It's too early for that stuff. Hi, Sammy. Good morning, babe. Good morning. Pam says, Judge is tired of the circles. I'm sure his face resembles the witness face. Yes, it certainly does mine. Sorry, I'm busy sitting under my sad, depressed people lamp because in Ohio, we don't get the sun very often in the wintertime. So I have to sit under it like a lizard for like 30 minutes every morning, and it is unbelievably bright. So I don't want to blind you all this early in the morning. Oh, Reality with Krista Marie. By the way, I love that name. Do you do like reality TV coverage? Because if so, I'm going to follow you. He does talk slow. Oh my gosh, babe. It was so painful yesterday. So painful. Hello, everyone knows it's Wendy. I love that. I love your name. That's fun too. New sub. So glad to find someone covering this case. It's so fascinating to me. Thank you. Yes, for many of us, we're not very familiar with the case, but we do have several locals in the chat as well, who are watching it right along with us. Yesterday was a day, but we'll see how today goes. Definitely going to be some sad days if you're not familiar with this case. He's not just charged with financial crimes. He's charged with the murders of his brother, his sister-in-law, and their 2 small children. And it's horrific. And setting fires to that house, setting fires to his own house, allegedly. And then motive is financial woes, as the brothers were in business together. But they've mostly only talked about financial stuff so far. They have not gotten into any of the murder details or crime scene details. So in case you're wondering, you did not miss any of that yet. They decided to go with setting up the motive of finances first. So far, in my opinion, it's not going great. I think this forensic accounting detective lady will maybe put some things together for us. We'll see if we ever get through our deer or whatever is happening. But welcome to the crew, guys. So happy to have you. Is that the guy? Oh, wait. I can't do it.
Testified in court before?
Yes, that was Paul.
One time, yes.
Was that as an expert or as
Fact witness.
a fact witness? And was
I
that
agree.
in your professional capacity or personal capacity?
Professional.
You've never been qualified as an expert in a court proceeding.
No.
Oh. It's our first time. Okay.
When you testified as a fact witness, that was about a financial investigation?
Monmouth County?
It was a joint investigation with
County?
the FBI, and there was a financial component to it, yes.
What was your role in that investigation?
The defendant accepted bribes in the amount of
Thank you, Peter.
$30,000. Excuse me, the defendant accepted bribes, and I was a fact witness to that. There were also tax charges in combination.
So basically your role, what I'm taking from that is your role in that case was as a detective.
I was a federal agent. So
Okay. But you investigated the case.
tax component, yes.
And when cases like, help me here, when cases like that go to, that was a federal court case, do I have that right?
Yes,
It wasn't in state court, it was in federal court.
yes.
Okay. When cases like that go to trial, does the government have people that they can certify as experts to testify at trial if they need them?
When the case is complex in nature, yes.
Okay. And where does the government go to get those experts?
Within, if they need to. If they need an expert, they could go within.
Okay. So those experts, for example, could come from within an agency like the IRS.
Yes,
And I take that to mean that that agency, the IRS, has those type of experts.
yes, you're part of an expert witness cadre, which I was selected to be a part of and attended training.
Okay.
And then you may prepare for cases that ultimately plea out, so you don't ultimately testify because the case pled out.
Fine.
But this
Fine.
is the first time that you've been qualified, let's say, as a expert witness in a case.
Yes.
It never happened during all of your time at the IRS.
No, because my case is ultimately pled out.
Fine.
Now, it's also never happened
Yes. Hi, good
during
morning
all of
again.
your time up to now at the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
No, my cases have not gone to trial. This is my first trial case with the county.
Is it this guy's first time asking questions?
Judge, I have no
It
further
might be.
questions.
Oh, he has no further ones. Thank goodness.
Do you wish to be heard on the issue?
I don't guess.
Okay. Under the circumstances, I find that this defendant is qualified based upon her years of experience, both as a special agent in
Excellent.
the IRS for
Prepare yourself
the
to hear
years that
all
she
of
was
that.
there, 23
all
years,
over again.
her time at Ocean First Bank, her time in the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, her certifications and training that she has had. She would be qualified as an expert in the field of forensic accounting. Ladies and gentlemen, just because that I find that legally a person can be considered as an expert in a particular case, I have to give you a charge to tell you what that means to you. All right? As a general rule, witnesses can only testify to facts known to them. This rule ordinarily does not permit the opinion of a witness who is not testifying as an expert. However, an exception to this rule exists in the case of an expert witness who may give their opinion as to any matter in which they are versed, which is material to this case. In legal terminology, an expert witness is a witness who has some special knowledge, skill, experience, or training that is not possessed by the ordinary juror, and who thus may be able to provide assistance to you in understanding the evidence presented and to determine the facts that you find them to be. In this case, as I mentioned, you can consider this detective as an expert in the field of forensic accounting. You are not bound by such expert's opinion, but you should consider each opinion and give it the weight to which you deem it should be entitled, whether that's great weight or less weight, or you may reject it. You can do whatever that you want. In determining each opinion, you may consider the reasons given for that opinion, if any, and you may also consider the qualifications and credibility of that particular witness. It is always within the special function of the jury to determine whether the facts on which the answer or testimony of an expert is based on actual evidence that you find it to be. The value or weight of the opinion of the expert is dependent upon and is no stronger than the facts on which it is based. In other words, the probative value of the opinion will depend upon whether from all of the evidence in the case, you find those facts to be true. You may, in fact, determine from the evidence in this case that the underlying facts are true or not true. So if you find the underlying facts not true, well, that would impact your ability to consider the weight of the testimony because the underlying facts, you're finding them not to be true. On the other hand, if you found them to be true, well, that would be assisting you on whether that you want to believe the opinions that are based upon those underlying facts that you wish to be true or that you find to be true. Does everybody understand that? Okay. You and you alone are the sole fact finders in this case. You must be persuaded solely by the evidence presented at trial when determining whether the state has satisfied its burden. And it's you and you alone that will make these determinations as to the evidence in this case. With that being said, Ms. Wallace, I'll allow you to continue your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Have the CD back. Detective, are you familiar with the case State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro?
Yes, I am.
How?
I was assigned to, on November 21st, 2018, by my supervisor in the unit at the time to this investigation.
And just to be clear, are you referring to the financial crimes unit?
Yes, I am.
Now, when you were assigned this case, were there already other detectives from other units assigned as the lead detectives?
Yes,
Good morning,
because
Joe.
this investigation involved murders, detectives from the major crimes unit were already involved as the lead detectives, as well as detectives from the crime scene unit.
Now, what were the parameters of your investigation? In other words, what was your role
Good
as a
morning,
detective
Savage.
from the financial crimes unit with regard to this case?
My role was to determine if there was or was not a financial motive.
Can you tell us about the investigative steps that you took?
Yes. Through legal process, serving a grand jury subpoena, through legal process, I obtained statements from the bank for the trust account, the bank that held the trust account. I also, through legal process, obtained statements for the defendant's bank accounts. I also received, through legal process, bank account information on both businesses, EcoStar and Square One, the operating accounts and the payroll accounts. I also received, through legal process, documents from Canada Life Assurance Company, which held the life insurance policy. I also, through legal process, received credit card information and statements and insurance companies
I wouldn't have you any other way,
and any
Sammy.
other financial institutions or companies where eventually I traced money either going to or money coming from.
When you initially said you received statements with regard to the trust account, can you just clarify a little bit more about what you're talking about, what trust account?
Yes, so there is the Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Life Trust. That there is also a bank account titled the Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Trust. And that bank account is maintained at TD Bank, and it is simply a checking account to receive funds and for those funds then to be paid for quarterly premium. So when I refer to the trust account, I'm referring to specifically a TD bank account, business checking account that held funds, and those funds were to pay the premiums.
So you get all of these records, and what do you do with them?
I analyzed the records, wrote detailed reports on these records.
Now, during the course of your investigative process, what, if any, interviews did you either participate in or conduct yourself?
I participated in the interview of the accountant, Stephen Weinstein, the CPA. I also participated in the interview of
testified
Ron
yesterday?
Artigas, the insurance
Also
man.
yesterday.
I was also part of the interview with Tiffany Rivera, who was an employee at the businesses that the defendant and his brother Keith Caneiro owned.
We've not heard from
And I
her.
was also present with Detective Pat Petrozello, detective at the time, lieutenant now, when he spoke to Yusel Restrepo.
Now,
Hello, ladies.
eventually,
Good
were
morning.
you asked to narrow down the focus of your investigation,
Yes, I
or your
was.
analysis, I'm sorry.
Yes, I was.
And what specifically was that?
I was asked to narrow down the analysis to the years 2017 and 2018, and essentially do a review of the defendant's finances. So essentially following all the monies going into his accounts and all the monies leaving his accounts. Some of these were fixed deposits and fixed expenses. And in these years, there were also one-off deposits and one-off expenses.
When we're talking about bank accounts, how many personal bank accounts do the defendant have?
4.
All right, and with regard to that TD Trust account, how many accounts was that?
There was 1.
Okay, and then in terms of the businesses, how many bank accounts were there?
A total of 4, because there were 2 businesses, each had an operating account, each had a payroll account.
And just very briefly, the difference between an operating and a payroll account?
The payroll account is going to pay the salaries of your employees for the businesses, and the operating account is paying your fixed expenses and other expenses.
Okay, so right there, what we discussed, that's a total of 9 bank accounts?
Yes.
For the record, I'm showing counsel S28.
Okay.
May I approach that?
You can.
Detective, I'm showing you what's been marked as S28. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is this?
This is a list of all the 9 accounts that I just described.
And does this have the bank names of the checking accounts on here?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
This
They have a whole board.
lists the name of the bank. It lists the type of account. It lists the account holders, and it lists the account number.
Judge, permission to publish?
Your judge.
Okay. Why is it on the board
Okay, you can
though?
publish.
I don't understand. Also, Krista Marie, I just checked out your channel and I'll be subbing later. I just entered the Real Housewives in universe by watching all of New Jersey in the last month. And that's all I'll say about that for now. But I saw your channel and I'm probably going to binge your stuff as I go on my Real Housewives journey.
I was just about to ask, why is this on the screen?
I didn't put it on.
We can just turn that off if you don't mind. Thank you.
It's on the board, so I'm sure you can read it.
A little lopsided.
Better than the trials we watched where they had like that paper pad on the art.
You want the witness
Easel.
to come down?
If we could, Judge, please.
You can. Come on down. Just please make sure you speak up. All right, thank you.
Yes. Drink every time Llama says Real Housewives today. It's true.
Detective Bassender, if you could, can you just take us
Yes.
through each of these and explain what we're looking at here? So for example, I'm going to draw your attention to where it says number 1. What is that?
Number 1 is the trust account that I've mentioned to you at TD Bank. The title of the account is called ATF Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Trust Agreement, dated July 27th, 1999,
Okay.
listing Keith Caneiro as grantor and Paul Caneiro as trustee.
I'm done with my lizard lamp.
TD Bank has titled this a business checking account. Again, this is reflecting TD Bank, and the account number, is 786-324-5465.
For purposes of the rest of your testimony, is it okay if we refer to the last 4 numbers of the account numbers here?
Yes.
Okay. What are we looking at number 2?
Number 2 is a personal account, individual checking account maintained at TD Bank in the name of Paul Caneiro. The account number is 786-239-3837.
Number 3?
Number 3 is a joint checking account maintained at TD Bank, and the account holders are Paul Caneiro and his wife Susan Caneiro. The account number is 786-206-3760.
How about number 4?
Number 4 is a checking account maintained at Affinity Federal Credit Union in the name of Paul Caneiro. The account number is 751-5502.
Number 5?
Number 5 is a TD convenient checking account maintained at TD Bank, a joint account in the name of Caitlin Caneiro, the daughter of Paul Caneiro. So the account is in Caitlin Caneiro and Paul Caneiro's name. The account number is 424-931-3886.
Oh, why
Now,
is the
numbers
daughter's
2,
account?
3, 4, and
coming
5, are those the 4 accounts that you spoke of that the defendant has?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go on to what is number, if you could go through number 6 with us.
Right.
Okay, number 6 is an operating account maintained at TD Bank. The operating account is J. Morton Consulting, Inc., doing business as Square One, so I'll refer to the business as Square One. But that is their operating account. The account number is 685-504-1396.
Number 7.
Number 7 is the payroll account at TD Bank for Square One, and the account holder is listed as J. Martin Consulting, Inc., doing business as Square One. The account number is 685-504-1388.
How about number 8?
Number 8 is the operating account maintained at TD Bank in the other business, which is called EcoStar Pest Management, Inc. The account number is 432-041-7234.
And number 9.
Is the payroll account for EcoStar maintained at TD Bank. The account holder name is EcoStar Pest Management, Inc., and the account number is 432-041-7101.
I bet the jury's like, cool, can't write anything down, so I guess I'll remember all those numbers.
The bank accounts that are listed up on this board right here, which is S28. Did you review the bank statements for each of those accounts?
Yes, I did.
For what years for each?
2014 through 2018, November 20th, 2018.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as S29 through S38. I'm showing council first. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah, can you just tell me the numbers one more time?
And by the way, if you guys have Twitch, you
S29.
can follow me there. I only need 9 more followers to hit my goal so I can be affiliated.
S38, and I will take your page.
So
Great, thank you.
you can find me there on Couch Court with Llama. Thanks. I also put the link pinned in the chat. Boy, they have all the boxes of stuff today. Oh, they better show us visuals for this or I'm going to be very annoyed. Oh boy.
I know this is a lot, Detective, but I'm going to ask you, I'm showing you what's been marked as S29 through S38. We're going to start with
Thank you. We're learning
S29.
too. We're learning too. It's fine.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is the bank statements from TD Bank in the name of Paul Caneiro. The account number, can I just say the last 4 digits
Yes.
for these? The account number ends in 3837,
I know.
and the statement period is from December 24th, 2016, and it ends
That is the state prosecutor right there,
just
Nicole.
S29.
And this is a state witness, Debbie, who's a forensic accountant detective. That's true, Paylola's mom. If they don't get a boom from this lady, though, oof.
Detective, if I could, are these the bank statements for 2017 for 3837?
Yes, and it ends January 23rd, 2018.
Okay, and are there also the deposit slips attached to those bank statements?
Yes, there are.
Okay, and does this correspond to number 2 on the board over there?
If number 2 is 3837, then yes, it does. I can't see from here.
That's okay. All right, I'm going to take that from you. Can you put them right here? S30?
S30 are bank statements from TD Bank in the name of Paul Caneiro, ending in account number
So
3837.
this is just the state.
These statements are dated December 24th, 2017, and they run through December 27th, 2018.
Okay. Thank you. And are the bank deposit slips attached?
Yes, they are.
I'll take that from you. S31.
S31 are bank statements from Affinity Federal Credit Union in the name of Paul Caneiro. The account ending in 5502. The statements cover the period January 1st, 2017 through December 31st, 2017.
S32.
Are bank statements from Affinity Federal Credit Union in the name of Paul Caneiro, ending in 5502. This has a variety of account numbers on it. They are dated January 1st, 2018 and through December 31st, 2018.
Okay, do you see S33?
Probably not a whole lot because I can't write nothing down.
S33 are bank statements from TD Bank in the name of Paul Caneiro and Susan Caneiro, ending in account number 3760. These statements period begins December 24th, 2016, and the statement period ends January 23rd, 2018.
S34.
S34 are bank statements from TD Bank. Excuse me. In the name of Paul and Susan Caneiro, ending in account number 3760. The statement period covers December 24th,
That's good.
2017. And the last date is December 28th, 2018.
S35.
These are bank statements from TD Bank.
Hmm.
In the name of Caitlin Caneiro and Paul Caneiro, the account number ends in 3886. The statement period covers December 14th, 2016, and the statement period concludes on January 13th, 2018.
The judge takes note.
And S36.
Are statements from TD Bank in the name of Caitlin Caneiro, Paul Caneiro, ending in account number 3886. The statement period begins on December 14th, 2017, and the last date is December 26, 2018.
And the last two, S37.
Are statements from TD Bank in the account holder is ATF Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Trust Agreement dated July 27th, 1999.
Maybe
Keith
semi.
Caneiro grantor, Paul Caneiro trustee. The ending account number is 5465. The statement period begins January 1st, 2017 through December 31st, 2017.
Did you mean 2018? Are you? 17, I'm sorry.
Well, he's like,
And
no,
finally,
I wasn't wrong.
S38.
Are statements from TD Bank. The account holder is listed as ATF Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Trust Agreement dated July 27th, 1999. Keith Caneiro grantor, Paul Caneiro trustee. The account number ends in 5465. The statement period begins January 1st, 2018 through December 31st,
It's
2018.
Thank you, Detective.
Can
Did you
verify.
obtain each of these bank statements through legal process?
Yes, I did.
Meaning you obtained them directly from the bank?
Yes, I did.
And did you review each one of them in terms of your conducting your analyses?
Yes, I did.
Now, what, if anything, did you do to memorialize your analysis with regards to what you had mentioned earlier, the defendant's revenue, sources of revenue, and sources of income for the years 2017 and 2018?
I prepared a report, and then I also prepared a supplemental report.
Showing defense counsel S39 and S40?
I'm showing you what's been marked as S39 and S40. Let's start with S39. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a summary of sources of revenue and income and expenses for the period 2017 and 2018.
Is S39 though, is that a report?
It's
That's your report, right?
it's my report.
Okay, what's
Yes.
the date?
This is dated July 21st, 2025.
Right, and how about S40? Do you recognize that?
Just this year?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a supplemental report dated December 8th, 2025, and this includes corrections.
Okay, and those, just to be clear, those are both your reports that you created, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what if any summary charts of your analysis
Oh,
did you
Teresa and
create?
Joe. Juicy Joe.
I created a summary chart of revenue for 2018, and I created a summary chart of expenses for 2017 and 18.
And where are those summary charts reflected?
They are reflected in the most updated summary charts are reflected in the December 8th, 2025 report.
So S40?
Yes.
Specifically, I'm going to draw your attention to pages.
They had a preliminary hearing
three
about
on
it,
that report.
and
Yes.
both
What are we
sides
looking
didn't
at
want
there?
it. So,
Page 3 lists the sources of revenue and income for the years 2017 and 18.
How about pages 4 and 5? What does that reflect?
4 and 5 reflect expenses for the years 2017 and 18.
Are you aware of whether there were any boards prepared to reflect pages 3 through 5 of your report?
Yes.
yeah, it does seem it's not a normal New Jersey thing to allow the juries to take notes, which was
Showing
interesting to
counsel has been
learn.
marked as S40A and S40B.
Personally, I think in a case this long, like this, probably should be allowed to, but whatever, they didn't.
You can.
I'm going
They
to
said
start,
no.
Detective, with S40A. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That's the chart I prepared of sources of revenue and income for the years 2017 and 18.
And is this board, is this in the same exact condition with the same exact substance as what is in your report on pages?
Yes, on page 3.
Page 3. I'm showing you what's been marked as S40A.
Okay,
B, I'm sorry.
good
What is
stuff
this?
now.
This is the chart of the expenses for the years 2017 and 2018.
And is this reflected on pages 4 and 5 of your report?
Yes, it is.
And is it in the exact same condition as it is in your report?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to start with expenses, permission to publish S40B.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
You can. You're fine.
All right, show us the money or lack thereof.
I'm sorry, Judge, just a moment. Detective, just to make it easier, I'm going to show you, and I'll show counsel, just what's been marked as S28. Just a copy of that board. Can you just tell us what that is?
Ah,
This is the listing of
Never mind,
the
I got it.
9 accounts that I previously spoke about and are
Is it-
listed on the board over there.
Okay, so that is, I forget the number, just going to be clear for the record. A reflection of S28.
Yes.
I'm going to ask to keep that with you, just so you have it to reference.
Okay.
all right, I saved it. I screenshotted it.
S40B, which is reflected on pages 4 and 5 of your expert report. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you just generally explain what we're looking at?
Yes, this is the list of expenses for the years 2017 and 18. It covers categories to include tax debt, mortgage payments, auto loan and lease payments, credit card payments, insurance payments, utility payments, educational costs, and miscellaneous payments, as well as payments made to Canada Life Insurance Company.
I think if you don't mind, I think it would be better if you put it right in the middle. So then everyone can see it. It's kind of in the middle for everyone.
Yeah, the American Express
sir.
over $100,000 each year.
With a total listing per year for 17 and also 18.
Okay, so there's essentially the categories that go down through 2017 and then 2018.
Yes,
Okay, and then each category has a total, is that right?
yes,
And then is there a total expenditure reflected for 2017
yes,
and 2018?
yes.
Let's start with the first category. What does that say, the first category at the top?
Tax debt,
Okay, and what is listed under tax debt?
these are payments made to the Internal Revenue Service. Payments were made in amounts of approximately $1,265 a month. In the year 2017, there was a larger payment within that year. So for 2017, the total payments made to the IRS is $40,523.
Oh boy.
And in 2018, total payments made to the IRS were $15,107.
And just to be clear, these payments came from which of the 4 accounts of the defendants? You could just say the last 4 numbers.
It came from number 2, the account ending in 3837, the defendant's personal account.
Okay, do you know what kind of payments they were? Electronic? check, something else? Electronic? What is the next category?
The next category is mortgage. These payments were made to City Mortgage. The payments were in the amount of approximately $3,050 per month. In 2017, those payments totaled $36,600. In 2018,
That's pretty good.
payments totaled $33,550.
Which of the defendant's 4 bank accounts did those come from?
These
Oh, wait, that's
payments
mortgage.
were
I thought we were
made
talking
from
about paying
account
taxes.
2
Right.
ending in 3837.
What type of payments were they?
Electronic payments.
What is the next category?
The next category is auto loan and lease. The defendant had 3 Porsche leases, and in 2017, those lease payments totaled $39,846.51. And in 2018, those payments totaled $25,906.90. These were electronic payments made from account 2 ending in 3837.
Wild,
What is
right?
right under that?
Alley Financial Auto. This was a payment. The defendant purchased a 2016 Jeep Wrangler in the amount of approximately $49,696 from Reedman Toll Auto World in Pennsylvania. The auto loan was obtained from Alley Bank, and the term of the loan was 60 months, 5 years. The monthly payment was $828.28, and this totaled in 2017 $10,054.97, and in 2018 payments totaled $9,906.20.
That's
Which
crazy.
defendant's 4 bank accounts did those payments come from?
These payments came from account number 2 ending in 3837.
The next category says credit cards. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, when you're talking about credit cards, are those personal credit cards, business, or something else?
These credit cards here specifically, there's 2 credit cards from the American Express credit card company that are in the defendant's name. One credit card is in the defendant's name solely, and the other credit card, I observed the wife and children also having a card attached to that account. The defendant utilized two bank accounts, number 2, ending in 3837, and also number 4 from Affinity Federal Credit Union ending in 5502. So those two accounts made payments to those two credit cards in both years.
So I'm sorry, just for the first one, American Express, the first one, in order, for 2017, what was the total payments?
$143,049.08.
Holy shit.
How about 2018?
$120,085.51.
Now, for the next one under that, the American Express, for 2017, what was the total expenditure that the defendant paid?
$18,342.13.
2018?
$43,044.35.
That's crazy.
The next credit card listed says Bank of America. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and what is the total expenditure for 2017?
$15,623.96.
In 2018?
$20,089.51.
And for which bank account of the 4 bank accounts did that come from?
Account number 2, ending in 3837.
Okay, the next credit card, Chase card.
Chase card in 2017, payments totaled $7,281.83. And in 18, payments totaled $3,473. These payments were made from account 2, ending in 3837.
The next one, TD retail card. Do you see that?
Yes, in 2017 and in 2018, payments were $1,680 in each year, and those payments were made from account 2, ending in 3837.
And finally, the Citibank card.
Citibank in 2017, payments totaling $12,473.11 were made, and in 2018, payments in the amount of $6,211 were made from account 2, ending in 3837.
Does anyone want to start a
The
pest
next
control
category
business with
lists
me?
Insurance. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what is Chubb and Son?
Chubb & Son is an insurance company where the defendant maintained his homeowner's
Oh, that does
policy.
not.
Okay, can you please tell us what the
Sound
total
like that's what
expense
that would
was
be.
for 2017?
Yes, in 2017,
Thank you, Simi.
the amount was $5,137.94, and in 2018, the amount was $2,905.81.
And that came from what bank account?
Account 2, ending in 3837.
And by the way, these payments that we're referring to, are they electronic payments?
Electronic,
Utilities, do you see that category?
yes.
Go ahead.
Jeez.
Utilities consisted of First Energy, JCP&L. Payments for 2017 amounted to $5,147.84. In 2018, payments amounted to $4,915.05.
The next category is New Jersey Natural Gas.
In 2017, payments totaled $3,275.24. And in 2018, payments totaled $2,519.29.
New Jersey American Water.
In 2017, payments totaled $1,682.14. In 2018, payments totaled $1,436.13.
And finally, Township of Ocean Sewer.
Payments totaled $460 for both 2017 and 2018.
That's
Did
not
all
very
of
much
those
at all.
utility payments come from the same bank account?
Yes, account number 2, ending in 3837.
The next category is educational costs. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay.
Spending is
So
wild.
I want to start with 2018. Can you explain what we're looking at?
Yes, this is educational costs that were paid to Discover, which indicated on the payment, it was a student loan payment. In 2018, the payment total was $2,525.
Over the course of your review, Detective, did you see any other payments from any of the defendant's accounts in 2018 that went to some sort of educational or school loan?
I did not.
Oh,
Now, let's go to 2017.
that's not great,
What is
Paul.
that?
This is a
25,000
payment
was
to
supposed to be for the
Brookdale
loans.
Community College
Oh.
in the amount of $1,757.50, which was made from account 2 ending in 3837.
Right, and we get to the miscellaneous category. Do you see where it says Woodshire Apartments?
Yes,
Okay, and under 2017, there's a total listed there. What is that?
$2,673.
And what is Woodshire Apartments?
It is an apartment complex in Ocean Township.
Did any of the witnesses that you spoke to that you mentioned earlier live in Woodshire Apartments? Who
Yes,
is that?
Yusel Restrepo.
Who's
Yardy
that?
Service is next.
Yardy Service in 2017, payments
Spelled
totaled $3,666.
And where did that come from? Which
No,
account?
somebody else did,
From
and I don't know who it
the
is.
defendant's account number 2 ending in 3837.
Restoration Hardware.
Restoration Hardware payments totaled $15,720.47 in 2017. In 2018, payments totaled $7,701.17.
And where did those come from?
Account number 2 ending in 3837.
Next category is Tiffany and Company. Do you see that?
Yes. In 2017, payments totaled $17,714.
Something
And in
Discrepo or something?
2018, payments totaled $2,625.
And they came from which bank account?
Account number 2 ending in 3837.
Damn,
Volkswagen Audi. Do you see that?
I do.
17 grand for Tiffany and Company?
Just 2018. Is that accurate? What
Yes.
was the total amount?
The total amount was $9,920.78.
Okay, and that came from which account?
Account number 2 ending in 3837.
Did you review the records from Volkswagen Audi?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what, if anything, did you learn from those records?
That Yusel Restrepo leased a 2018 Audi Q5 SUV.
That person,
from
the name they
Audi
just
in
said.
Eatontown. The invoice was listed at $53,766.13. The payments were made from the defendant's account to VW Credit in the amount stated.
Now, the last category on there is Canada Life Insurance Company, Keith Caneiro Trust. Do you see that?
Yes,
No,
Okay,
Paul's
and
daughters are both
under
adults.
2017, what is the amount listed?
$19,880.
Okay, and that came from which of the defendant's accounts?
That came from account number 2 ending in 3837.
Was there anything paid to Canada Life in 2018 from any of the defendant's personal accounts?
No,
Okay, so what is the total expenses in 2017?
$402,588.72.
How about 2018?
$314,061.70.
Before we move on to the sources of revenue that you analyzed, I just want to ask you some questions about Canada Life. So if you could tell us, and I think you may have said it before, but just clarify, what is Canada Life?
Canada Life Assurance Company is the company where the Keith Caneiro life insurance policy was held.
And I think before you indicated that you obtained records from Canada Life.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Those records, did they include Keith Caneiro's whole life insurance policy?
Yes, it did.
Did those records include Keith Caneiro's application for that policy?
Yes, it did.
And did those records include the trust document itself?
Yes, it did.
Right. Did you review those three documents?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. I'm showing counsel what is marked as S26.
I would like to know more about the person that had the Audi and the apartment. Please and thank
and then
you.
S43. May I approach?
Okay.
Because I don't know who that
Let me
person
show you
was.
what's been marked as
Not his
S26,
daughters.
S42, and S43. We'll start with S26. What is that?
S26 is the Keith Caneiro irrevocable trust agreement.
Okay, and how about S42?
S42 is the Canada Life Assurance Company policy,
And S43?
is the Canada Life Assurance Company application.
I'd like you to take a
He
look,
never
if
got-
we
he never
could,
got
at S26 first, the Keith Caneiro irrevocable life insurance. I'm sorry, S42, the Keith Caneiro whole life insurance policy. Do you see that?
Yes,
How many pages is that document?
17.
Are the terms of the life insurance policy contract outlined in that document?
Yes.
If we could go, what is on page 1 of that document?
Page 1 is the cover sheet for the whole life insurance policy.
Okay, page 2,
Page 2 is the table of contents,
and page 3 is what?
policy details.
Judge, the state would seek permission to publish.
Remember,
S42.
Keith had a $3
Objection.
million life insurance policy that Paul was supposed to be paying the
Sidebar.
You can.
monthly premiums. And he apparently was not paying those monthly premiums like he was supposed to. So this is not great. According to the numbers she just rattled off, he paid nothing and from any of the accounts to the life insurance in 2018. He paid nothing towards them. And the other thing was they mentioned that there was like $25,000 missing from the trust or borrowed from the trust. I don't recall off the top of my head, but it was one or the other. It's around $25,000 that Paul said was to, I think he borrowed it to pay for his daughter's tuition or something like that. However, and correct me if I'm wrong, Lady in Gray, you're the numbers lady. I'm not. He didn't make, it looks like one of his daughters there's a Discover student loan payment, which was he only paid $2,500 for the whole year. And then there's a community college that in 2018 he didn't pay anything for. So that's not looking great. Not looking great. Hi,
All right, ladies and
Daria.
gentlemen, before we
Morning.
get into this, we're going to take our mid-morning break now, just to give everyone a chance to take a break. We'll start back up at 10 minutes after 10. First time reading a clock. So you guys want to just take your break? Don't discuss.
Oops. Sorry, I hit the wrong button. Hold on, let me pull that back up just so I have it. I got too excited to share with you stuff. All right, let me put this up there though. So I have that. So I did take a very shitty screenshot of the expenses. It's really bad though. I'm warning you. Kind of hard to read. So I don't know if I can really make that bigger for you guys. Just in time for a break, Daria. Just in time. So court's on break for like 13 minutes or so. So this is a brief summary of what this lady was talking about. I don't know if you can read it because I can barely read it myself. That's why I was over here like squinting as she was saying the numbers, because it's a little blurry. But if you can see, does my mouse show up for you guys? No, it doesn't. Damn it. Okay. But if you go down to where it says educational cost, you can see those numbers are not very high. And that was something that again, Paul said he took the money to pay for, or something along those lines. And then the other interesting part is down at the very, very bottom, the Canada, the Canada life insurance, no, the Canada life insurance policy that he did not pay anything towards, 0. So everyone knows it's windy. Do you mind briefly reviewing what we've heard so far? Sure. Today, this is pretty much all we've actually covered, where the financial detective had all of the accounts for everybody, including his daughters, which I'm not really sure why that was. And so really, we've only learned anything in like the last 20, 30 minutes as they were, laying foundation all over the place and voir dire. So if you just popped in, you really haven't missed a whole lot except going over these numbers. It looks like this family they were spenders. They were spenders. I know, right? Look at that bottom number of a year, $402,000 in 2017, and then $350,000 in 2018. I can't even imagine that kind of money. But remember, they say the motive for Paul is financial crimes. Well, not financial crimes. I'm sorry, financial woes, though. There does seem to be some financial crimes, possibly. That's what they're trying to allude to with this witness, by the way. So that's really all they've covered this morning, is going through these numbers, which is interesting compared to what all we heard yesterday, where it wasn't very clear what they were trying to establish with their the CPA and the insurance broker. Honestly, a lot of that went over my head because that's people that have money know how that works. I am a broke bitch, so I don't really understand this whole trust thing and life insurance thing. And a lot of it was just kind of going over our heads because they weren't very clear with it. Now, they said that in April, Keith and the insurance broker and the CPA and Paul all got together because money was missing out of the trust and that he was going to pay the trust back. And I believe he did. Actually, I saw Lady in Gray actually wrote about that in her notes that I did not get to finish reading. So yesterday, they tried to say Paul was taking money out of the trust and the life insurance. Like, I am rich and friends. That's true. You guys are priceless. I'd much rather have you. Well, no, I'm just kidding. Yeah, that's just what he spent, you guys. That's just what he spent. $120,000 he paid to American Express. Like, what are you buying? I don't even understand how, like, after a certain point, you already have everything. Why are we still spending that much money on what? I don't know. My brain doesn't comprehend that, but so I don't know. Right. So Lady in Gray says this testimony is starting to bring things into focus with these visuals. So let me finish reading Lady in Gray's notes because, again, she's the number lady. So the defense has been able to prove that both Paul and Keith would borrow from the trust or from the life insurance and that it was a normal course of business from them. I mean, let's see, the murder happened in 2018. I'm pretty sure they said it was from like the early aughts. Both the brothers were doing this. This was not uncommon. Sometimes they would loan the company money and then, to pay for stuff, and then the company would pay them back. And they were always putting money everywhere, it seems like. Though the state is trying to say that Paul is taking the money out for himself and not for Keith's expenses, such as the life insurance. And I also don't understand why isn't Keith paying for his own damn life insurance? Why is it the brother? I'm so confused about that. So confused about that. Ask Teresa. Oh, well. Me either. I had no idea you can borrow from life insurance. I didn't even know how it works. A lot of us don't. But apparently you can. So anyway, Paul was taking money out for himself and not for Keith's expenses or for the company expenses. And also without Keith's knowledge or permission. So that kind of falls under theft and embezzlement. And I do believe he has some fraud charge, or I'm sorry, financial charges, but I'm not 100% if they are part of this trial or separate or where they're going, because there's a whole lot of charges all the way around. So, oh, okay. So, all right. So you have some experience with trust then, Wendy. Okay. Okay. Good to know. So Lady in Gray says that the possibility of it being theft or embezzlement. So the $25K that Paul took, that was for Paul's use, not Keith's. And the proof of this is Paul did pay back that $25,000 after it was discovered it was missing. So it's not great, Paul. It's not great. Probably should have been like, hey, I need some money. Oh, okay. Thank you, Lady in Gray, for explaining that the trust pays the life insurance and Paul is the trustee, the head of the trust. So Paul writes the checks, not Keith. Thank you for clarifying that for me. I get confused with all this deal. So now, no, this $25K issue was back in April of 2018, and the murders happened November 20th. So this was months ahead of time. It seemed that Paul was not interested in paying it back until he was caught red-handed with taking it. Lady Gray makes another point too. The payments to the Canadian Life were not made to Canadian Life, but were diverted by Paul and covered up by changing the bank statements. Oh yeah, that's true too. They did say that Paul was like basically like photoshopping these bank statements where he would put that the money was going to Canadian Life Insurance, but he never put like the number after. I don't know if that's like the routing number or whatever. There's usually a number there for every, transaction, and coincidentally, that number just seemed to disappear, and that's because they allege that Paul put in it was fake, basically. So Paul was diverting the money and, allegedly making false bank statements. The diversion is also why the CPA didn't see anything, because the bank statements appeared to show a payment to Canadian Life. Though I will say this, wouldn't the CPA notice that there's not numbers though? I don't know. Yes, there were some photoshopped-ish, some false documents that apparently Paul was in charge of. But again, remember, guys, he hasn't been found guilty of anything thus far, so just remember that. Keith's overall anger with Paul that both the CPA and insurance agent knew about, and despite the defense attorney's best efforts at saying everything was fine between the brothers, Keith's statements that he wanted out of business with Paul is proof that was not true. So just a few days before Keith and his family were murdered, literally the day before, actually, Paul had gotten a hold of his CPA and some other people and was like, I'm cutting Paul off. I'm done working with him. Money is missing again. More money was missing, right? So money was missing in April, and by November, more money was missing and things were being paid. So he was ready to just cut Paul off. So, okay. Right? Doesn't he know? But I don't know. Because Keith told his neighbor, he told his CPA. Both Keith and Jennifer were very vocal with a lot of people about the tension between what was going on with money. We've only heard a little bit of testimony from a few people, but we'll probably hear about more later. So, but Keith didn't want to blow up the family with complete estrangement. But he definitely wanted a dissolution of the business relationship. Like he wanted to just say, square one, we're losing our thing anyway, shut it down. And he wanted to really sell the pest control company. So, honestly, yesterday, the financial testimony, it wasn't great for me either. It was a little meh. But the financial lady today is kind of giving us a little bit more. So that's kind of where we are caught up. Now, if you want details of the murder, we can go over those, but we haven't really heard much of those besides opening statements. Oh, and if you missed opening statements, so Paul, the defendant, is the oldest brother. Keith is the middle brother, victim. All right, him and his family were the ones that was murdered. And then there's a third brother, the youngest brother, Corey, who we don't really know much about, but they kind of keep bringing him up a little bit because the defense is that it wasn't Paul that did this to Keith and his family. It was Corey. Again, we don't know much about Corey. That's just what the defense is, basically pointing the finger at him, saying he actually had more financial motivation to do this, more financial problems than Keith. Because if all of Keith's family was wiped out, and they were, then Paul and Corey, the two remaining brothers, would get to split that trust together. So they would each receive at least $1.5 million. But we don't know a damn thing about Corey. We haven't heard really anything about him, so we're not going to make too many assumptions. Certainly interesting. I do have questions then, like, tell us more about Corey. Also, this lady, Debbie, who's on the stand right now, also mentioned a name with the apartments, the Woodshire apartments, and then the Volkswagen Audi. I don't know whose name that was, she said. And it's kind of weird. So maybe we'll learn more about who that is. So let's go over the crime real quick. Okay. So on November 20th at 5 o'clock in the morning ish. All right. Paul's home, defendant. Okay. Him and his wife and his two adult daughters are in the house, and the smoke alarms start going off. They call because a fire started, right? So they're all in there. Oh, thank you, Michael, for the gifted membership. Thank you. That went to Buffy Bot. Oh, I love that. I love that. Thank you for your support, Michael. I really appreciate that. So the fire comes out, right? The fire people come out, firemen, and put out these little fires. All right, there's two separate fires in the house, one on one corner, one by the garage. Now they bring the family to the police station. While that's all going on, at about 12:30 in the afternoon that day, Keith's home, which is in Colts Neck. All right, so Paul lives in Ocean Township. Keith lives in Colts Neck for you locals. So at about 12:30 in the afternoon, a neighbor calls 911 because smoke is seen coming out of the Keith Colts Neck's home, and there's a body on the ground. So this is several hours after Paul's report of a fire. Now, what the state alleges is that they're alleging that it was Paul who showed up at Keith's home somewhere between 2 and 4 o'clock, 4:30 in the morning. The details are pretty not great. Okay, so, and this is all the state's allegation. This is what they said in opening statements, is that they believe Paul showed up at the house, turned off their generator, their power generator, cut the electricity to the house. Keith comes out of the house. They allege that Paul shot him in the lower back one time and then 4 times in the head. Then they believe Paul then goes into the house. He murders Jennifer, the wife, as she's going from the basement stairwell to the first floor. She was stabbed multiple times, shot in the head. Then their 11-year-old son, Jesse, was found in the kitchen from multiple stab wounds. And by the way, obviously, Jennifer and Keith automatically died from the head wounds, you know. Unfortunately, though, for Jesse, he was only stabbed and was alive for a while. And then there was little 8-year-old Sophia, who was found on the landing part between the first and second floors. And she was stabbed about 17 times. I think Jesse was about 11 times. She was stabbed 17 times. And she was alive for quite a while. And so they allege then that Paul then sets the fire in the basement of the house that smokes and you know, it's not quite up in flames, but that's how they know that Jesse and Sophia were alive for a while, because they had, you know, soot and stuff like that in their airways and the percentages in their blood. So that's how they know that those two were alive for a while. So anyway, though, nobody sees the fire or the smoke until 12:30 in the afternoon, several hours later. And then, of course, when the officers open the door, the fire really gets going. So they allege that Paul was behind all of this, so that way he could collect the money. And that's pretty much all we know so far in this trial. I mean, yes, there's some other stuff that's come out, but I don't want to go into that because it hasn't been presented to us. But that's what we've been told so far in opening statements. So we have not had any testimony about the murders yet. So thank you, Lady in Gray, for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. And congrats to everyone who got a membership. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah, so, I forgot too, Paul is saying that they were targeted. Both him and Keith were targeted, and that he had nothing to do with it. And they're pointing to the younger brother, Corey, who, again, we don't know much about. So, yes, the fire started in a cedar closet in the basement, which was a very interesting place for a fire. So, I see Dave has checked in somewhere. Oh, there he is. Hi, Dave. Good morning. Good morning. I love that. Love to see you. So I hope that's caught some of you up who are new to the case, or at least where we are in the trial so far. This is supposed to be a 10-week trial. I don't think this is going to be a 10-week trial, but maybe. I think it'll probably be a month and a half, maybe. If the defense even puts on a defense, we don't know. So they don't really have to. Lady in Gray says, so Corey targeted both brothers. Oh, also, I'm sorry, we did learn too from opening statements, which aren't facts, they are statements. Okay, they're not actually evidence. But so outside their like basement well window or whatever at Paul's house was a pile of clothes and latex gloves with blood on them, allegedly Sophia's blood, with spent bullets that, because there were casings left at the crime scene that matched the bullets that were in this pile of crime scene evidence that was just left outside for some reason, if it was him. Part of one of the Porsches were burned, even though it shouldn't have been, because it wasn't by the fires. So there's a lot of that. You feel like it's overkill. Yeah, that's a lot of murdering for one man, and especially for the children. I don't know. I don't know how you could do that. So there's gonna be some very sad days in this trial for sure. I'm definitely gonna cry. So don't judge me, but I usually don't do children's trials because they're horrific. But since this one was very like complex and whatnot, I decided to do it. So we'll all cry and be together. So I usually pay the channel in blood, sweat, and tears. Same, girl. Same. So that is pretty much where we are caught up. You're usually wearing gray underwear. I don't know how we got to this this conversation, but I love it. I love it. So back to his financial statements, though. I mean, if he was paying for a lot of stuff. So would he have been? Because we learned his disability payments. So Paul is also on disability because he was on a car wreck or something at one point, a car accident. And he had private disability, I think is what we learned. I think we also learned that even if the companies went away, he wouldn't have lost his disability. I believe we heard that yesterday, but I'm not 100% sure on my memory of that. Oh, not underwear. I love that. I love that. Not thinking he's innocent. Oh, that was hard to hear. Yeah. You're literally from Ocean County. Okay. And did not care about this crime. And it was back in 2018. Probably forgot. Maybe it wasn't as big news as everybody says it is in that area. But either way, so it is an older case. But again, several of you are from the area. And I love having you in here with us. So we get more of like insight into the area. You know, so who's not wearing underwear? Oh, we've derailed the chat, you guys. We've derailed. So, no, autocorrect gets everyone in here. We have like, what's our typo hashtag that we use? I forget. It happens all the time. It's my favorite. Oh, yes. Thank you, Pam. That is where I was talking about. So he was getting over like $200,000 a year in disability, by the way, since I want to say it was 2012, which crazy. And then, so because they owned two companies, they owned Square One and One Star, the pest control company. Okay. Square One, Keith owned 90%, Paul owned 10%. Because Paul was on disability, the $225,000 salary that Paul got for Square One was being paid to his wife. So that's well over $500,000 there, at least from just those two things. That's not including the pest control company where they split that 50-50. So listen, all right, he's not a broke bitch, okay? At all. So it's very interesting to me that even the financial crime, like that's crazy, right? I mean, the rest of us here are just like, how could you want more? Like, I don't know. I guess that's what they say, you know? I guess that's what they say. Greed gets you, but we'll see. Well, it's private disability, okay? It's not government disability because that is not enough to literally live on at all every month. So, but we won't get there because we don't do politics here at all. So we won't get into that. But Pam says that she also read Corey left for Pennsylvania with his kids after deaths and contacted detectives. Reported Keith forwarded an email about Paul and money. Oh, interesting. I feel like, I do feel like Corey's come up that he did. I think I did read, it could be in my notes about Keith sending Corey a message, but I don't know. We haven't went over any of that yet in chat. So, because they also, here's another reason why you got to be careful with getting your information from the news, because the news was reporting that Sophia was stabbed like 30 times. Now, granted, 17 is still a lot and horrific, but it wasn't quite accurate. So I don't know. I guess I would expect to see him in even more, because these are just his expenses. This isn't saying how much debt he's in. So I'm interested to see if they bring that up. Simi says the financial distribution of humankind is tragic. Yes. Some people spend more on a damn handbag than some of us make in 10 years hard work. Oh, yes. It's very frustrating sometimes. But That's why you always have to watch trials yourself. Happens time and time again. We watched the Devin Michaels trial, and when they weren't the most reliable sources on the internet, but all four of the headlines in the previous month were absolutely, completely wrong. So that's why we watch trials, so we can make our own decisions. Because listen, we're all not gonna agree ever. Well, except for one. We all were 100% together with the Dustin Duren trial, because fuck that guy. We all agreed he was garbage, and we did not like him, and what he did was awful, and he was full of shit. So that's probably the only trial where we all were 100% on board. We often, respectfully disagree, but that's how juries work as well. Everyone has their own perspective, their own life experience that they bring in, which witnesses or evidence they give more weight to. So we like to have healthy discussions, and it's okay if we don't all agree. He was trash, and he still makes me angry. I have never, besides Daryl Brooks, I have never gotten so outraged on a daily basis over a defendant than freaking Dustin Duren. I was so angry every day. Lady and Grace says people still get Rittenhouse facts wrong based on oh my gosh, don't even get me started on that. That was a very good trial. I recommend anybody going to watch it. You may not like the kid, and that's fine. I don't like him either. But the trial will definitely change your viewpoints of what you were told about that trial. So respectfully disagreeing is how we learn from each other. Exactly, right? Right? So we welcome all opinions here on my channel or our channel and the show. Just be respectful to one another about, no name calling. You can name call the defendants all you want. I don't care. I did. Oh my God, Dustin. I need to not think about him. Hate that guy. But, all right. Looks like they're at a sidebar, and that is Paul, the brother. One brother, anyway. Okay, sorry, I was reading a message. No, not Dustin Diamond. No, not him. Though he's dead now. No, this was New Hampshire versus Dustin Duren. His trial was, when was that, guys? October? Yeah, it was October, because then Devin Michaels was in November. And that guy claiming self-defense against the mother of his children, and he was a liar who lied. And we hate him a lot. He was trash. As the defense attorney in the Jeffrey Spence trial, in his own words, her words were trash. His words were trash, Your Honor. My favorite. All right, just in time. Look at that.
Prosecutor, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Detective, we left off looking at S42, the Keith Caneiro whole life insurance policy. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And Judge, I asked for permission to publish, and I think I gave the court.
I do. I have a copy of that. There was no objection to it, so go ahead.
Detective, I believe you indicated, how many pages is this?
17.
All right. Do you see what's on the screen?
I do.
That's page 1?
Yes.
All right, is that essentially just the cover page of the policy?
Yes.
Okay, and then if we could scroll, just go through to page 2, please. At the table of contents?
Yes.
All right, finally, I want to get to page 3. Do you see page 3, Detective?
Yes.
Okay, is there a policy number listed?
Yes.
What is that?
2661587.
Who is the insured listed as?
Keith M. Caneiro,
And is there an age?
31,
And what is the face value amount listed?
$3 million.
And what is the policy date listed?
July 28th, 1999.
If we could go to page 13, please. Detective, do you see in the middle of the page where it says beneficiary?
Yes.
This is the only time I'm gonna ask you to do this, but if you could, can you please read that for us, because the print is small up here.
Sure. While the insured is living, you may appoint one or more beneficiaries and may revoke an appointment unless you made it irrevocable. If you have reserved the right to change the beneficiary, you may do so by written request. You must revoke any previous appointments and designate the new person or persons to be beneficiary or beneficiaries. Continue.
Yes, please, just.
No.
Beneficiary.
No appointment or change in appointment will take effect unless we receive the request. When received, the request will take effect as of the date it was signed, subject to payment or other action taken by us before it was received. The beneficiaries of this policy shall be as stated in the application unless later changed. We will pay the amount due at the death of the insured under the beneficiary appointment in effect at the date of death. If more than one beneficiary has been appointed and one or more of them dies, the proceeds will be paid to the surviving beneficiaries equally unless otherwise designated. If no other beneficiary is alive at the date of the insured, or if none has been appointed, we will pay the proceeds to you or to your estate.
Detective, who, to your knowledge, if you know, based upon your review of these documents, who was the beneficiary of this life insurance policy contract?
The Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Life Trust
And where is that listed specifically?
on the application.
Can I take that back for you? I'm gonna ask you to take a look at S43 now. Do you see that as a Detective S43?
Yes, on my copy.
Okay, and what is that?
This is the application.
The application? Okay, and how many pages is it?
This is
And I'm sorry, they're not numbered, so if you don't mind.
9,
How many?
I believe 9.
Okay. Judge, permission to publish.
You can. We've already discussed that with defense counsel.
Okay. If we could just go down to page 6, please. Detective, do you see this page in front of you?
Yes,
Okay, are there signatures on there?
yes,
Okay, and then is there a date?
yes.
What is the date that this is signed?
August 9th, 1999.
Okay, if we could just go to section 1 on page 1, please. Detective, I'm gonna refer your attention to that section, section 1, page 1. And is there some information in section 1, page 1?
Yes,
Okay, and specifically, is there a name up there?
the primary insured information
Yes.
is Keith M. Caneiro.
Okay, and the address is listed as New York?
Yes,
Okay, and then the employer is listed as what?
J. Martin Consulting, Inc., which is Square One.
If we could scroll down now, we're still on page 1, section 4. Do you see where it says owner information?
Yes,
Okay, and what does it say up there as to owner information?
the owner is Keith Caneiro, Irrevocable Trust Agreement dated July 27th, 1999.
And what is the address listed as?
27 Tilton Drive, Wayside, New Jersey, 07712.
Okay, and what's listed in front of that address though?
Paul Caneiro as trustee, in parentheses, settler.
If we can now look at, it's still page 1, but section 5 right there where it says beneficiaries, do you see that? And
Yes.
what is listed as the beneficiary?
Under primary, it's listed Paul Caneiro, trustee of the Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Trust Agreement dated July 27th, 1999, and the address as 27 Tilton Drive, Wayside, New Jersey, 07712.
All right, still on page 1, if I'm gonna direct your attention to section 6 where it says premium payment, do you see that?
Yes,
Do you see section A, mode?
yes,
Okay, and what does that list?
an annual premium payment.
Did that later change at some point?
Yes,
What did it change to in terms of the frequency of the premium payments?
to quarterly.
Okay, and do you see section B where it says send premium notice to owners?
Yes,
Okay, and what is listed there?
the box residence is checked off and the address for that residence is 27 Hilton Drive, Wayside, New Jersey, 07712.
Just to be clear, whose address is that?
The defendant, Paul Caneiro.
Okay, if we can go to page 2, please, section 8. You see where it says in the middle of the page, sort of at the top, whole life,
Yes,
and in section B,
yes,
face value amount, what is listed there?
$3 million.
Okay, and then looking down at section 8, where it says automatic premium loan, question mark, and a yes or no, what is checked off?
Yes,
And then we looked at the signatures on page 6. Thank you. Detective, in the course of your review of the Canada Life documents, did you review something called the Canada Life Annual Policy Statements?
yes.
How many specifically did you review?
Canada Life policy statements. Well, the policy was 17 pages. I reviewed the policy and the application and the trust agreement.
Okay, I'm sorry, did you review the annual life policy statements for 2017 and 2018?
Yes, I did.
For the record, I'm showing council what's been marked as S44 and S45. Judge, may I approach?
You can.
I have copies.
Thank you.
Generally speaking, Detective, do you recognize S44 and S45?
Yes, I do.
What are those?
These are the annual policy statement for 2017 dated July 28th, 17, and also dated July 28th, 2018 from Canada Life,
Okay, so S44 corresponds with what? What year?
2017.
Okay, is there a date on there?
Yes, the date of the statement is July 28th, 2017.
And is the frequency of the premium payments indicated on those 2 documents?
Yes,
Or what is that?
quarterly.
Okay, and how about those payments? Is there an amount listed?
Yes,
What is that?
$7,854.60.
Is there an address listed on there?
There is an address up top for the statement,
And what address is that?
27 Tilton Drive, Wayside, New Jersey, 07712.
Okay, moving on to S45, what year does that correspond to with regard to the annual policy statements?
2018,
What is the date on there?
July 28th, 2018,
And how many pages is that one?
2 pages.
Okay, and is the same information with regards to the premium payments listed on there?
Yes,
Okay. And is that the same amount, the $7,854.60 per quarter?
yes.
Take this back from you.
Okay, I'm back. Daria, she used to work with the IRS and now she's a detective for the county for financial crimes.
Before we move on, Detective, to the
Or maybe the
sources of
state
revenue
attorney's
that you
office.
analyzed, I want to ask you some
One of the two.
questions about the TD Trust Bank account 5465, named ATF Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Trust Agreement. You indicated that you reviewed bank records pertaining to this account?
Yes,
Okay, and did you obtain, I think you said you obtained those through legal process?
yes, I did.
Now, earlier I had showed you S37 and S38, the bank statements from that account for the years 2017 and 18. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. How far back did the statements go that you reviewed?
They're both
back
very
to
nice.
2014.
Okay. What kind of an account is this?
This account is a business convenient checking account offered by TD Bank.
And when was it opened?
This account was opened May 25th, 2006.
When you reviewed the documents that you received from that TD Bank account in regards to this, did you receive a business signature card?
Yes, I did.
What is that?
Signature card lists the account holders of the account.
I'm showing counsel S46. May I approach, Judge?
You can. Thank you.
Detective, do you recognize S46?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is the business signature card for the Keith Caneiro irrevocable trust agreement dated July 27th, 1999.
Okay, and is there a date
Oh
on
yeah,
that
he
signature
set it up
card?
at 1999. I forgot
Yes,
about
there
that.
is.
And what is that?
May 25th, 2016.
Okay, and is there other information listed at the top?
Yes, there
What is
is.
that?
The account holder, Keith Caneiro as grantor, Paul Caneiro as trustee. The full account number of the account, which ends in 5465. Paul Caneiro's name is listed as the vice president and a signature. And Keith Caneiro is listed as president.
Let me take that back from you. Detective, during the course of your review, were you able to determine how this particular account, 5456, the TD Trust account, was funded?
Yes,
How was that?
this account was funded through payroll checks from Keith Caneiro, from J. Martin, and then in time, it was from J. Martin and EcoStore.
Okay,
They
sorry.
were direct deposits into the account from payroll.
Aside from those direct deposits from payroll, did you see this account being funded in any other way?
In 2017 and 18, no.
Oh, okay.
Based upon your review of these bank statements for 2017 and 2018, where were funds going out of from this account and to?
Funds were going out to the defendant's bank accounts
Not
and
great.
Canada Life.
Anywhere else besides the defendant's bank accounts and Canada Life?
Yeah,
You say defendant's bank accounts. Did it go to did the monies go to multiple accounts or just one?
multiple accounts.
Okay, of the board, I believe it's S28.
Yikes,
Can you
indeed.
just tell us which accounts you saw money going into in 2017 and 18 from the TD Trust checking account 5465?
Yes, collectively for both years, funds went into account number 2 in the name of Paul Caneiro, TD Bank, ending in 3837. Funds in both years went into the joint account of Paul and Susan Caneiro at TD Bank, ending in 3760. And in 2017, funds went into the account of Caitlin Caneiro and Paul Caneiro at TD Bank, ending in 3886.
Detective, when you prepared your report and your summary chart of the defendant's sources of revenue for the years 2017 and 18, did you include these funds in that chart?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so she's saying that the money that he took from the trust was factored into his list of expenses that she shared with us.
Detective, I previously
we went over?
showed you what's
I think-
been marked as S40A, the sources of revenue. Judge, the state would seek permission to publish that.
Any
Like I
objection?
said, this is not my forte.
No, thank you.
You can.
Thank you, Judge. Detective, when you looked at the defendant's sources of revenue for the years 2017 and 2018, were you able to identify any steady or consistent streams of revenue that he received for those years?
Yes, I did.
And on the chart specifically, can you point to us where that would be?
Yes, steady streams of revenue occurred in the category titled disability. Also, business income, and under the title Keith Caneiro irrevocable trust, which is under additional revenue sources.
Now, there are other sources of revenue on that chart, right?
Yes,
What were those, generally speaking?
could be a loan, could be a distribution from a 401k. It could be one-off deposits into the account as a revenue stream.
Let's start with the first category, disability insurance payments.
Oh, yeah.
What is listed as the first item under that category?
The first item is disability benefits that came from U.S. Treasury Social Security. In 2017, the total was $141,364.
So he was
And
doing
in
that from a couple-
2018, the total is $29,352.
Now, for the year 2017 and 2018, did all of those payments go into one of those four accounts of the defendants?
Yes,
Which one was that?
into account number 2, ending in 3837.
Okay. For the time frame of 2018, you indicated that the defendant received $29,352.
Yes.
Do you recall what dates he received those payments on?
They were typically monthly payments in amounts ranging from $1,700 through $2,527.
The second category says Sun Life disability insurance payments. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and can you just explain to us what that is?
Yes. Jay Martin, also known as Square One, had used Sun Life as their company to provide disability to employees. That's where Sun Life comes in through the company.
Okay, and in 2017, how much did the defendant collect from that?
$60,000 in 2017, and in 2018, $9,540.
Now, what in 2017,
Okay.
what bank account did those funds go into?
These funds went into account number 2, 3837
And
at
how
TD
about-
Bank.
In 2018?
In 18, there were 2 checks, in 18, they went into account 2, 3837.
Okay.
I
so it's
want to
dropped in
retract
the-
that.
Okay.
In 18, there were 2 checks in November and December of 18, and they went into the joint account of Susan and Paul Caneiro, ending in 3760.
Do you recall the specific dates of those 2 checks in 2018?
Yes. One check is dated November 20th, 2018, in the amount of $2,110. And the second check is dated December 20th, 2018, in the amount of $7,430.
The next category says Unum disability insurance payments. What is that?
Unum Disability is a private disability plan obtained by the defendant.
In 2017, how much revenue did the defendant receive from that plan?
In both years, he received the same amount, which is $104,390 into account number 2, ending in 3837.
Okay, the next category lists business income. Do you see that?
So, okay.
Yes.
And the first item under there, I'm going to draw your attention to where it says J. Martin Square One. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, now, in 2017, how much revenue did the defendant and his family receive through payroll from the businesses?
In 2017, $108,636. In 2018, the amount is $117,851.
Just to clarify, does that reflect a gross or a net?
Gross.
Now, in 2017, was there also an auto reimbursement that the defendant and his family received?
Yes.
What was that?
$27,290.11. And in 2018, $36,627.19.
Was that a lump sum or something else?
It was a lump sum added into the paycheck.
Did they receive it all at once, I'm asking, or was it put into the paycheck each pay period?
It was put into the paycheck.
Okay.
So you would have gross pay plus the auto reimbursement, then the deductions.
Understood. What, if any, other benefits did the defendant and his family receive through the businesses?
The business paid their health insurance.
And the next category under business is EcoStar. Do you see that?
Yes.
And for 2017, what was the amount that was received through income from the payroll to the defendant and his family?
$5,400 in 2017, and in 2018, $26,400
Not as much
And
as
again,
we
does that
thought.
reflect gross or net?
gross.
Now, I should back up. I should have asked you this. Let's go back for a second to J. Martin Square 1. In 2017, that $108,636, which account did that go into?
That went into the defendant's account. One moment.
Just if you're referring to your report.
I am
that's
referring to
39.
my report. Okay. In 2017, all the deposits were deposited into Affinity Federal Credit Union, account number 4. In 2018, they continued to be deposited into that account. However, on October 12th, 2018 through the end of November 2018, those deposits also went into account number 2, 3837.
Okay, and just to clarify, 3837 and the 1515 account?
5502.
55.
Same, interchangeable. If you hear us say 1515 or 5502, the account was one number and then the bank changed it over to another number. It's the same account.
Whose names were those accounts in?
5502 is in the name of Paul Caneiro.
And 3837 as well?
Correct.
I thought his
We just spoke about
EcoStar would be higher.
You indicated that, I believe in 2017, the payment was $5,400 for that year. What bank account did that go into?
Those deposits, I'm referring to my report in 2017.
And I would draw your attention to page 4 of S39.
Yes, went into account 2, 3837.
Okay, and how about in 2018?
Those deposits also went into 3837. But again, later on in 2018, from October 19th, 18 through November 30th, they also went into 5502.
Okay. Now, the next category is Pacific Life Insurance Company,
Yes,
and there's just the 1 year there, 2017.
yes.
Okay. What is Pacific Life Insurance Company?
Pacific Life Insurance Company is a company that the business paid quarterly premium payments for life insurance. When you are on disability, your quarterly premium stops. So the business paid those quarterly premiums. At this point, the defendant, Paul Caneiro, was on disability. So this amount of $3,665.95 reflects Pacific Life giving back that premium payment, which he deposited into his account 23837. It's a one-off deposit.
Thank you. The next category is loans from 401k. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
In total, in 2017 and 2018, how many loans were taken from the 401k?
Actually, in 17, there's one, and it is a distribution of $28,350.
Okay. Do you recall the
Okay.
date that that was distributed?
April 4th, 2017 is when it was applied for. And on April 14th, 2017 is when the deposit occurred into account number 3, ending in 3760, the joint account of Paul and Susan Caneiro.
Do you recall I'm going to draw your attention to April 14th of 2017. Was there any monies later transferred on that date from that sum into a different account?
Yes. So on April 14th, 2017, the $28,350 was deposited into the joint account 3760. 3 days later, on April 17th, a transfer was made from that account number 3, into account number 2, the defendant's account at TD Bank ending in 3837. The amount of the transfer was $27,200.
I'm going to draw your attention to the next
I wish we
category,
had a
which is
chart for
April
this.
of 2018. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and just explain to us what we're looking at here and what that source of revenue, where that came from.
Okay. This is a loan taken out from their employer's 401k. The loan was applied for on April 23rd, 2018.
Mm.
And how much was that loan?
$14,000. The amount deposited into the account after fees was $14,093.74.
In April, that's when Keith first noticed
Okay.
money
When
wasn't being
was
paid.
that amount deposited?
Okay. The amount of the deposit after the fees was on April 30th, 2018. And it came from Ameritrade Trust Company in the amount of $14,008.74. And that was deposited into the joint account with Susan and Paul Caneiro, account 3, ending in 3760.
Was any monies transferred from there into any of the defendant's other accounts?
Yes, on the same day, $14,000 was transferred into account 2, number 3837.
Which
And
is
finally, under May of 2018, do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and what are we looking at here?
Okay. This was a distribution. It was a hardship withdrawal applied for by Susan Caneiro in the amount of $50,000. After withholdings, deposit in the amount of $43,672.50 was deposited into the joint account of Paul and Susan Caneiro, account 3760. And that deposit occurred on May 15th, 2018.
oh,
Was money transferred from that account, from that deposit anywhere else?
Yes, of the $43,672.50 that was deposited into the account, on the exact same day, $43,000 was transferred out and into the defendant's account number 2, ending in 3837.
The next category is bank account revenue sources. Do you see that?
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
Bank account revenue sources,
I love the accents.
considered this a revenue stream because in 2017, a total of $12,346.72 came into the defendant's account number 2, 3837. The transfers all came from Square One, which is account number 6, J. Martin Consulting, Square One operating account. So transfers came in from the operating account, they stayed in the defendant's account, funds were not paid back, so it's on the chart as a revenue stream for 2017.
Now, in 2018, there's, it looks
Okay.
like $21,548.86. Do you see that?
Yes,
Okay, and there's a little, like a negative sign.
a
there.
negative.
Okay, what does that reflect?
Okay. So in this year, there was approximately 5,000 and change. I can be exact if you have bank statements in front of me, but there was a transfer from the same Square One account for over $5,000 into the defendant's personal account number 2 at 3837. After that, there were 4 transfers back into that business account. And those 4 transfers back totaled approximately $27,000. What I did is gave the defendant credit because I'll make it easy math. 5 came in, 27 went back. The difference is 22. That's easy math. I can give you the exact dates and amounts of the transfers and give you the exact. So I gave him credit for $21,548.86.
It's okay, but is that the accurate amount
Yes,
that's on the chart?
Yes.
Okay, so essentially the defendant paid money from his personal account into the operating account.
yes,
Okay.
So he paid the company back? Okay.
Was that from 3837?
yes,
Okay. And then finally, underneath, we have EcoStar operating account. Do you see that?
yes, I do.
Okay, in 2018 lists an amount. What is that?
$4,700.
Okay, and can you explain that to us?
Yes. In 2018, there were 4 transfers that went from EcoStar Pest Management Inc. operating account ending in 7234, which is number 8 on your chart. The dates and the amounts are as follows. On September 12th, 2018, $2,500. On September 13th, 2018, $500. On September 18th, 2018, $1,000. On October 18th, 2018, $700, totaling $4,700 into the defendant's account.
Okay, and then
Okay.
the next sources of revenue, it says additional revenue sources. Do you see that?
Yes,
The first category says checks from Michelle Restrepo. Do you see that?
yes,
Okay, and for 2017, what is the total?
$2,257,
And 2018?
$920.99.
Next category says Penn State University refunds. Do you see that?
Yes,
In 2017, how much was that?
$4,414.
What was that?
Penn State is not cheap.
A refund from Penn State University.
Okay, and then the next category is Chubb Insurance Company. Do you see that?
Yes,
Okay, and just refresh us as to what that is.
that is the company where the defendant maintains his homeowner's insurance policy.
Okay, and for 2018, you list $73,512. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and was that all one lump sum or was it broken up?
No, there was a Chubb payout on 2 separate claims. One claim was in the amount of $62,753.68. That claim was in February of 2018, and then in March 2nd, 2018, a second claim in the amount of $10,759 was paid out. So this was a one-off revenue stream for those years, and they were included as a revenue stream.
Why do you have
The
claims
next
for his
category
house
you have
early in
is, I believe,
2018?
The next category is the Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Trust TD Bank 5465. Do you see that?
Yes,
Okay, is this the
There's no
TD
chart.
trust account that we have been speaking about?
yes,
Okay, and it's listed as number 1 up on the number S28.
yes.
There should be.
Explain to us what we're looking at in your summary chart for 2017 and 18, please.
In 2017, a total of $33,680 was deposited into accounts in the defendant's name or joint accounts in the defendant's name.
From where?
These were deposited into account 2, Paul Caneiro, ending in 3837. The joint account, number 3, Paul Caneiro, Susan Caneiro, ending in 3760. And account number 5, Caitlin Caneiro and Paul Caneiro, ending in 3886.
Okay, but just to be clear, the $33,680, that came from where?
It came from the account number 1, ending in 5465, the Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Trust Agreement dated
Oh.
7/27/99.
Well, that's
And how
not
about
38,000.
2018? How much revenue did the defendant receive from that TD trust account?
$44,500.
Oh, but they could take loans against
I
it,
want to
right?
discuss and stay on, you know what, before we do that, let me ask you this. How did you first identify these electronic transfers out of that trust account into the defendant's bank accounts?
In reviewing the bank statements for the trust
Yes.
account, again, when I refer to the trust account, it's account number 1. I saw where the money was coming from. I then went back to those source documents and I saw where the money was going to, and I went to those source documents, bank accounts or companies.
So just to clarify, during the course of your investigation of all of the bank accounts, what did you review first?
The trust account.
And from there, that led you to?
Other accounts. So from there, when I saw the sources coming in, which was payroll and the businesses, I then through legal process obtained business accounts, bank accounts for both businesses operating in payroll. I also received documentation from the payroll companies. I saw funds going out to Canada Life, so I was able to get through legal process documents from Canada Life. I saw payments also transfers being made to account number 2, Paul Caneiro, ending in 3837 at TD Bank. I saw transfers going to Paul and Susan's account at TD Bank, account number 3, ending in 3760. And I also saw a transfer going to Caitlin and Paul Caneiro at TD Bank, ending in 3886.
Okay. We spoke about this earlier, but I just want to be clear. Now, in 2017, the defendant did pay some money from his personal bank account directly to Canada Life, right?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, that is reflected or was reflected in S40B under expenses for 2017, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that was $19,880 that he did
Yes.
pay. Okay. Do you recall which account that came from?
The 2 payments for $19,880. I just want to go back to refer to my report. They were made from account 2 ending in 3837.
And what types of transactions were those payments?
They were electronic payments made to Canada Life.
Was there anything, any sort of corroborating documentation that you reviewed from Canada Life indicating that the insurance company did in fact receive those payments from the defendant?
Yes, there were checks. So when I say it was electronic transfer, online bill pay, the recipient of the bill pay actually gets a check number on bill pay, even though it's an electronic submission. They
Sure.
receive a check.
I'm showing counsel what's been marked as S47 and 48. Judge, may I approach?
You can.
Just so much money coming in, so many accounts.
Detective, if you can look at S47 first, what are we looking at?
Just don't know why we didn't get a spreadsheet.
S47 is a check paid to Canada Life Assurance Company. It's dated July 19th, 2017, in the amount of $8,000. And this came from the account of Paul Caneiro at TD Bank, account number ending in 3837.
Okay. And S48 is what?
S48 is a check paid to Canada Life Assurance Company in the amount of $11,880, dated August 2nd, 2017. This check was issued from the account of Paul Caneiro at TD Bank, ending in 3837.
Thank you.
I think this lady is going to be on the stand all day, especially with defense. How long it takes to get a question
Detective, I
out.
want to talk to you about the defendant's bank account 3837, specifically for the year 2017. If I showed you that bank account, would you be able to identify for us each transaction in that account where the defendant transferred money out of that TD Trust account into 3837?
Yes.
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
going
think
to show
so.
you what's been marked. And I'll
I
show
think they
counsel
just
versus
have that.
S29.
Those boards for some reason. Oh, I bet she's fun at parties too.
In fact, if I showed you S39, do you recognize?
She has an excellent memory
I
with
do.
numbers
Sorry,
though,
29.
so.
Right, S-29, I believe that is.
Yes.
What is that?
This is a TD bank account in the name of Paul Caneiro. Account number ending in 3837. And statement period begins on December 24th, 2016.
Judge Estate would seek permission to publish the bank account and bank statements.
Counsel?
No objection, Judge.
Okay, you can.
Oh, there should be an undo button up there.
Should be in the bottom corner there. It's undo button. Do we have the little stylus for her?
Oh, they do have it up on the screen.
On your screen?
Yes.
They're just not showing us.
Where?
Though maybe it's because they didn't redact anything. So that could be why we're not seeing, even though they're literally telling us the numbers.
It's in the black area on the right. You can almost not see it.
Maybe that's why we're not seeing it. But
All
no,
the
they
way
were
to
showing
the
us
right
the whole
in
time.
the bottom corner.
Yeah, if you look at the screen. Bottom right.
Yeah, I'm on it. I'm on it. This here?
Yes. Keep it.
One more. Yeah.
All right.
That's
When
annoying.
you go to the first page, just to orient us. At the top of the page, on the right where it says statement period, what is that?
December 24th, 2016 through January 23rd, 2017.
Okay. What dates of the month do the bank statements start and end on here?
They were
They
redacted.
start on the 24th, they end on the 23rd.
Okay, and just to clarify, the pages are numbered that way, so with the 24th being page 1, and then the last page would be the last page. The last
Correct.
page, okay. We can go to page 3, please, for a moment. Just to get us familiar with the layout of this. So the top right of the page up there, what are we looking at? What date is this?
It's dated statement period December 24th, 2016 through January 23rd, 2017. The first transaction on the statement is dated January 3rd, which would be 2017,
And the account number on this is what?
ending in 3837.
Detective, if I ask you to identify each time that a transfer was made into this account from the TD Trust Bank account, would you be able to do that?
Yes,
Okay, I'm gonna direct your attention, if we could please go to February 16th.
How many of you are annoyed right now that we could have been looking at something this whole time? Me. I'm very annoyed about it. Are you making dog treats?
During this time period and on this
Okay.
page, February 16th, do you see any transfers coming in from that TD checking account?
I do.
Okay, can you point that out for us?
Lady,
On
it's over on
February 16th, an electronic transfer credit occurred in the amount of $2,400.
Can we scroll up just a little bit so we can see the debits and just please go up to the top of the page if you could.
We're all
So just to be
annoyed.
clear, so it says debit, right?
Yes,
And then credit,
yes,
okay, and then balance. And
correct.
Those are the columns. Okay,
Correct.
if you could just, I'm sorry, go back to February 16th, thank you. Can you circle for us where you see that?
$2,400.
Yes. And then just circle for us or underline the last 4 digits of the bank account from which that came. Okay. I'm going to direct your attention now to March 17th. Oh, actually,
Stay there for a minute. We gotta go back.
I have to hit undo.
No, hold on for a minute. Go back. Set it back up where it was. Now down to the 2,400. Oh, too far.
sorry, just touch just a little.
I know.
It's touchy.
Can we print that? That is S29.1. All right, we can now undo it. Thank you.
I'll direct your attention now to March 17th.
I can't believe, why are we going all the way back to March 17th? Oh my goodness.
Detective, do you see any transfers on March 17th from the TD Trust account?
Yes,
Can you please identify that by circling it?
there was a deposit in the amount of $1,500, which was an electronic transfer credit from the trust on March 17th.
And can you just underline the last 4 digits from where it came?
I have as much in that bank account as I thought he would
Print
have.
that, that's S29.2. You can undo it. Thank you.
I'm going to draw your attention now to April 7th. Do you see any transfers?
Sure is.
The trust account on that date?
Yes,
And same thing if you could circle it and underline the last 4 digits.
$1,000.
Print that, please, 29.3. You can undo it. Thank you.
I'm going to draw your attention now to June 16th. When we get there, if you could let us know if you see any transfers from the TD Trust
Oh,
checking
yes.
account on that date.
Oh, yes. We're going to be here all day with this lady. Which wouldn't be bad if we could, like, visually see stuff.
$2,000 transfer on June 16th.
29.4. Print.
Because I don't even know what account they're talking. Are they talking about the trust account then? Giving him payments? Maybe.
I'm going to direct your attention to June 20th.
$4,000 transfer, electronic.
Print that as 29.5, please.
I'm going to direct your attention now. If we can go to July 21st of 2017. Detective, I'm going to draw your attention to July 21st of 2017. It looks like there's a number of transactions, but the second one from the top, do you see that?
To Canada Life?
Yes.
Yes.
To Canada Life, okay. And that was for $8,000?
Yes,
Okay, does that correspond with the checks that I showed you that went to Canada Life?
yes,
And that is from the defendant's account, that's him paying Canada Life?
yes.
Okay. Now, it says next to 721, you can just tell us what that says.
TD Bank bill pay check, Canada Life Assurance Company, check number 995345.
Thank you.
$1,000
We can please
to
go, I'm gonna direct
Tiffany
your
and
attention
Company?
to July 28th now. Transfers from the TD account on that date?
$7,000 on July 28th.
Print that also, 29.7.
Hmm.
You can undo that one. Thank you.
Detective, you can undo the. I'm gonna direct your attention, if we could go to August 2nd of 2017.
Daria, I don't think I can do this all day. You're not Steve
Detective, you see where
Rogers?
there's a payment of
Captain America?
$11,880
Yes,
to Canada Life?
yes,
Okay, and again, does this correspond to one of the two checks, payments that the defendant did in fact make to Canada Life from this bank account in 2017?
yes.
Okay. I was like, you don't have to circle it. We didn't circle the last one. I just want to remain consistent. I just want to point it out though for the jury. And is there a check number under Canada Life Assurance Company?
Yes.
Okay. If we can, I'm going to direct your attention now to December 1st. Detective, do you see any transfers on, I think if we can just go up a little bit. Okay. Oh, down. Okay.
Do you see any transfers here on December 1st?
10,500.
Thank you. You're underlining for the record, the last four digits, 5465.
Yes.
Print that as 29.8. You can undo it.
Do you guys think
I'm
the
gonna direct your
jury's feeling
attention
like we
now
are?
to
Like,
1218. Transfers here from the TD checking account that you see?
Yes, 2,500 from account 5465.
29.9. Please pray it. You can undo it.
Finally, I'm going to direct your attention to 1227.
oh yes, Daria. Yes, over on Twitch, you guys can earn points that you can redeem for different stuff in the stream. We're still in the process of like setting up cool stuff for you guys,
Any
but
transfers from the
you
TD
earn
checking
points,
account
I
here that you
think,
see on
by
1227?
being the
Yes,
first
$1,000
view or last
from
review, or
5465.
excuse me, for like
Print
the
that
amount
as
of time you watch,
29.10.
you earn points, and like you can like unlock stuff like emojis and stuff. I think again, it's still in the process of setting things up, but yes, there's lots of fun stuff chatters can do over in Twitch that we can't do in YouTube, and I don't understand why. So you can be whatever color you want. You have
Showing
lots of
counsel what has
emojis.
been marked.
You
Actually,
can
let me
easily
ask
reply to somebody.
question.
It's good,
Detective,
too.
you indicated that you noticed in 2017 multiple transfers going into multiple of the defendant's bank accounts for that year.
Yes.
Did you
Just have
notice
another
any
hour
going
before
into
lunch.
the joint checking account 3760 in 2017?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S33 and showing counsel. Yes. I don't know if they're legally.
I heard some whispers.
I'll take that back. Detective, do you recognize S33?
Yes, these are TD bank statements in the name of Paul Caneiro and Susan Caneiro, ending in account number 3760, which is number 3 on the chart. And this is for the statement period December 24th, 2016 through January 23rd, 2017.
And just for the record, how many transfers, if you recall, were into this account for 2017 from the TD Trust account?
One transfer.
One, okay. Judge, permission to publish?
Counsel?
Oh, no objection, Judge.
Okay, you can.
Okay, just to orient us again, the top of the page, what are we looking at the right, the date?
The statement period is December 24th, 2016 through January 23rd, 2017, involving account number 3760. This is a joint account with Paul and Susan Caneiro at TD Bank.
Okay, but despite the date, this is the entire year of 2017, is that right, these records?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention to May 9th.
Right. Right, we're done here. We're just, no thank you. Right?
Detective, do you see any transfers coming in from the TD Trust account on that date?
1,500 on May 9th.
Print that as 33.1.
Detective, we can take this down, please. Thank you. Detective, which of the other bank accounts that the defendant had did you notice any transfers coming from the TD Trust checking account in 2017?
There was a transfer made to the TD bank account with Caitlin and Paul Caneiro ending in 3886.
How many?
One.
Just one? Okay. Showing counsel S35.
Just wait until it's crossed.
I'm showing you what's been.
I'm pretty sure it's going to be that guy again because he did Bourdieu.
Detective, do you
Usually how it
recognize
works.
that?
I do.
What is
He'd be
that?
like, have you heard of
These
the number
are
one?
TD bank statements in the name of
Never
Caitlin
seen
Caneiro, Paul Caneiro, ending in account number 3886. And the statement period is December 14th, 2016 through January 13th, 2017.
Permission to publish.
No objection.
Ken?
Detective, what is the last four digits on this account?
3886.
And just to be clear, are these the statements from 3886 for the entirety of 2017?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to refer your attention to February 21st. Yes, I'm sorry. Detective, on December 21st, do you see any transfers from the TD trust account into this account?
On February 21st, I do $280 coming from the trust account.
Okay, and I see that you underlined the amount and underlined the last four digits.
Yes.
35.1, please print.
Take those back.
I swear these headphones make my
In sum,
ear hairs
Detective,
like all
what was the total
tingly.
amount
That's
of
really weird.
transfers from the TD Trust account 5465 into the defendant's bank accounts in 2017?
$33,680.
She points
On
out.
to
Probably not.
2018 now. On the chart S40A,
I bet he's regretting a lot of these
Sources of
financial
revenue,
purchases, though.
do you see where it reflects the
Jeez. All right,
TD
I'll be
Trust
back,
checking
friends.
account?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the total amount there?
That amount is $44,500.
Which bank accounts of the defendants did those sums go into, or that sum go into?
Account 2, the defendant's account ending in 3837, and account 3, the joint account with the defendant and his wife ending in 3760.
So in 2018, how much money did the defendant pay to Canada Life, if any, from his personal bank accounts?
0.
If I were to show you the bank accounts for 2018, specifically 3837 first, would you be able to identify those transfers for us?
Yes.
I'm showing counsel on just S30. Detective, do you recognize this?
I do.
What is that?
These are bank statements from TD Bank in the name of Paul Caneiro. Account number ending in 3837. Statement period covers December 24th, 2017 through January 23rd, 2018.
Like we did with 2017, would you be able to identify each of the transfers that the defendant made into this account from the TD Trust checking account?
Yes.
Permission to publish.
No objection.
Go ahead.
Again, just to For purposes of identification, is there a bank number on here?
Yes,
Last 4 digits?
The account number ends in 3837.
Okay, this is the entirety of the bank statements for 2018 from this account.
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to January 2nd. Do you see any transfers from the TD Trust account on January 2nd into this account?
$1,000.
His print is 30.1.
Okay, Detective. Now, on January 10th, which is the same page, is there, I believe it's the same page, no, it's not, I'm wrong, I'm sorry. I'm going to direct your attention to January 10th. Did you see any transfers from the TD checking account into this account?
$500.
Please print is 30.2.
Directing your attention to January 22nd now. Do you see any transfers from the TD Trust checking account on that date into this account?
$2,500.
30.3.
Drawing your attention now, I'm sorry, you can take that off. Drawing your attention to February 5th. Same thing, if you see any transfers from the TD Trust checking account.
$2,200.
Let's not move for a second. And just make sure it printed on the 30.3. It did. Okay, so this would be 30.4.
I'm sorry, I'm going to direct your attention now to May 1st. Same thing, Detective, any transfers here?
$5,000.
Detective, just prior to this particular transfer on May 1st, do you see the previous transaction on May 1st, right above it?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
That is an online mortgage payment to City Mortgage in the amount of $3,050.
After that payment was made, what was the defendant's balance here?
Negative $759.86.
Please print as 30.5.
Detective, you can erase that. Thank you. I'm going to draw your attention to 618 now. Actually, I'm sorry. Let's back up. If we could go to, I'm going to draw your attention to May 15th. Detective, on May 15th here, there's a number of transactions. I'm going to draw your attention to the second one on May 15th. Do you see that?
The amount,
The amount that went into this account.
$43,000.
And where did that come from?
I had to re-up my caffeine.
That was a transfer from the joint account of Paul and Susan Caneiro, account ending in 3760.
And what does that what if anything, does that correspond with that we spoke about earlier in terms of the defendant's sources of revenue?
It corresponds to the gross distribution that was taken out in May 2018, and the funds were deposited into the joint account. And from there, $43,000 was transferred into the defendant's account.
So on that date, when that $43,000 gets transferred into this account, what is the defendant's balance?
$1,137.61.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention now to 618.
I just can't believe he wasn't making that much from the pest control company. Like,
Detective, do you see any transfers from the TD Trust checking account on this date?
7,500,
Just prior to that, what was the balance?
$4,015.66.
Thank you.
Please print as 30.6. For the record purposes, each time that I'm saying to print them, the witness has circled the amount and to the from where the transfer was coming from, the last 4 digits. Go ahead.
I'm going to draw your attention to July 16th now. Any transfers on this date from the trust account?
4,500,
Thank you.
30.7.
Oh, don't look at your ceilings. Don't do that. I do that sometimes, and I'm like, oh.
I'm going to draw your attention to August 3rd.
$4,000.
And that's coming from the TD Trust account.
Yes.
30.8 will be printed.
I'm going to go up now where it says, do you see where it says August 1st?
Yes.
And it would be the 1, 2, 3, 4th August 1st transaction down.
Yes.
What is the balance there?
Negative $2,631.48.
What is the transaction right after it reflect?
An overdraft return fee.
And that's on August 2nd?
Yes.
The next transaction on August 2nd, what does that reflect?
Oh, his mortgage payment was
An ACH
$3,000 a
returned
month.
item.
The lease,
How
porch
much?
lease was $1,500 a month.
$3,050, which went to city mortgage.
What does that mean, a returned item?
There was insufficient funds in the account.
Jeez.
On August 3rd, do you see any transfers from the TD Trust account into this account?
Yes, 4,000.
Hi, Amos. Good morning, babe. Hope you're doing well.
Just prior to that, on
I
August
don't
3rd,
think Buffy wants anyone to see her
There's
fall
a
asleep on
deposit.
camera today.
see that?
Yes.
And how much is that?
Apparently that's a thing on Twitch, so that isn't option.
$441.76.
And that comes from
If I
where?
fall asleep, apparently
Eco
people
Store
like that
Pest.
over there. So
Thank you.
Printed as 30.8.
What we got here?
To
Oh,
August 17th. Any transfers here, Detective, from the trust account?
$2,500 from account 5465.
What was the balance just prior to that on August 17th?
$452.84.
Thank you.
Print is 30.9.
see,
Draw your
it's what the
attention to
people want.
August 28th now.
It's what the people want. Just kidding. I get it. These people lived well beyond their means. it seems like.
$1,000 from account 5465.
Just prior to that transaction on August 28th, did you see that there's another transaction right above it on August 28th?
Yes,
What is that?
the transaction is an electronic payment to Bank of America,
We are
How
weird.
much?
$1,333.
And then what is the balance after that?
Negative $517.29.
Thank you.
Print is 30.10.
I'm going to draw your attention to September 4th.
$300,
From
5465.
just prior to that on September 4th. Right, so that takes place on September 4th, that transaction, the 300. Detective?
Yes,
Just prior to that, on September 4th, what is the defendant's balance?
$9.32.
Is there another transaction on September 4th that takes place?
Yes,
And specifically, what is that?
$200 is transferred to the joint account with Paul and Susan Caneiro, ending in account number
I can't get over the
3760.
insurance company being Chubbin's
I'm
son.
sorry.
Like I
I should
can't.
have been clear.
I'm not adult
Is there
enough
any
for that.
other, on 9/4, is there any other transactions? I might have missed that. I think it's actually above it. Are there
Yes.
any other transactions prior to this on 9/4 that, where money comes in from the TD Trust account into this account?
Yes, $1,000.
Thank you.
Print that as 30.11. Wait, hold on for a minute. Did you undo the one below it, the
Yes,
300? If
I
we're
think
circling
yes,
both,
yes.
this is all 30.11. You're gonna need to reprint it. Circle it back,
sure.
please. And on the underline. So we'll print that one and that will be 30.11. So for the record purposes, there's two areas that are circled on there. It's a $1,000 transfer and a $300 transfer for September 4th in two separate timeframes. Now you can undo it. Thank you.
I want to direct your attention now to September 7th. September 7th. One, two, three, four, five. I'm sorry. 1, 2.
Oh, stay.
On the 4th,
Yeah.
September 7th. 5th, on the 5th, September 7th transaction. Do you see that, Detective? Where it's
Yes.
Allstate,
Yes,
and there's a debit or a payment there? How
yes.
much is that?
The payment is in the amount of $5,283.35.
What is the defendant's balance after that?
Negative $4,452.91.
And then the next transaction, do you see that where it says 9-7 Bank of America?
Yes,
And how much is that?
$1,446.47.
And what is the balance there?
Negative $5,899.38.
Next transaction, 9-10, do you see that?
Yes,
Okay, and what specifically does that, what does that say?
it is a $200 debit. It's a debit card purchase.
Okay, and what is the balance after that?
Negative $6,099.38.
Okay, and the next transaction on 9-10?
Good morning,
Is
Kelly.
a electronic payment in the amount of $765.21.
Where's that to?
Volkswagen Credit Online, which is the lease for you sell Restrepo's Audi Q5.
And what is the balance after that?
Negative $6,864.59.
Okay, I'm just gonna ask if we can just scroll up slowly. Okay, when do we see the defendant come out of the negative balances? What date?
On September 12th.
Okay, and that is based on a transaction?
How many of your
Based on
banks
a
will let you
transfer.
overdraft
Of what?
$6,000?
An electronic transfer credit from checking account ending in 7234, which is account number 8 on the chart, the EcoStar Pest Management Operating Account.
Thank you. I'm going to draw your attention now to 9-17.
It does get weird around here. We do get
Any
weird.
transfers from the TD Trust account on this date?
1,300 from 5465.
After that, on that same date, is there a transaction?
Yes.
What is that?
On the same date, there's an electronic payment to Ally Financial Auto, online payment in the amount of $828.28.
And what is the defendant's balance after that?
Negative $307.25.
I'm going to draw your attention to 10-4.
Let's print that. If we could print that as 30.12, please. Go ahead, Counsel.
$800 for a car pay? That's crazy.
I'm going to draw your attention to, I just want to ask you about on 9:15 on this page, the last transaction that we see here. Do you see that?
Yes,
Sounds about right.
That
Pam.
is, what are the last four digits of that account?
7234.
And what does that account correspond to?
That is the operating account to EcoStar Pest Management.
Okay. And how much, what is the transaction? What type of a transaction is it?
It's a $1,000 electronic transfer into the account.
Okay, and does that bring the balance out of the negative?
Yes,
And what is the balance now?
$513.97.
If we can please go, direct your attention to 10-4.
Good. So, yeah, that's pretty much the entire summary. Pam nailed it of the whole morning.
Any transactions or transfers on this statement
That's
to
all.
the trust account?
That's all we do.
$1,500 from 5465.
And just prior to this transfer, still on 10-4, what was the defendant's balance?
Negative $868.07.
I'm gonna draw your attention now to, oh, I'm sorry.
Print that as 30.13.
I'll draw your attention now to 10-9. Any transfers?
$2,000 from account 5465.
Just prior to this transfer, still on 10-9, what was the defendant's balance here?
Negative $1,628.51.
Oof.
We can print that as 30.14.
I will draw your attention now to 10-15. Any transfers from the TD Trust account here?
Hammond roll sandwich.
$1,200 from 5465.
Thank you.
Print as 30.15.
I'd like to draw your attention now to 10-29.
I don't remember. Is the year 2018 that they're on, or is it 2017? If it's 2017, I think it is.
Any transfers here from the TD Trust account?
$2,000 from 5465.
I'd like to draw your attention to, you have to print that.
We had a
That'd be
deposit of $10,000.
30.16.
Drawing your attention to November 8th now.
And put it on Paul's account. You won't notice. I'll take money from the trust to pay for it.
$1,000 from 5465.
Printed as 30.17.
I'll draw your attention now to 11-15.
If it's not, I may die.
$1,300 from
Please make sure to
5465.
subscribe and hit the notification bell
30.18.
in case I die.
Prior to this transfer, what was the balance?
$380.12.
You can just scroll up a little bit. I'm sorry, it's down. Just to the next page. From 11-15 through now, so if we could just scroll down a little bit to the 19th.
Yes, Kelly. Yes.
Now from 11-15.
It's been a
Hold
long
on a
morning.
second, I just don't want you to circle anything yet. From 11-15 to November 19th now, November 19th of 2018. Did the defendant's balance remain in the negative?
Yes, it did.
Or actually, there is one, I'm sorry, so
Negative sweet.
go back please to 11-15. Okay, on 11-15, we see an IRS check payment, do you see that? Very top.
Yes,
What was that for? How much?
$1,265.
And the balance is what?
Negative $24.41.
On what date does the defendant's balance
come back into the positive numbers?
November 16th,
Oh, no,
And that is
Dave.
after
I
what?
don't know.
a payroll check from J. Martin Consulting.
Okay, and then on that same date, do we see the balance go back into the negative?
Yes,
And it stays in the negative until when?
stays in the negative up through November 19th, where it became in the positive.
Okay. Now I'm gonna draw your attention to November 15th. Again, and you circled it before, so I apologize, but do you see any transfers on this date from the TD Trust account?
On November 15th?
Yes. Oh, we did that already. I'm sorry. November 19th. That's my mistake. November 19th.
$1,200 coming from 5465.
Okay, and just to be clear, we're talking about November 19th of 2020?
Pays a lot for iTunes.
2018,
Okay.
November 19th.
After that date, are there any other transfers?
Can we print that as 30.19? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
iTunes, jeez.
Are there any other transfers after the 19th from that TD Trust checking account into any of the defendant's accounts?
No,
Thank you. Okay, we can.
It's true.
Detective, in 2018, were there any transfers made into the defendant's joint checking account 3760 from the TD Trust checking account?
yes,
How many?
one.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as S34. And I'll take this back from you. Do you recognize S34?
Yes,
What is that?
it's TD bank statements in the names of Paul and Susan Caneiro, account number ending in 3760. And this statement period starts December 24th, 2017 through January 23rd, 2018.
I don't
Permission to publish?
No objection.
You can.
Thank you. And just very first page, what is the account number listed, last four digits?
3760,
And is this the entirety of the bank statements for 2018 from 3760?
yes, it is.
I'll draw your attention to September 7th, please.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for not going
There,
much
tell
on
me
it.
if you see any transfers from the TD checking account into this account on that date.
All right, everybody go count how many pieces of grass.
Yes,
Wait, we don't, and then what, we don't
$1,000
have grass right
from
now.
the
Well, that's not.
5465.
Thank you.
Print is 34.1.
Uncle Feet's like, should I make more coffee? Yes. Yes, you should.
So the overall total amount of money that was transferred in total into the defendant's personal bank accounts from that TD Trust checking account 5465 in 2018 was what?
$44,500.
And just to be clear, were any monies from the defendant's personal accounts, personal bank accounts, transferred directly to Canada Life in the year 2018?
No.
All of the transactions that you just identified as being transfers from the TD Trust account into the defendant's personal bank accounts, did you corroborate those in any way?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
The transfers from the trust account into the defendant's accounts through legal process, I obtained the bank records through legal process, and I was able to verify that the money that was transferred out of the trust was transferred into the corresponding accounts.
Is that by legal process?
Now, Detective, when you looked at the TD Trust bank statements, 5465 for the years 2017 and 2018, did they reflect any funds being paid out of that account to Canada Life?
No,
I'm sorry,
What would we name her reality show? That's a good
for the
question.
years 2017 and 2018. We'll talk about the TD Trust account 5465.
yes,
Were any monies paid out of that account to Canada Life for premiums?
can I
Wish
see
I had
my
some
supplemental
boost.
report for Canada Life, please?
Yes, of course.
That's true. All right, maybe coffee's not a good
What's
choice,
been
but
marked, show council first as S54.
basically, Paul
If I
kept
showed
taking
you
money out of
this,
the
would that
trust, but
refresh
then
your
putting it
memory?
back and
Yes.
didn't,
If you could just read it to yourself and tell us when your memory is refreshed.
is what we've gathered.
Continue.
Okay, so for the years 2017 and 2018, were any payments made from the TD Trust checking account to Canada Life, the insurance company?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the total amount that was paid to Canada Life from the TD Trust checking account in 2017?
$25,709.20.
Okay,
Good
so
question.
let's stay on 2017.
Good question, Daria.
What were the dates and amounts of those payments?
On January 3rd, a payment was made in the amount of $15,709.20.
Okay, and was that one check or multiple transactions, I should say, or one transaction?
It was a transaction that covered multiple transactions at Canada Life because half of it paid the quarterly premium and half of it went to be applied as a loan payment.
Okay, in that same year, 2017, what
Okay.
if any other payments were made out of the trust account to Canada Life?
On October 10th, 2017, a payment was made in the amount of $10,000 to Canada Life.
And when you looked at that TD Trust bank statements for 2017, did those bank statements corroborate those payments?
Yes,
Was there any corroborating documentation from Canada Life as well?
yes,
And what was that?
checks,
Specifically, how many?
2 checks,
Did 3 sound right?
3 for the $15,709.20.
I'm showing council what's been marked as S49, 50, and 51. Let's start with S49, Detective. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a check issued from the TD Bank, account titled ATF Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Agreement dated 7/27/1999. This is check number 220, payable to Canada Life in the amount of $7,854.60. It is dated December 27th, 2016. But it was recorded and received at Canada Life on January 3rd, 2017.
You could look at S50, please. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
this is a check issued from TD Bank with the account holder of ATF Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Agreement dated 7/27/1999. The check is payable to Canada Life in the amount of $7,854.60 and is dated December 27th, 2016, but was credited on January 3rd, 2017.
And finally, I'm going to ask you to take a look at S51. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
this is a check issued from the Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Agreement dated 7/27/99. The check is in the amount of $10,000 payable to Canada Life dated October 11th, 2017.
Detective, I'll take this back from you. Detective, in 2018, were any payments made from that TD Trust checking account to Canada Life?
Yes,
How many?
one payment,
And what was the amount of that?
$8,500.
Did the TD Trust checking account reflect that payment? Was
Yes,
there any corroborating documentation from Canada Life?
yes, a check.
Sorry, Bishop, you just have one moment. Thank you. Showing counsel S52. Detective, I'm showing you S52. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
this is a check issued to Canada Life Assurance Company in the amount of $8,500. It's dated April 5th, 2018, and this is drawn on TD Bank, account 5465, titled ATF Keith Caneiro, irrevocable trust, agreement dated 7/27/99.
Take that back. Thank you. Detective, we just talked about for 2017 and 2018, funds that were transferred out of that TD checking account to the defendant's own personal bank accounts. Were you able to trace those funds as to where they went?
Yes,
And what was that? What were they used for?
to pay the defendant's personal living expenses.
Now, during the course of your investigation, was there any documentation from Canada Life that you reviewed regarding missing premium payments?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall specifically what that was?
Yes, I reviewed the quarterly billing statements and also the notices for the missed premium payment. The missed premium payment notices went out 60 days after the payment was due. So for example, if the quarterly premium payment was due January 28th, the notice would be dated March 27th. Also indicated in those notices was, what was indicated in the notices is that the automatic loan provision of the policy paid the missed premium payment.
Showing counsel what's been marked as S53. Detective, I'm showing you what's been marked as S53. If you could take a look at that.
I don't know if you've been watching Terry this morning, but
I have not. That's why I jumped on because I'm like, okay, I just finished up my work calls. Now I need to catch up. Has it been spicy today? Have I missed it?
no.
Oh,
It's been a fork in the
Detective, do you
eye kind of
recognize what's in
morning.
that binder?
oh.
Yes, I
boy.
do.
And specifically, what are
I'm here
those?
for it.
This is the Canada Life Assurance Company quarterly billing statements and the notices of missed quarterly payment.
Permission to publish?
Oh,
Thanks,
sorry, no
Dave.
objection, Judge.
Okay, go ahead.
Right, just to stay here for a second, Detective, I should clarify, are these notices for what years? Just tell us what years they're for.
This is 2017.
And the binder contains, so just to clarify, the binder is for the years 2017 and 2018?
Correct.
Okay. If you could go to the first page now, do you see where it says due date?
Yes.
What is that?
January 28th, 2017,
And is there a premium amount that's
Yes.
due? What is that?
$7,854.60.
Okay, and do you see to the left where it says Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Trust,
Yes,
and then Paul Caneiro Trustee?
yes,
Is there an address under there?
yes, there
What
is.
is that?
27 Tilton Drive, Wayside, New Jersey, 07712.
Okay, if we can scroll up there. We can go up to the next, that's January, so this is 2 pages. Okay. We are looking at what date up here?
April 28th, 2017.
Okay, and just again, these are quarterly, so would this be the next date chronologically in terms of when the premium would be due?
Correct.
Okay. And again, we see an amount of what?
$7,854.60.
We can please scroll up. Stop there for a second. Okay. If you can just scroll up a little bit. All right. Detective, what are we looking at here?
This is a notice of automatic premium loan issued by Canada Life,
And what is the date?
June 27th, 2017.
Okay, and do you see where it says notice of automatic premium loan?
Yes,
And it says insured as who?
Keith M. Caneiro,
Okay, and what was the due date?
April 28th, 2017.
Okay, and you can scroll up a little bit. Can you go up to the same page? All right, and what does this indicate?
This indicates that the policy in force did not receive the premium payment, that the above premium was paid by charging a loan against the policy as provided by the automatic premium
I don't
loan
think
provision.
It says you will be pleased
The
to know.
purpose of this
I don't-
provision is
Right.
to keep your policy from lapsing when a premium is not paid within the grace period, and when there is sufficient net cash value in the policy to advance the premiums.
You can scroll up again, please, to the next date. All right, what is the next date here?
July 28th, 2017.
Okay, if we can scroll up,
So these are all going to Paul's house instead of,
the next date, yes. And the next date is what?
October 28th, 2017.
Okay. And was that essentially the four quarterly premium dates that we just went through?
Yes,
And of those four, there was one letter for a missed payment from April, is that
maybe I
right?
should have got life insurance
is right.
yesterday in
Okay, if we
case I
can scroll up,
died of
please, now
boredom
to
today.
2018. Okay, do you see where it says due date January 28th of 2018?
yes,
Okay, and the premium amount, is that right?
yes.
Okay, if we could scroll down a little bit. Okay, and now what are we looking at here, Detective?
This is a notice of automatic premium loan issued by Canada Life.
What's the date?
It is dated March 29th, 2018.
Okay, and is there a due date?
The due date is January 28th, 2018.
Okay, so essentially, is this letter indicating that there was a missed premium payment from January?
Yes,
Okay, if we could scroll up to the next
Our
date.
YouTube chat lost their minds hours ago.
April 28th of
And
2018, do you see that?
yes.
Okay, if we could scroll up.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go back and read it though, because they never disappoint.
Any letters of missed premium payments for April?
No,
Okay, the next date, July 28th of 2018.
Those are some
Yes.
expensive premiums.
Okay, we could scroll up.
It's a $3 million life insurance policy.
But still, that's
Okay, Detective, what are we looking at here?
this is a notice of automatic premium loan issued by Canada Life,
What is the date?
September 26th, 2018.
And what is this indicating?
That the policy is in force, although Canada Life did not receive the premium payment. The above premium was paid for you by charging a loan against the policy as provided by the automatic premium loan provision.
And is there a due date?
The due date is July 28th, 2018.
I think that's the last of it, but if you could just scroll up just to show
That
us.
was in September. Oh, I don't know.
Okay, and the next one we come to is October 28th of 2018. Do you see that?
Yes,
Okay. Now, when you reviewed these documents, when there was a missed premium letter that went out, what was the time frame between the due date and the missed premium?
60 days,
Okay, so 60 days after this date would have been what?
December 27th,
Of
2018.
Okay, and did you receive anything in December 27th of 2018 regarding missed premiums?
I did not.
Okay, thank you.
I'm done. Don't worry, guys. They're still cross.
Detective, during the course of your
Okay.
investigation, what if any documentation did you receive from Stephen Weinstein?
Through legal process, Steve Weinstein, the CPA, provided a myriad of financial documents to include bank statements and other financial documents. It was voluminous.
Did those bank statements include TD Trust Account bank statements 5465?
Yes, it did.
Do you recall the time frame of those bank statements that you received from Mr. Weinstein?
Yes,
What was that?
January 18 through September 18.
Did you review those statements?
I did.
Okay, we're gonna go through
Showed counsel S12. Detective, I'm showing you what's been marked as S12. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
I'm sorry, S53. Which name? No. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. This is S12. Just to clarify, these statements cover the dates January through September of 2018.
Yes, they do.
What, if anything, did you do with these statements when you received them from Mr. Weinstein?
Well, when I received them, this was early on in the investigation. And as I said, his box of documents was voluminous. You became in a bit of a backlog up front in the investigation because I literally have tens and tens of thousands of pages of financial documents. But I did get to the point where I could review them in December, and I reviewed the statements that he gave me, these statements.
Okay, and when you reviewed
Oh, boy.
those statements, what, if any, other statements did you compare them to?
The bank statements I received from TD Bank through legal process.
For that same time period?
Yes,
Or, okay, so 2018?
yes,
So just to be clear, you looked at the bank statements you received from Mr. Weinstein from January of 18 to September of 18? And
yes,
did you compare those from the bank statements you received through legal process from January of 18 through September of 18?
Oh, that's our word
Yes,
of the
I
day.
did.
Okay. And
Legal
we're talking about the
process.
TD Trust Account 5465
Okay.
statements.
yes.
And voluminous.
What,
Okay.
if anything, did you notice when you compared the two?
That for the months of May, June, July, and August and September, the payments on the statements that were provided to me by the CPA, Steve Weinstein, that he received from the defendant.
Objection.
What's the objection?
Just that the witness is testifying outside the scope of her knowledge. She received them from a person. She can say who she received them from. What happened prior to her involvement, I don't think she should be testifying about.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I learned in the
Okay.
investigation that these were provided to the CPA by the defendant, and the payments that I knew to go to the defendant's account from
These are the fake ones.
the TD Bank statements I received from legal process, the statements that the accountant provided me, those payments showed those payments going to Canada Life.
Gonna ride that high for the next 2 hours.
Judge, permission to publish S12?
No. Previously discussed, no objection.
People are
Go
such
ahead.
slow talkers here, and I don't quite understand. It's like, wow.
Okay, I thought it was just me. I'm like,
No.
my God.
Detective, what you're looking at on the screen, is that the same thing as S12 that you have in front of you in its entirety?
Yes.
Okay, we can go through this for a moment. We can scroll up. Now, you indicated that you noticed alterations starting in when?
May.
May, okay. We can go to May.
Hey, good news, everybody. He will have a hard stop for lunch.
Specifically,
in 19
we're looking
minutes.
at May 1st here. Can you point to what you're referring to or circle it?
Yes. $5,000 is shown on this statement to have been a bill paid to Canada Life Assurance Company.
Okay. We can go.
We can print that as 12.1, please. Let me just confirm. I don't think we had a 12.1 from yesterday, right? We didn't have a 12.1 from yesterday, correct? All right, 12.1. Go ahead.
And then if we can go up a little bit. Okay, we're looking at, I'm going to draw your attention to June 18th. What are you circling here?
$7,500 is shown to have been a TD bill pay check to Canada Life Assurance Company.
There's no number there, right?
That's 12.2.
Well, during the lunch break, everyone go buy their life insurance because cross hasn't even happened yet. And we're
Draw
probably
your
all
attention to
going to that.
716.
$4,500 is shown to have been a TD Bank bill pay to Canada Life Assurance Company.
Thank you.
12.3.
On August 3rd now.
$4,000 is shown to have been a TD Bank bill pay to Canada Life Assurance Company.
I'm going to stay on the same page. Judge, I don't know if you want to print or since it's the same page.
We'll do both on the same page. Go ahead.
Okay, is there any others that you see on this page?
$2,500 is shown to have been a TD Bank bill pay on August 17th to Canada Life Assurance.
Detective, any others on this page?
$1,000 is shown to have been a TD Bank bill pay to Canada Life Assurance Company on August 28th.
Thank you.
No reference.
12.4.
Yeah, no check number on these. Also, it would show the amount of the total on the other side. So, like, I don't know how this is still even good because where's all the money?
Yeah.
We're on
I don't know.
September now, specifically starting with September 4th.
September 4th, TD Bank bill pay shown to have been sent to Canada Life Insurance. September, should I continue?
Yes, please, on this page.
September 4th, TD Bank bill pay in the amount of $300 shown to have gone to Canada Life Assurance Company. September 7th, $1,000 TD Bank bill pay shown to have gone to Canada Life Insurance Company. And $1,300 on September 17th, TD Bank bill pay shown to have gone to Canada Life Assurance Company.
Thank you.
12.5.
I agree. We do need to flip a table. Paul's a prostitution whore. He faked those documents 19 times.
Oh my God.
A little New Jersey for you.
That's, yes,
New
I'm
Jersey
sorry.
housewives. I mean.
Okay, and that's what you
I'd
received
say.
through September, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
I don't blame her. I flip things around just saying.
Detective, all of those transactions that you just underlined and circled reflecting transactions that went to Canada Life, where did they actually go?
To the defendant's bank accounts.
And how do you know that?
Because I have the bank documents through legal process for TD Bank, and I was able to see exactly which accounts the money went to.
Now, Detective, in April of 2018, there actually was that one payment that did go to Canada Life, is that right?
Correct.
Was there anything different about that payment, specifically the way it was titled on the bank statements as to the ones that were altered?
It listed a check number. It actually had check and then the number.
During the course of your investigation and preparation, was anything prepared to depict the altered statements side by side with the statements you received through legal process?
Yes,
And what was that?
an exhibit.
Usually I find ballistics to be the worst stays.
I'm going to show you. Here's the
Not
show
today.
cancel with the S1I.
Well, there was like a good 2 hours that she was talking, probably not that long, but it felt like it, where they had no visuals going along with what she was saying with like
Oh,
10
Lord.
different accounts. And we're just all like, we don't even know.
I'm showing you what's been marked as S1.
Glad I missed
Do you
that.
remember this? I'll ask you to just flip through it.
Yes,
Okay, and what is this? Is this what you just referred to?
yes.
Okay, let's just go, the first page depicts what?
First page depicts bank statements from TD Bank for the trust, bank account ending in 5465. The first sheet on the left, the statement date is April 1st, 2018 through April 30th, 2018. And the statement on the right is for the same account number, and the statement period is May 1st, 2018 through May 31st, 2018.
Okay, now just staying on this first page, each of these bank statements, so from April of 18 and May of 18, were these the statements that you received from Mr. Weinstein?
Yes,
Okay, and you indicated that they began, I think you said they started being altered in May, it appeared?
yes.
Okay, in April, there is actually what?
In April, there is one payment to Canada Life in the amount of $8,500. The payment was made on April 9th. It's a TD Bank bill pay check to Canada Life Assurance Company, and it lists check number 995002.
Did that payment actually go to Canada Life?
This payment for $8,500, yes.
Okay, and
Oh,
how
okay.
about the payment listed for the slide next to it in May?
That would be the May 1st payment for $5,000. No,
It did not.
no.
Okay, and then just tell us, if you can, what the rest of the pages depict. You don't have to go each page by page, but just generally speaking.
Generally speaking, on the left is the statement that I received from the CPA. I know that because he put check marks on it. There were check marks when I received the statements. So on the left is the statement from the CPA. And on the right is my statement from TD Bank that I obtained through legal process.
Dang, I'm an accountant, even I'm bored. Ugh.
No objection.
You can, I have it. Thank you.
We're going to have to revoke your bean counting certificate.
Detective, if you could just explain, because now the jury can see what we're looking at. This is slide 2.
Okay. These are bank statements provided to me by the accountant, Steve Weinstein.
What is on the left?
On the left is the statement covering the period April 1st, 2018 through April 30th, 2018.
Canada Life is getting
It's
some
from the
shout outs.
trust account maintained at TD Bank, account number 5465.
Do you see where it says 49?
49,
Right?
April 9th,
You
yes,
see that? Okay, and then there's a payment of $8,500.
yes,
And did that actually go to Canada Life?
yes.
And how do you know that?
Because I have the documentation from Canada Life verifying that they received that payment.
Is there a check number underneath that one?
There is,
Now, to the right, we're looking at the May statements that Mr. Weinstein provided to you.
yes,
Okay, and is there a payment that reflects it's being sent to Canada Life?
yes, on May 1st for $5,000
Okay, and where did that actually go?
to the defendant, Paul Caneiro's account at TD Bank, account number 3837.
Is there a check
Oh my
number
God,
underneath
Judy.
that one?
There is not.
Okay,
Too
we're on the
early.
slide.
We're going to have Canada Life merch, or is that a copyright problem?
That's probably a copyright.
Just explain to us what we're looking at here side by side.
On the left is the statement from TD Bank provided to me by the CPA.
Would Canada Life like to sponsor us? Putting that out there,
The
Canada
statement
Life.
period is May 1st, 2018 through May 31st, 2018. This is the trust account maintained at TD Bank, account 5465. Right, it's the same bank, it's the same account number, and it's the same account, the trust account. The statement on the right, I obtained through legal process from TD Bank.
statement on the right, it has that same amount, $5,000?
Yes.
So where is that going to?
It's being transferred to checking ending in 3837, which is account 2 on the chart.
We can go to slide 4, please. Same thing, Detective, if you can just explain the side by side to us.
Statement on the left was provided to me by the CPA. The statement on the right was obtained through legal process from TD Bank. It's the trust account maintained at TD Bank, account ending in 5465, covering the statement period June 1st, 2018 through June 30th, 2018.
The statement on the left, on June 18th, is there a transaction?
$7,500,
And it's reflected as going to where?
Canada Life Assurance Company,
The statement on the right that you received through legal process, same date?
same date.
What is reflected?
It's transferred to checking account ending in 3837, which is account 2, in the name of the defendant, Paul Caneiro.
If you go to slide 5, please. Take us through this again the same way.
Statement on the left was provided to me by the CPA, Steve Weinstein. Statement on the right was obtained through legal process from TD Bank. The statements are from TD Bank in the name of, it's the trust account ending in 5465.
What does the statement on the left reflect?
It reflects a $4,500 TD Bank bill pay to Canada Life Assurance on July 16th.
And the statement on the right that you obtained through legal process reflects what?
An electronic transfer to checking account ending in 3837, which is account 2, in the name of the defendant.
You can go to slide 6, please.
Oh my
Detective, can you take us through these transactions?
Yes, the statement on the left was provided to me by the CPA. The statement on the right, I obtained through legal process from TD Bank. These are TD Bank statements for the trust account ending in 5465. And there are 3 transactions on these statements. August 3rd, $4,000. August 17th, $2,500. August 28th, $1,000. On the statements from the accountant, these transactions were TD bill pays to Canada Life Assurance Company. On the statements I received from TD Bank, those same dates, those same amounts were transferred to TD checking account ending in 3837, which is the defendant's account number 2 on the chart.
Slide 7, slide 7. Same thing, Detective, if you can take us through what we're looking at on the left and right.
Again, the statement on the left was provided to me by the CPA. The statement on the right, I obtained through legal process from TD Bank. These are TD Bank statements for the trust account ending in 5465. There are transactions dating September 4th for $1,000, September 7th for $1,000, September 17th in the amount of $1,300, and also September 4th for $300. These 4 transactions indicate they went to Canada Life Assurance Company from the statements I received from the accountant. The statements that I received from TD Bank show that those transfers went to September 4th, $1,000 went to account 2 ending in 3837. Also on September 4th, $300 to
Good.
account 3837.
Making fake.
And also to account 3837 is September 17th in the amount of $1,300. And lastly, on September 7th, there was a transfer in the amount of $1,000 to the joint account that the defendant held with his wife ending in 3760.
Yes, could be Lady in Gray.
I'll take a copy for you.
Could be their way to go. Is that the CPA did it?
Because CPAs do that, right?
I mean, I don't know. Oh, it's just taking papers away.
For purposes of, you spoke about the defendant's sources of revenue for the years 2017 and 2018. Just to kind of give us a complete picture, do you know whether Susan Caneiro, the defendant's wife, worked or was employed?
No,
No, you don't know, or no, she wasn't?
no, I don't know.
Okay.
If we ever get caught, we'll be begging for state back in like 2
During the
minutes.
course of your investigation, Detective, Did you learn whether or not Keith Caneiro had security cameras inside of his home at 15 Willowbrook Road?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Okay.
And specifically, were you made aware of those by the investigative team?
Yes, I was.
Do you know where specifically those cameras were located inside of the home?
Yes, there were 2 cameras. One was in the kitchen and one was in the office. And they were Wise cameras.
Do you know whether those
Cameras.
Wise cameras contained any stored recordings?
Yes, they contain stored audio and video recordings.
Uh-oh.
Were there any
Ooh.
recordings that you specifically reviewed in the course of your investigation?
Yes, there were.
Okay, and do you recall specifically what you reviewed from what dates?
And now we're going to go to lunch.
Yes, there were 2 recordings. They were dated November 19th, 2018.
Oh, that's the day
One
before the murder.
recording was approximately 3:50 p.m. And that was a recording that was in the kitchen. And the second recording was approximately 6:05 p.m. And that recording was involving the office area.
Uh-oh. That's not good, Paul.
That's not good.
These are recordings from the day.
Generally speaking, when you
Before the
reviewed
murder.
those recordings, what was the nature of those recordings?
The nature of the recordings involved finding out where the money went. Apparently, Keith Caneiro was missing money going to Canada Life.
Okay, so just to clarify, who were the recordings of specifically?
The defendant and his brother Keith Caneiro.
Okay, and who do you actually hear and see in those recordings?
Yes, you can.
No, who can you actually hear and see? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. You can hear the defendant Paul Caneiro, or excuse me, you can hear Keith Caneiro on the recordings.
Okay, I'm gonna show you,
Oh, you can hear them? Oh, boy.
showing S66. I'm gonna show you what's been marked as S66. What is that?
This is a CD of the Wise camera interior, kitchen, and office recordings.
Okay. And how, is that how you listened to those recordings and watched them?
Yes,
Okay, and are your initials on there?
yes, right there on the top left.
Uh-oh.
All right, we're going to stop here. We're going to take our lunch break right now. So
Yes.
you guys will go in, get whatever you need, and then Amor will take you downstairs. I bring you back up at 1:30, please.
Sure.
Please do not discuss this case or do any research
Don't
right now.
worry.
Just go and enjoy your lunch. We'll have you back up at 1:30 and we'll continue on with the direct examination. Thank you so much.
We'll talk about ending the morning on a cliffhanger. The one interesting
It's-
thing.
I better just say, Paul, not looking good.
Yeah, that's not great. That's definitely not it's not good for him. The faking of the documents, not great.
Yes.
Not great at all. So definitely make sure y'all are back. Oh, where'd Terry go? Oh, there she is.
I'm like,
Definitely
I
make
got
sure
fired.
You're back before 1:30. We're not going anywhere, so please feel free to hang out with us. When we come back at 1:30, though, when court comes back at 1:30, apparently there's video or audio recordings of what was said between Keith and Paul literally the day before the murder. Hours, really, before the murders. So that's interesting. I was not expecting that coming from this lady. Why? I don't give a shit about all these financial records at this point. Like, I mean, yes, it showed us they had quite the expenses and they weren't very
Curious
good
to
with
see
money.
how good the audio is going to be.
Oh, don't put that into the universe. Well, good news is we're listening to the one stream that actually has really good audio.
Our
I mean,
audio, our
it's
cameras
good.
in our house, the audio is amazing. So
Yeah, so that'll definitely be. You're still here. Everybody's checking in that they're awake or alive. Do we need to do welfare checks on anybody?
yes, I think we do.
Whew, it was such a rough morning, Terry. Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness, Buffy. What the heck?
Or a can line.
Glad I put my hair up today.
So we've just been going over all of these financial records through this forensic accounting detective financial crimes lady. It was very tedious. Okay. Their expenses were crazy, Terry.
Expenses, just that part was crazy. And if that's just a little bit,
That's what they were paying.
geez.
I can bring it back up real quick. So, oh, that's not right. Boop. I don't know why this one's not going up. Oh, there we go. It's very kind of blurry and hard to see. But I mean, they paid in 2018 $120,000 towards their American Express. Well, plus add the $43,000 one right under it. So Justin, oh, I see little poets in your face. That's not helpful, huh?
Oh, sorry, little potato. Oh, wow. Holy
there we
crap.
go. Yeah, like, so those were their expenses for those 2 years, and that's just what they paid. It's crazy. And then
Their mortgage,
Mhm.
their mortgage, does that say 33,000
Yes,
for the year?
I believe so.
Look at how much you spent on your American Express compared to your mortgage. Wow.
Yeah, and all of their car payments, crazy.
Oh, there's a Tiffany's charge? Oh,
Yes.
yes, please, because I happen to be a Tiffany's girl.
$17,000 in 2017. Like,
That could be one or two items, unfortunately.
well, they didn't really have the money for it, so it's just
Wow.
I don't know. And so we saw all of these expenses. There's also an apartment that was being paid for in 2017. They said the name, but we don't know who that is. It's not a family, like it's not his daughters or anything like that. It was a I don't know what the name was. And then there's a Volkswagen Audi payment that he pays in 2018 that is for whoever that apartment is for. I mean, maybe it's a family member, but it's not like his daughter.
Does he have a side piece?
I don't know. I don't know that to be true, but maybe.
Wow. I kind of like having names across my eyes, though.
So they showed us all the expenses there. Why does my things keep going away? Oh, Amy's going to be so mad at me because for some reason I click things and I don't know. I'm trying to learn how to do scenes
They
over
were
here.
living, it looks like, well outside of their means.
Mm-hmm. Well, and then the other interesting part, okay, so he gets like 3 disability payments in 2017, over $100,000 from the government. But
How
Lady
do I
in
get
Gray,
a grand disability from the government? Could somebody
well,
please
the
tell
next
me?
year was like 29,000. So Lady in Gray
Oh.
has hypothesized that maybe it was like back, cumulative.
Cumulative. Makes
But then
sense.
he also had, private disability as well. A lot there. Okay. He made, I want to say it was $100,000 for the Square One, but remember that account was going to be going away. And then he only made like a couple grand a month from the pest control company, which is kind of crazy.
That's
Very low. So I'm not really sure what all that's about. Hypothetically speaking, right? There's some rent being paid, an Audi, some Tiffany's.
if
I don't know.
one was going to make an assumption, and a car, rent, Tiffany's.
Oh gosh, they did say where that apartment was, and I don't remember. Because I'm not very familiar. Yeah, I don't. So we went over a lot of those.
I'm not going to say I'm sad I missed it.
No, don't be. But we survived. We need shirts.
Survived.
We survived the morning testimony of January 13th, 2026. Not sponsored by Canada Life Insurance. But anyway.
It was close to Paul's house. Okay.
Was it close? Yeah. Both the daughters lived at home. The apartment does not belong to his daughters. Oh,
I mean,
why do we have court noise? Where's that coming from?
I don't know.
Oh, they're just having a hot mic.
I was like, say, did they forget to turn that off? Because just think of the good stuff you could possibly.
The internet?
Listen.
I got it. Oh, I don't need that.
She's done the two I was worried about.
Be nosy.
I know.
It kind of sounds like it.
What can I carry? Well, they use the boards.
Is it the wrappers?
Oh, they might use them. They might.
We need to write a letter.
Yeah, the
You want
wrappers
me to
are a
park here,
problem.
or do you want to take it down? You can leave it, I think. Okay.
I'll bring my computer and the bag.
Sorry.
Nope, you're not turning it off yet. So we kind of want them to, because if they capture something they shouldn't,
It could be a problem.
it could be a big problem. Not our problem though. Anywho, what was I forget what I was talking about. So it looked like he was taking a lot of money from the trust. Honestly, it was kind of confusing. Oh, look, they said, have good luck, ladies. That's what the CC. All right, so that must have been the end of that one. Anywho.
Yeah, he was taking money from that trust.
Yes. But see, here's the thing. And I think this is where the defense is going to go, is they did say earlier that both Keith and Paul would borrow from or take out loans or something from the insurance trusts or whatever.
Right.
So that part, I mean, yes, it does not look good for Paul. And it didn't look like Keith was doing anything in the last 2 years with it. But the problem with Keith is the fake documents, bro. Like, that's going to get you.
That's going to get you, because he didn't even do a good job.
No, he didn't do a good job. No, he did not.
I mean,
did not. Need it. Does anybody want to DoorDash me some alcohol? I've earned it already.
I think I've earned it.
Some midday mimosas or something. I'm just kidding.
Oh my God, I would love that, except for I don't think I'm allowed to do writing or research while drinking if I'm not allowed to on drugs. So
no, you're not. You've been banned from it.
I've been banned. I mean,
so they showed a lot of bank accounts. It was very hard to follow, honestly. Like I said, it doesn't look great, but our testimony that we heard yesterday, I don't know. Yes, could money be the motive? Sure. Paul's not doing great financially. But remember, the defense said Corey's financial situation was worse. So I don't think we're going to be able to see that. But anywho, it was, that was the entire morning. And then, of course, we ended finding out that there are audio recordings of Keith and Paul the day before the murders. And that's the worst cliffhanger.
Right.
Like, Judge, I'm sorry. We've earned it. At least give us a little treat.
But now you have something to anticipate. So we get to sit here and wonder what is on those recordings.
Unless we go word for word. And oh my gosh, the cross on this lady. maybe during the break, somebody can like put together a bingo board. How about that? While we're at lunch, somebody put together some bingo and we'll play bingo this afternoon because we're going to need something to get through because it's Andy, the male defense attorney. He did the voir dire, so he's and the objection, so he's probably crossing. And oh boy, does it take him a long time to spit out a sentence. It's awful. Just awful. So
they are slow. They remind me of the judge that we had on the True Crime Wine Time podcast who talked slow.
Oh yes, Judge
Blevins.
Yes,
Judge
Perry.
Blevins. Yeah, Perry Blevins. But yeah,
it
means that they're thinking what they say before they say it.
Okay, but like, if that's the case, I'm definitely falling asleep on screen. All right, Krista. I don't think that's a good idea for me.
Yeah, probably not a good idea.
No, not so much. So that pretty much sums up our entire morning. I don't know if we really learned anything. I mean, we learned what expenses they had. We do have some questions, but
They're proving
not
that
great.
there's a financial motive. In my thoughts, I mean, there was definitely some creative accounting going on.
Yes. Now, Pilo's mom says, but the wife knew she had access to all this money. I mean, I would think so, but
You would think so, but
they only shared like one account together. So, their joint account wasn't doing great. So I don't know. I don't think she can testify to it anyway, even if she did, right? Because they're married. Is that how that works?
yeah.
I mean, if she knew, she could also plead the fifth, because that could,
But you would
possibly
think
bring
the
charges
bank,
on her.
you can get information from the bank who has access to it, unless she was using his login.
Oh, maybe. Corey was not in business with them. No. The third youngest brother, Corey, was not. It was just Keith and Paul that had these businesses together. Right. They have, by the way, like 3 Porsches or something. Because it was
New or old?
Hold on. I think I wrote it down in my notes because it was in the probable cause affidavit. And I was just like, geez. Un momento.
Oh, real tea. No. Let's not encourage any more Real Housewives stuff. They are already unhinged. They're trying to get me to watch it.
Oh, okay. So I don't have it written down because I was like, oh, who cares? Well, now I see why I should have put it over here.
But they weren't like a 1980s Porsche that they just happen to still have. They were spending money to buy.
I think they have 3 to 2 Porsches and a rental one. One on loan because his was in the shop, which I'm wondering if that's the thing that's going to come up later. And then they had like 2 Jeeps of some kind, like Jeep brand vehicles. I think it was 1 or 2. They had 4 or 5 cars. Okay. I think the Jeeps were earlier models. But
I mean, how many cars do you need? I mean, I say that and I'm like, we have 3, but.
Well, and then he was making Audi payments for somebody. And guess what is not listed in the probable cause affidavit, I can tell you, is an Audi. Okay. I'm pretty sure. I'm going to find it. Unfortunately, I downloaded it on the wrong computer.
So, I mean,
not upload it to Google.
That stuff, initial thought, maybe we'll find out, is you're paying for somebody to have stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's an illegitimate child, whether it's a side piece, somebody, you're helping take care of somebody.
Mm-hmm. I mean, maybe it's a parent, but I don't know. Oh, thank you, Krista. Wonder if it's true crime. I found a home. I usually stay in my Bravo bubble where I'm safe, but I can't stay away from true crime. I feel you there too. As I said, I just entered the Bravo bubble. We're not going to talk about housewives. I'll lunch break again. But I've been trying my best to recruit everyone.
I mean, we could talk about Games of Thrones because I have a list of things I have to talk to you about that I have questions on.
See, I wasn't wrong about Game of Thrones. Maybe I'm not wrong about the Housewives of New Jersey.
I've watched a couple episodes. I just think I can't handle that level of insanity right now.
That's fair. It's amazing. Let's see. Was there anything else regarding the crimes? Hold on. Where'd my cheat sheet go?
If we can't talk Real Housewives and we can't talk GOT. Hey, I am mother of goats. I can talk about what I want to.
That's right. I am always right. I'm just kidding, but I am.
Do you want to be right or happy?
To me, they're the same. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. So, also what's interesting too about this financial motive is, so Keith ended up going back to school school as in like college, he went to Columbia University starting in 2010. And then he actually graduated with a bachelor's at one point. And then in 2018, he graduated with his April. So right when they're finding out about all this money from the trust being missing the first time, and with Paul, a month later, Keith graduated with his MBA at Columbia University. And so that's why he was trying to like go into other IT, like in stuff like that. So he had what do they call it? A fail-safe plan in place for when the businesses, dissolved and got sold off or whatever. And I don't think Paul did. So that's not good in Paul's life.
That's not good.
You
You always need to have a hit by the bus book.
Right.
Which is a fail-safe plan, a backup plan when things go
into shit.
Yeah. I mean, one thing that I always laugh when I see that payments are being made to insurance companies, that when you're not able to pay your insurance, something bad's going to happen.
Yeah.
I mean,
People's mom asked, wasn't Keith aware of the payments? So we just saw, which was a question we've all had, was how did Keith not know? Wasn't he being notified? Well,
right.
the notification letters were being sent to Paul's house because he was the trustee. I don't know why they still wouldn't call Keith, but I don't know how all that works.
Yeah. You would think they would let everybody, all parties know. I'm trying to think about, on ours, Phil and I both.
Mm.
No, but it's for the kids. But yeah.
Rhode Island. Stop it, Chris.
Oh, so there's a brand new one.
There's so many.
So maybe I could start at the beginning. I just don't have the patience to go back and watch them all. I mean, I'm so far behind on GOT that it's not even.
So Keith became aware. So this is also confusing. And this is not meant to be victim blaming in any sense. I don't even understand this world. So my questions are merely because I also love how the first 2 days of trial, we're talking about stuff that like I know zippy zap about.
Well, because you get to learn things.
That's true.
It's like a Llama learns, just
It
much
is, but
slower and not as fun.
Not as fun. But we're doing our best. Chat, you've been great today, by the way.
You didn't know where Rhode Island was?
That's funny. I love that. By the way, I'm not laughing at you. There's running jokes that some of us aren't good at math or geography.
That's the thing. Yeah.
That laugh was not at you.
Yeah, that laugh was not at you. That was an laugh at myself.
And a few others. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. So after he found out that Paul, because I think it was like 25 grand or something like that in April, that Paul apparently did pay back. Though I'm still confused because we saw so many financial things which were very confusing. But anyway, I don't know why he would even let him keep doing the trust for another 6 or 7 months. Or is it like a whole process?
I think what I know, it's a process.
Okay.
You have to prove why the other person should not be in that role.
Okay, so it's not like an immediate, like, I don't want you to do it anymore, sort of
not
thing,
unless it's written that way, but usually because you want to try to put in to make sure there's checks and balances and that you can't just kick somebody off because you got mad at them.
Okay.
So
he would not have been able to the next day. I mean, I guess he could have started a process.
He could have started a process.
But
then you also have to have proof, probably. You've got to have receipts showing why they shouldn't.
And maybe he didn't want to get his brother in legal trouble.
6'8", and maybe.
Because that's a big decision to make. Because those are pretty serious charges there. So
And that's some big money. That's some money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. And yes, he did, Keith likely knew that the Doris Duke Foundation wasn't going to renew their contract, which was what, $1.5 million, $1.3 million or something like that. So, but now it makes you wonder why Paul was like, I don't want to sell the pest control for $850,000.
Yeah.
Talk about a choosy beggar.
I know. I'm like, beggars I didn't think could be choosy.
Oh, I love that. I love that. You can email me if you want to. Somebody give Krista my email. Or if you're on Discord, I'm on Discord too. But okay, well then that explains why he couldn't immediately, for a few different reasons, why he couldn't remove Paul right away from being the trustee, why maybe he didn't want to start that process because he didn't want his brother to be in legal trouble or,
Right.
So, okay. Well, then that makes sense. These rich people problems, I don't understand.
Yeah, but in some states, it's good to have a trust so that when you die, your kids don't have to pay higher taxes. And you do it, and it also protects some things. Even if you don't have a lot of money, it keeps you from having to pay taxes on what little you have.
Oh, okay. Trusts are very hard to figure out how they work.
And it depends on what kind of trust, because there's multiple trusts, different states, federal. I mean, there's different things.
Mhm.
But
And-
I can tell you, if you, like in our case, my boys are biologically mine. My husband is their stepdad. When I sold my business, I wanted to make sure my kids were protected. Even though we've been married a long time, if something happens to me, that money in that business was started before him. And we
Right.
agreed that it's for my kids, if something happens to me.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Exactly. You can avoid probate court.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay.
It says a lot of things.
Please do, Krista. That would be great.
Please.
Is Llama my first name? Yes. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's Tara.
I'm like,
yes. My mom was drunk when she named me. No, I'm just kidding. But everybody calls me Llama, so it's fine. So
it's a thing over here at TCWT. We like to have multiple names.
it's true. It drives Terry just to piss Terry off, really.
I'm the only one that Terry is my real name, guys. Everybody else, no real names.
That's true.
It's okay.
I don't know what that means about us. No, I'm just kidding.
It means y'all have something to hide, and I don't.
What do you have you want to talk about, Terry? Anything?
I have to tell you, Cross, I think, is going to be very interesting.
I don't even.
But somebody said in chat earlier, they could ask some of these questions with a little bit more sass. They could put some oomph in stuff to make it a little bit more.
I miss Alessi so much. Don't we all? Don't we miss Alessi and his enthusiasm and his way he explained complicated things? Like, man, people need to take notes from him. He was amazing. They could definitely do that. And this defense, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
I'm not very impressed with either side of me. Yes. Alessi,
but like I said, I love that we didn't know that there was recordings. I'll be honest, that just kind of popped up, and I did not see that coming.
Me either.
Didn't see that coming. So I want to know how much audio it has.
I know, right?
I should probably go in and delete my audio from last week when my husband was out of town.
Can you imagine that you got busted by your own security cameras for something like this? Be like,
I was just listening to another podcast where the husband got busted saying he got home at noon. His own security camera shows no, he got home at 8:30 in the morning. and change clothes twice. So yeah, people be careful.
Yeah, I don't like the cameras in the houses. It's weird to me.
We just have one
His
in our
brain.
dining room because we have the open floor plan, and you can see the kitchen area. So you can see if people come in the front door, the back door, one of the two garage doors. So they can't get into our house through the doors without being seen on the camera.
And
That's
that makes
the
sense.
only reason it's there.
And that makes sense. Why was there one in his office?
Yeah, that I
Weird.
found weird. Unless you have a safe in there or something.
But even then, if you got cameras on the doors and shit, like,
Yeah, I mean,
he did his own self
often-
snitching, is all I'm saying. So
Yeah.
we'll see.
But you would think it tells you that he wasn't very smart. You know you have a camera there. Shouldn't you have went and deleted? I mean, wouldn't you go in and delete the cloud so the stuff's not there?
Well, you would think. There is something
But you
called
forget about them.
allegedly. Well, you only forgot about him for a little while, allegedly. We have not gotten into security cam conversations yet in the trial because Paul's goes away for a little while, conveniently, shortly after these alleged phone calls.
Yeah.
So, but we haven't gotten to that yet.
Because I will be honest, I forget that I have cameras in the kitchen area because that's how I got caught dancing to music while making the dogs breakfast one time when my husband was out of town, and he thought it was hilarious. Because you forget. See, Buffy, nobody remembers these things. My goats
Will
don't
we see
remember that they have a
WWE
camera.
fighting? I hope so.
Oh, wouldn't that be fun?
Oh, unless the other brother. No, I know for a fact that there were security cameras in Paul's. He had a whole system, by the way. So, and Ring doorbells as well. Did you know that the Ring doorbell guy went to Shark Tank with his idea and they rejected him?
And they rejected him.
Now he sold it for like $1 billion. Oh, man. I need better ideas, Terry.
Well,
I need better ideas so we can
my
sell things.
husband has come up with multiple ideas that he never does anything with. And then 5 years later, somebody did it. And we were like, geez, if you would have just done something with it.
Right. Well, guess what, Krista? I too am from Ohio. So it's fact that everyone cool is from Ohio. So you've been here, Terry.
I've been there.
You've been there the one time.
I have been there, and I liked it there. It is a little weird that people say OH and people finish it for you, but hey, we all need our own thing.
Spelling is very important to us.
Yeah, you have 4 letters. You have 4 whole letters.
Well, they're the most important ones.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm curious. I think there were security cameras as well over at Keith's, I'm assuming. But I don't know if we have any footage from that house because the electricity.
Do we know
was
who's
cut
going
out
to
or
be on the
something.
witness stand?
No. I'm pretty sure all the documents were mostly sealed. The only things I could find that were available were the probable cause affidavits. And then Amos was able to find me the civil lawsuit because Jennifer, the wife, her father, Velasquez, I think is his name, he's suing Paul on behalf of Sophia for wrongful death because for those that may not understand, and I don't know if it's just New Jersey specific or what. Okay, so he's suing on behalf of Sophia's specifically estate because she was the last surviving family member. So the parents died, and then it went to Jesse, and then Jesse died, and then Sophia. So now then it goes to the grandparents. I don't know where the Caneiro are they around? I don't know. I have no idea. I just know that the maternal grandfather is the one that's filed a civil lawsuit
Okay.
that's been on stay until the criminal trial is
So
wrapped up.
what do I have 5 of? Lady and Grace says I have 5.
Letters in Texas.
Oh,
See, this is why spelling should be important for you.
okay, but that's one more than 4. 2 of your letters are the same. So if you think about it, you really only have an O, an H, and an I. You only have 3 letters because you just repeat one.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking
It's
about
called being
goats. And I was
efficient.
like, did I get new goats and I don't know about it?
But what was I? Oh, you were asking about the witness list. Don't know. We do know when we listened to the pretrial hearing from August, when this was supposed to start in September, but didn't, that the witness list was 9 pages long. Yes. And a lot of it was civilian.
I'm still
I
trying to
think at
figure
least
out
3 pages were.
10 weeks
I
for
don't
this
think it's gonna be
trial.
20 weeks.
I mean,
I mean, maybe.
I know they talk slow,
So slow.
but 10 weeks?
I don't know. I don't know what all we have to talk about in 10 weeks. I mean,
Maybe
yes,
there's more interesting stuff. Maybe there's 5 days worth of audio and video we get to watch and listen
there
to.
could be a lot of stuff, like the basics have been put out in the media, but I'm pretty sure a lot of the documents were under seal. I don't know that for a fact, but that's kind of what I've gathered by the lack of them available. And I'm sure everybody had a gag order in this case too, because of how many years it was. So I don't know that to be true, but it makes a lot more sense. So we have
We
no
all know
idea.
I don't
what
do
they
great
have.
with gag orders. It was hell. So I feel sorry for these people.
They are such slow talkers. It's 10 weeks of number. No, Buffy, you're fired. I'm sorry.
Buffy?
You're fired.
No.
You're out.
Nope. I was like, well, today's my last day dropping in if it's 10 weeks of numbers.
No, I mean, they did some financial stuff today. I thought that might have been it. And so maybe it was my fault because I said in the morning before we started, if that's all the financial people they have, that's not great for the state. And then look what you
did.
manifested. I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I will take the blame. It's 100%.
You'll be happy to know I'm finally eating my bar that's been on my desk to eat for weeks. I'm finally eating it.
It's true. You're right. We can't fire you because you're too cute.
But can we?
I think we can. So there could be all sorts of evidence that we have no idea what's going. There has to be for 10 weeks. I mean, the longest trial I've watched was, I want to say it was 63 days. And that was the George Wagner, the 4th trial in Ohio, the Pike County massacre, one of the sons. But that one also had 3 different crime scenes, 8 bodies.
That makes
like
sense.
a lot. And it was a family conspiracy. So
this,
I don't know. I don't see why it's going to take that long. Unless, again, tons of video. I mean, the medical examiner is probably going to take a little while. Oh, we are going to hear arson investigation.
as I say, we are
Maybe
going to
that
have
takes
an
a
arson
while.
investigator, so that
I
could
don't
take a
know.
while.
I've never heard arson testimony before. So maybe that does take a long time. I don't know. Do we
I
have
like
to go
fire
over
stuff,
every
so
single
I'm excited
burn
about
everywhere? I don't know. I don't know. So, oh gosh, don't even get us started on the Idaho.
Yeah, don't.
We're
Yeah.
so annoyed. We're so annoyed with it. But, you know.
Oh, Buffy fired herself. Look at that. She's taking herself off the schedule.
You just said you were too cute. And to which I agree. Buffy does
And
kind
did
of
you
look
actually
like the
put your
two
name on the schedule anywhere yet?
lady lawyers. I'll tell you what, the prosecutor that was on today, her outfit was like really great, and her eyeshadow. She looks very good today. She's very beautiful.
Maybe you should try that eyeshadow.
I know you have sent me a whole.
As I say, you should start practicing and try it.
Ma'am, I'm waking up at 8:00 in the morning.
I didn't mean now because you're getting up.
You're lucky
I
I
don't
put
know.
this much on, to be quite honest with
This
you.
is what you get when I get up at 5:30 to do a call at 6.
Well, that's
This is
pretty good. I don't know.
is all you get.
No, she seems pretty good. The male prosecutor, what is his name? Oh God, Christopher something. Don't let him fool you if this is your first day watching this trial. He loves to tell you. And I just have one more question, and it's not just one more question, okay? It's a whole nother hour of questions. So counting might be
Is
hard
it?
too. I don't know. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we'll see. Oh, that's true. Oh gosh, that could be a really boring day too. I generally find DNA and ballistics to be, but this is a new kind of DNA, so
But
maybe.
I love DNA. I mean, I will get nerdy about that. If I was in my 30s, I would go to school to become a genealogist. I love that shit.
Well, I just feel like the test, like once you've heard the testimony like 2 times, you're like, oh, okay, that's how we do it. So that's the only reason. I mean,
I
because
like it
watched a lot of
because
trials,
there's
so.
new. It seems like some attorneys are really good at poking holes in DNA. I mean, I've watched some that it's made me stop and think, or like I've listened to like a Dateline or something else, and I'll be like, ooh, I didn't think about that. What if you did that? Because I just heard one recently that the slide had been washed, that they put something on, and they're like, well, what if the water contaminated the sample? How can water contaminate? I mean, so there's just some things.
Interesting. Yeah, they're using a new kind for this trial, they said. I forget what they called it. I have never heard of it. Though
I'm gonna go look.
The defense attorney was just like, well, it's not entirely, she said it's in her opening, I think. Yeah, it had to have been her opening. Well, no. Either way, she's like, well, it just says it's a probability of who it belongs to. And I'm just like, isn't that all DNA though? That's literally what they say every time, but I don't know. What'd you find?
So they used a software called Stremix. Okay. So it's mixed DNA samples or very small. So that's why it is not as, because they're having to make some assumptions with it. Okay.
That is what she said about it. I think
I
it was in her
can't
opening.
wait.
Yeah, now that you say that, it was from mixtures and then pulling certain people out of the mixtures, which is interesting. I'm surprised B walked by, and if you watch Forensic Files at all 55 seasons of it, like we have, every episode is like, and with groundbreaking technology, DNA. And so every time we say DNA, we either quote that or from Jurassic Park, I'm Mr. DNA.
Mr. DNA. Well, I mean, because like Parabon has now done it where you can get a sketch from a DNA sample. They can give you that sketch of a person, and it's pretty freaking amazing.
Like of a face?
Of a face, because they can determine your eye color based on your DNA, your hair color, what region of the world, so a basic face structure. I watched the Dateline episode where Andrea Canning sent in her sample blindly. And then they showed the sketch. You knew who it was. So it's amazing what they are starting to do.
And weird.
It is.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Yes, I saw it on Dateline. I mean, great job. But it's expensive and it takes time.
Which, by the way, if you like Dateline, Terry, why don't you tell them what you're up to?
So Thank you. So if you do like Dateline on Sunday nights at 8 o'clock Eastern, I am over on Kick and we're watching a Dateline episode while I have dinner, drink wine, and usually rant and go off on little tangents. Because a lot of, the Datelines I've seen, because I think I've seen them all. But like I just learned this last week, there was shit I didn't remember from that episode because I had listened to the podcast and not watched it. I didn't know about the witchcraft. I had totally forgot that she wanted to do human sacrifices.
Okay. It was a lot of fun. I
So-
missed this Sundays, but I watched the Sunday
So
before and it was a
come
lot of
over
fun.
to Kick. It's free, doesn't cost anything.
Mhm.
And the Kick handle is True Crime Wine Time.
Yeah. So like our
True crime
YouTube
wine
handle
time.
up there.
Okay,
So-
Buffy, be nice. Terry on a tangent. Well,
Actually,
what's
that's
even
her middle name.
worse,
Terry Tangent
that-
True Crime.
I did the wrong show on Sunday night because I was in the middle of preparing for the future. And what was funny, I had already prepped and told them I was excited. So we're watching it this Sunday. The daughter in this episode has some amazing way she looks at life. I have to tell you that it's just, I can't wait. I haven't seen the episode in years. I just remember the daughter. I was like, wow, you are a better person than me.
I'm putting the Kick link in the chat there. So you guys can just click that and find us over
Yeah.
there.
So this Sunday's going to be good. There's going to be a man that you don't like and a daughter that you're going to be like, wow.
Oh, I can't wait.
You're right, Angie. I did fix audio all by myself because I had nobody run. First time I have ever streamed and shared a screen.
Oh, look at you.
And I did very well.
Good job. Good job. Bravo. I'll give you a gold star sticker.
I'm aware, Simi, true witches do not sacrifice.
I can do the same. Krista. I still do.
Rants are welcome here.
That's true. We are kind of ranty. I mean, what else are you gonna?
I mean, sometimes these people, they just. So you want to hear my latest rant?
Sure.
So there's a case in Arkansas. People
Okay.
have probably heard about it.
Oh.
A woman and her twin kids were killed.
Oh no, I don't know the story.
She had just gone to divorce court the day before. She was divorcing her husband, who was a doctor, who had 3 weeks before been convicted of domestic violence. And then she comes up killed with the kids. She had an older son that was 24, and she had 9-year-old twins, I believe. They gave the ex-husband the kids' bodies. Did not allow them to be buried with the mother, who was killed at the same time. He had been charged with domestic violence 3 weeks before. The divorce court was like the day before. They gave
Happens
this
so much.
man and the 24-year-old son, he's like, I don't even know where my siblings are. I don't know if they were buried. I don't know if they were cremated. They're not with their mother.
That's horrible. Oh, I hate
How
that.
is that allowed? He's
I
a
do not like that
suspect.
one. Have they arrested him for the murder or no? He's just
But it should have been court mandated. If the mother and the children get killed together and she's divorced. Oh my gosh. So yeah, I don't get it.
what's with these doctors, right, Sammy? Oh my
What's
gosh.
with these doctors lately?
I don't know.
So I
don't
just
know.
don't know. I think there needs to be a law. If the person is a person of interest and if the family's wanting to bury the mom and the kids together, it should be done. The man shouldn't get a
Well-
word. Why would you not want your children buried with their mother?
Yeah. I mean, that kind of tells you everything you need to know about all that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that happens all of the time. And it's ridiculous, but
Now, Angie, yes, currently I am before the dinner wine and dateline. I'm going live on YouTube for 15 minutes. I don't know if that's going to continue or if we will just start off over on Kick. I may just release a short or something on YouTube because some people don't want to come over and get a kick account. So they don't get to know anything. So, but we will see. I may start when I cook dinner, I may go live on YouTube to cook the dinner and let people watch, and then we'll head over to kick.
That's fun. That's fun. I don't want people watching me make dinner, though. Terry's so much better at making stuff than me. She's like, I will film myself do my makeup or cooking. And I'm like, I don't want anybody to see any of these things.
Oh, I had somebody send me a message on TikTok telling me the way you put on your eyeshadow is not correct. And I responded, hashtag not a makeup artist.
Right? They'll be like, oh my God, you don't even know how to do anything.
But that's okay. It works for us. Nobody does it.
That's true. Practice makes perfect, you know? Oh, with the curler. Is that the one you burnt your boob on?
No, that was the flattening iron. No, Pay, I've got to watch me. I bought I have a video on TikTok for it, that the new TikTok curling iron, you hold it up there, you put it in, and it curls it for you. It is the most perfect curl. It is a perfect curl. Pam and I were having a meeting and we're on video and she got to watch me do it, but it makes the most perfect curl. You just put it in the little thing and push a button, and then it beeps when it's done and you pull it out. You have a perfect curl.
Oh, wow. I had to put like my wet hair up for like 2 days to have good curls.
Amazing.
Interesting.
See,
why don't you got curly hair?
What?
I said, why don't you got curly hair right now?
Because my hair is up. Hey, I will tell you, dropping the straightener on a boob, that hurt worse than burning your neck. Oof. I'm going to just tell you, and it was long. So don't do it.
Don't do it.
Just don't do it. Just don't do it.
Well,
so what do you think Paul's thinking right now?
I think
if I was him, my brain would be.
I think it might. I bet because they went through, oh my God, they went through so many of his financials that he's probably sitting there, though, being like, well, I can explain away all of these things.
Sure you can.
And I mean, maybe he can, maybe he can't, but he doesn't really seem fazed by much of the financial things. I mean, he already knew about, and it's, I feel like financial crimes, the people can usually like distance themselves from it being a crime. That happens more often than, you know, one would expect. Like, oh, I don't think it was a crime because I was going to pay it back. Right. You know, so I don't know if it really has quite the impact on that. I don't know. So
I wonder if they're giving him Vivarin or caffeine or something to keep him awake.
They should share with the class, I think. Nothing at all to test. He knows how to sleep with his eyes open, maybe. Maybe he's a shark. I don't know. Paul's chair is missing foam in his chair. There is, have you guys heard the squeaky farty chair? I don't know whose it is, but I heard it like 2 or 3 times during testimony. I tried not to point it out because we're hearing all these numbers and I didn't want to be an a-hole. But somebody's chair, because it's not mine. Because I was like, oh shit, I should probably tell people about this. They don't think it's me that's farting. No. This wasn't, you weren't even on here. No, it wasn't either one of us. It was somebody that would get up, and I don't know if it's the witness chair, because the microphones on this stream are very good.
Oh, they are good.
But somebody's chair makes farting noises. I'm pretty sure it's
farty noises than the rappers, because I will tell you yesterday, the rapper was killing me.
They're louder on this one. It's awful. So I forgot we had a list of demands we needed you to call the court about yesterday.
I heard something about that. Do you want to give them to me? And I will be more than happy to type a letter and send it and call. Just tell me what I need to say.
Number 1, whoever's doing the rappers in the mic, hold them in contempt, Your Honor. Throw them in jail. Right to jail. That's where they belong. Okay. It's egregious. open your cough drops beforehand.
And then somebody needs to stay near the mic.
That's the prosecutor.
Prosecutor, okay.
Christopher. Okay, he's the one that like just paces around. You can't hear half the shit he's
Stay near the
saying.
mic.
Though that might not be a problem for this one because the audio is pretty good. But
Okay, what else?
so, and that when he says, "I have one more question," or it's the last question, that he means it. That would be
Okay.
great. Oh, and then for the defense, we're gonna need them to talk faster. Less pauses when trying to get out a question or a statement. We don't have that sort of time, sir. Okay. And then there's the farting chair. So somebody has a farting chair. We're gonna need that taken care of because I don't want people thinking it's me. All right. That'd be
And
embarrassing.
what I will even do for you, I will record myself calling
Don't do that.
and send it to you so you have it.
Okay. I don't know if you should record
Yeah.
yourself. That might become evidence in something. We don't know.
I was listening yesterday while I was working, so I wasn't watching. And I will tell you, every time the rapper, I was like, it was like fingernails on the chalkboard. I was like,
Mhm.
stop.
I usually don't get too much, like the background noises don't really bother me too much, but wrapping,
does.
unwrapping stuff. Oh my gosh. What trial was it that we watched? That was, they were unwrapping all of the packages, like right there at the stand. And it was so many and it was so loud and
That was
awful.
Reed.
Was it Reed? Where
It was Reed because they brought it up there and they had it on the thing and they were opening it.
So bad. It just went on forever, right in the microphone. And I hate those noises. I hate it. Like recoils me. I can't help it. But normally, like coughing, it doesn't really bother me too much. I don't even really notice. But, oof, that rapper.
I mean, there was times Alessi got
volume
away
like-
from the microphone and it made me mad.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. The rappers and the farty chair, though, are two very big concerns
Okay.
for us. So think
I
of
will
the
go look up the
think of the
courthouse
public.
right now.
Oh, have a great day at work, Lady in Gray.
Have a great
We're not jealous of
day.
you at all. She's probably like, thank freaking God I worked today. Oh my God. I don't know if I can. Then you can watch it back on like 3 times speed when you get home tonight. So that is, oh, that's great. I love that. 5 years. Oh my. I didn't even think I would be here. So who knows where I'll be in like 5 years.
Okay, now the address and the phone number to
You're
call.
not going to call them. Don't call them, Terry. We're just joking. It's for entertainment.
Okay, well, y'all told me to call them. So
This
I
is
was
where
gonna-
Terry and I are very different people. 'Cause I
maybe
will
they
never call
don't
anyone.
know that the rappers are bothering people because they're not watching it.
Well, I mean, surely they have to hear. Well, maybe not. Because I don't know if
You
the
just
microphones are playing in
totally
court too.
deflated my
Probably
fun.
Well,
Fine, I will not call.
maybe just
Delete,
email the clerk. I don't know.
delete. Shut the windows. Ruin my
Um,
day.
I will say the highlight from yesterday was the judge objected. He did his own objection during the defense. I think it was during defense cross of one of the people. And the judge is just like, objection. He's like, I'm just going to call it objection, right? And he like calls the
So that even
attorney
after
over.
he had to earlier, I call it a proffer, but not a proffer.
Voir dire.
Yeah, I mean, when he decided to do this, and I'm like, I'd never heard a judge do that before.
I don't see why they couldn't, but I certainly had never seen one say himself objection. And
Yeah.
then when he was done talking to them, he goes, and for the record, I sustained my own objection. You're like, what?
Okay.
Okay. It was a little rookie yesterday. So
She did just pop my balloon. She just
What
took away all my
happened?
sparkles.
at which point? There could be so many things. I've never seen a judge do an outright objection at all. That was definitely the first. So that was interesting.
And then sustained himself.
And sustained on the record his objection. But then, yeah, he did call them over this morning because the defense guy was just like, well, could you have used this? Could you have used this? Yes, we all know. Use all these records, okay? It was pointless and stupid.
I will say this financial stuff, I'm glad I'm not on the jury, and I'm glad I'm not the judge.
Can you believe they can't take notes?
No, I
That's
don't agree with that.
crazy to me.
When I become the Honorable Judge Terry True Crime, you will be allowed to take notes, copious notes. Look how many notes I took for being on a jury just for a couple of days.
Right. I guess, it's not a normal New Jersey thing. And that happens in a lot of places. They're not allowed to take notes, like in Louisiana.
How do they expect you to remember, and you need to go back and reference it? You'll be like, do I remember he said that?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you can do a fair verdict if you don't have things to reference, especially 10 weeks worth.
Yeah.
I can't remember what I said 3 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm. I can't remember what happened this morning.
So no, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
Because we did watch the hearing on it Thursday? They spent like an hour. Both sides did not want notes taken. Both sides.
Why? I don't
know. Mostly because, well, if you're writing stuff down, then you're not paying attention and you could miss stuff.
They talk so slow. You have time.
I know. That's what I was like, okay, because I'm that way. Like when I take notes, like it's very hard for me to not zone out while I'm taking notes. I'm not a good note taker because I like a lot of detail, and that does not make me an efficient note taker at all. However, I didn't know it was going to take 5 minutes to get a sentence out of the defense, so they had plenty of time. So they didn't want that for one reason, so the jurors wouldn't be distracted. 2, they didn't want jurors to feel pressured to take notes. Let's say 3 jurors are taking a lot of notes and the others aren't.
I don't care what other people are doing.
They were worried that the people that took a lot of notes could seem like they have more authority or knowledge when it comes to deliberation. And it's just...
But is that a fair, if I was the person and they find me guilty, I would be like, how could they find me guilty after 10 weeks when they probably couldn't remember all of the testimony?
Mm-mm.
Would that be fair? Especially with all the financial stuff. Then we've still got to get into arson stuff. And we've got DNA stuff. Seriously?
Because the judge had made a plan to like allow them to do it. Was literally talked about for like freaking hour or something when we watched it. And because it's not something that they were doing. The judge was considering. He had a whole plan of like where they would keep the notebooks, yada, yada, all that stuff. And then
are they giving them the transcript daily?
They ain't giving them nothing.
And putting them somewhere so they at least have those when they go back to deliberate?
That makes me wonder too, like, how long is their deliberation going to be?
Yeah. What will they remember? Oh, Lord.
Some people are visual learners. I would not be good with today, but I can't see. Well, I too, like, I retain stuff if I write it down and stuff. Like that's, if I write it down, stored right up in there most of the time. Oh, course back.
Ready to have a good lunch? Feeling strong? Yeah. Stretch out a little bit?
Yeah. Okay, stretch out.
All right. We're back on the record. It's State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment 1902-0283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Mr. Decker, Assistant Prosecutor for the State.
Good afternoon,
Maybe it's the judge's chair that's farty.
Good afternoon, Judge Andy Murray, Mr. Caneiro.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Caneiro. All right. We're going to continue with the direct examination. Prosecutor, when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Detective, prior to the break, I had showed you S66. Do you know that? And did you indicate that your initials were on here?
Yes.
Okay, Judge, the state would seek permission to publish. And just for the record.
Counsel, any issue?
No, Judge.
Okay, go ahead.
Judge, for the record, it's broken up into two parts. It's S66A and then B. So if we could play A first and then B.
All right, S66A. I feel like we have an echo, or it's in my head, one or the other.
In your head.
Let's not play that yet until we get rid of the echo.
Oh, really? 6-7. I know.
Testing, texting.
Good.
Good? You want me to sing?
Not yet.
That's hurtful. You know, how do you know? I could be great.
You're in the mood.
Yeah, listen. All right.
It's funny.
Prosecutor, when you're ready.
I'm sorry, Judge, if there's apparently a technical issue with the journal. There we go.
Yep.
Oh,
This is
turn out the
66A.
I think it was 67, sir. Kidding.
The volume. I'm sorry. I don't know if it's their volume or our volume.
Can we turn our volume up a little bit?
I'm at 100.
Yeah, we'll turn ours up. Ours is maxed. Let's see what happens.
You need a booster.
Hey, what are you doing? Canada Life is telling me they haven't been receiving money except in April. That doesn't make any sense. Canada Life is saying they haven't received money since April. I know it's not true. I need you to send me the statement they sent, because I'm on the phone with them all day already. I need to access the money. Fine. Do you have it scanned somewhere?
Is he on a phone?
I think so.
Okay.
Do you have it scanned in Evernote? Can I log into it and grab it? Do you have the online access? I'll just go online and see it. You don't have the online access? If you could just see a way to send me the password, and I'll do the research myself. Thanks.
Wow.
Next one would be S66B.
Okay.
Hey, Sue, how are you? Sorry to call on the house line. I'm looking for Paul. I know he's sleeping, but I need to talk to him. Yeah, definitely. Thanks. Yeah, please. Call me on my mobile. Thanks. Yeah, thanks.
Can we just pause it for 1 moment? Detective, is there a timestamp on here?
I'm not sure.
I can see the duration of the call, and I can see that it says November 19th, 2018 at 18:05:27.
And the previous one, do you recall that one?
That was dated the same date, and it showed 3:50, the military time for that time frame.
Hey. I I just spent the last hour and a half on the phone with the insurance company. They're saying they haven't received any money and that they took a loan against my account and they're taking another one in October, which is just in October. I need to know, show me where you're sending the checks in online. You're writing them out online. I need to know where they're going. I need you to wake up, Paul, and do it. Short of you being dead, I need to see the stuff. You need to log into your account then. You log into the TV account. Give me the log into the TV account. Your TV account, you don't know your TV login. Go find it and give it to me. I need to see it now, Paul. I need to see it.
What is Keith?
I need to see it now. I need it. I understand, Paul. I understand that. I just spent half the day. Paul, I'm telling you, I need it. I need it. I need it. Give me the fucking login, Paul.
Give
me the login, Paul.
No emotion on that man's face.
Right?
Paul, just give me the login so I can see where the money went. Then get on your computer and tell me where the money went. Paul, somebody else could read it to you there. I need to know where that money went. Look a little while, Paul. I understand you're saying you need to wake the fuck up, Paul. Paul, I'm telling you, I just spent half the day looking for this. I need to know where it went. Paul. Paul.
So these were from.
Are you sure it went to the right place this time? You have cash checks? You have cash checks? Paul. I hear what you're saying. Paul, I'm worried. I need to know where it went. All right, an hour or two. An hour or two. An hour or two, Paul. That means by 8 o'clock.
So those were from Keith's house?
Cross-examination?
Yeah.
Oh. Then yeah, the little kid in the background makes a lot more sense now. Oh, that's so sad.
Yowza.
Okay, so
Buckle up, guys.
Detective, we just heard those calls. They took place on November 19th, 2018, right?
Yes.
And you listened to those particular calls before you came here to testify today?
I did.
Those are the only calls from that series of Wise recordings that you listened to?
Yes.
You didn't listen to the calls that were made before those that we just heard, right?
No.
You didn't listen to the calls that were made after the ones we just heard, right?
Correct.
You don't know if there's anything in this case of evidentiary significance that happened before those calls?
Objection. Sidebar.
Sidebar.
Ooh, those calls are. Oof. He's pissed. Not that I don't blame him. But it sounds like Paul was being like, "Oh, I don't know my password for." Yeah. Ooh, not great, Paul.
Not great. And the fact that he didn't, I'm sorry, if my dead brother's voice I just heard, I would have some emotion.
Because
Sorry.
remember, he's been locked up for 8 years. So
Yeah, I would have some emotion.
I would think so. But I don't know. Maybe, listen, this is only from watching Real Housewives of New Jersey. This is not a slate on everyone on New Jersey, okay? But those bitches on there, all right, had the worst take on how to express emotions ever. And that is, you don't, all right? Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. It makes me feel bad when you cry. I don't know if that's how it is everywhere. I'm just saying it was very toxic, their upbringings. So who knows? Maybe. Because it was like, whoa, how are you going to tell your 5-year-old, don't cry? Don't cry. So I don't know.
All I know is I'm sad that I have to leave you guys because I have work to do.
Well,
but I will be listening as I work.
Okay. Well, hopefully you don't pass that on your desk. So, well, thanks for coming on with lunch for me, Terry. You have a good rest.
I'll be in the chat.
All right.
Okay.
Bye, babes. Oh, I was talking, Krista, about the way that they would talk to the girls, they being Teresa and Joe. Anytime the girls would cry, they'd be like, don't cry. I don't like how it makes me feel when you cry. It makes me feel bad that you're crying. Don't cry. It's like, and y'all wonder why you have emotional regulation dysfunction. So I don't think it's a whole New Jersey thing. It's just a joke. He had emotions, hatred, anger. He held it in, but his eyes and jawline spoke volumes. He was seething, hearing that again, in my opinion, says Simi. I mean, oof. It's not a good look. It's not good. I'm very confused over here. Oh, okay. So those are, I guess, were recordings from Keith's house. Why was his office so small? That was a big house, but a small office. Maybe it's like one of many offices. I don't know. But earlier when have you ever been like, I'm going to move as quick as I can because I had to go to the bathroom, I had to get coffee, and I was moving as fast as I could, but it was like you're in slow motion. You're like, can I be doing this any slower? Why is it not going faster? But anyway, when I came back, there was like a little kid that the camera picked up. There's like a green box around them. And sadly, that may have been Sophia. Kind of small. Sad.
Ladies and gentlemen, remember I talked about there may be times where I may have you take out that number 2 pencil with the eraser on it and erase it.
Oh, get your imaginary
It's
pencil.
one of those times. The question that was just asked dealt with phone calls before and after the 2 that you, or the 3 that you hear. What I want you to do is I need you to erase that from your mind of any other calls in this case at this point in time. The court may have made rulings at some point in time that maybe has an impact on this. So you're hearing what you're going to be allowed to hear, at least right now. So I don't want you to have any thoughts about that one way or another. There should be no impact on either the state and or the defense on this, but we are not to infer anything else that may have gone on that you're not being told, and why aren't you being told? Does that make sense?
I don't even remember.
All right, can everyone follow that instruction?
Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Now,
Just get your mind.
you testified today about a number of financial transactions between a trust account that you referenced and Paul Caneiro's personal account or accounts, right?
Yes.
You're aware that in April of 2018, there was an issue that Keith became aware of about money from the trust not getting to the life insurance, right?
Yes.
And when Keith found out about that in April of 2018, he was upset about the fact that that was happening, right?
Okay.
Or pauses. Nonsense.
You took us,
You
let's
say, okay, are you agreeing with what he's saying or are you not agreeing with what he's saying? I'm not sure what that was.
I was listening to what he was saying.
Okay, we need to be careful, just if you don't mind with the questions, because I don't want the jurors to be left with an impression as to an answer, which wasn't really an answer to what you just said. So go ahead.
Thank you, John. I'm going to clarify it.
Please do.
You said before today that you spoke with a witness in this case, and his name is Steve Weinstein, right?
Yes.
And you took a formal statement from Steve Weinstein, right?
I was a part of that interview.
Yeah, you were there when it happened,
Yes.
right? And you were able to hear what he said, right?
Yes.
And you were able to review that, if you chose to, at a later date, after it was reduced to writing, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during the course of that statement, Steve Weinstein is asked about that incident in April of 2018 with the life insurance money, right?
Yes.
And he explains what took place in that time period, right?
Yes.
And he explains that Keith found out that the money wasn't getting to the life insurance policy, right?
Yes.
And he explains that when he found that out, Keith was overly upset with everyone.
I didn't memorialize that statement. That was not my lead on that statement. But if you want me to testify as to exactly what occurred in that meeting, if you have a statement or a summary of that, I can look at it.
I think you should count the number of breaks for each thing. Long pauses. It is kind of weird to me. Kind of weird.
Judge, I'm going to approach. This is S9.
Okay.
Detective, just so you can see the front of this.
Sure.
This is marked S9, okay?
Yes.
You recognize this to be the statement of Steve Weinstein?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And I'll just show you on the last page of this document.
It was
We're going to see a date and a time, which is January 24th, 2019, right?
Correct.
5:23 p.m.
Correct.
Signed by Steve Weinstein,
Yes.
signed by yourself.
On the third signature, yes.
Sure, but you signed it, right?
Yes. I
Signed
did.
by Detective Petrozello,
Yes.
signed by Detective Zarello.
Correct.
Okay. Drawing your attention to page 6, I'm just going to ask you to review that page, lines 4 through 8.
Beth.
Yes,
Okay. You had a chance to look at that, right?
I did.
And then, so what I was talking to you about before was this situation in April where Keith finds out the money's not getting to the insurance company, okay? And in that statement, am I correct that Steve Weinstein's going to tell you when Keith found out about that incident, he was overly upset with everyone?
Yes,
Those were his words, right?
yes,
He didn't say upset with Paul. He said overly upset with everyone.
yes.
Okay. I'll take that back.
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, you,
Thank you.
we also know that, let me see if I can confine this way. You testified earlier that you watched the three Wise camera videos that we saw today, right?
The two videos.
If there were conversations about the issue that happened in April of 2018, right? We wouldn't know that were recorded. We wouldn't know because we haven't seen those, right?
Right.
Okay. So we didn't have a chance, other than the statement of Mr. Weinstein, to see Keith's demeanor back in April of 2018 when he found out about the issue of money not getting to the insurance policy.
Correct.
Now, we also know that you're here talking about finances in this case, not because it's somehow, independent to the charges, but it both supports charges in this case, right?
Yes.
And it also goes to the essence of the state's theory of motive, right?
Correct.
And so this financial evidence goes to the heart of the state's theory about why Paul would kill Keith, right?
Correct.
This call, in the two clips that you mentioned that we just saw, matters because in it we can see Keith trying to figure out if the money is getting to the insurance company in November, and he's trying to figure that out from Paul, right?
Can I just clarify what he's trying to figure it out in November for what happened in months past? Is that what you're asking? Yes.
In November, right. In November, we just watched these calls. They take place on November 19th, and it's about whether the money has been getting to the insurance company, right?
Yes.
And those calls are meaningful to the state's presentation of motive evidence in this case, right?
Yes.
And they're relevant because not just for the content, not just for the detail about the finances, they're relevant because of Keith's apparent emotional state while those calls are taking place, right?
Yes.
But you did not know Keith Caneiro personally, right?
No.
And you did not know and do not know what his general demeanor and emotional character were.
Sure,
right?
we know he was
No, I did not.
pissed. Okay.
And all we have in terms of your review is what we can see in terms of what's on that video, right?
Yes.
But we know that Steve Weinstein said about the April event, that Keith was overly upset, right?
Yes.
We also know that in between April and November, Keith and Paul continued to speak to one another, right?
I wouldn't know that.
They continued to be in business together.
Correct.
There was a plan, a proposal to perhaps sell one of their businesses. You're
Yes.
aware of that,
Yes.
right? And that took place in the latter part of 2018.
Yes.
It took place after this event in April with the trust issue.
No, it'd be a nightmare. I'm bad.
May have.
I'm bad
Okay.
at it.
Uh,
Can't.
If I told you it did, would you accept that?
I would hear that you're saying that.
Okay. Well, I don't need to do, but let's just say, they were working on that sale. Okay. Did you know that, and so that's your impression that they were working on that together, right?
Is it an impression? I just know that EcoStar was hopefully going to sell.
So rough, Dave. It's so rough.
Then we get to November, and what we're still dealing with is this issue of whether money's getting to the insurance, and the issue is it coming from the trust to the insurance policy, right?
Yes.
You documented for us today what that amounted to in terms of transfers from the trust to places other than the insurance policy, right?
Yes.
And that was about $33,000 in 2017, right?
Yes.
And about $44,000 in 2018, right?
44,500.
And in total, we're talking about, in terms of your number estimates, about $78,000.
Yes.
$78,000 in just 2018, 2017, and 2018. I missed that part.
Paul's on the other end of that call on November 19th of 2018. That's your understanding, right?
That is my understanding.
Paul can hear what Keith's saying.
That is my understanding.
We don't know what Paul is saying back to Keith.
Correct.
We don't know if Paul's apologizing or if he's telling his brother to calm down. Right?
Correct.
Paul knew his brother way better than you were ever acquainted with him, right?
Could you imagine? Oh,
Yes.
God. Oh, that'd be awful. Like, I can't
I
handle
guess
these awkward
the issue is this.
silences. I can't handle it. It's so
I think
much.
we touched on it earlier today. It's important for a detective in a case to look not just to the things that strengthen arguments for motive, but to look to the things also that may weaken support for motive.
Don't
Agree.
spam the chat, Angie.
Prove or disprove.
I'm just kidding.
A reasonable question might be.
Oh my God.
Are there things in the financial records which demonstrate Keith's general emotional demeanor?
Can you explain further what you mean?
Sure. If Keith upset on these calls on November 19th, if Keith upset on these calls is an aberration for him, a way that he doesn't usually present, a way that his brother, who knows him very well, would find disconcerting and unusual and shocking
Tried to
and
warn y'all.
uncomfortable. That is a very different thing than if Paul knows this is just how Keith acts. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I
No.
understand.
I don't.
So if there was evidence that could tell us whether on one side Keith's demeanor that night was an aberration, or on the other side that it was maybe a more general emotional reaction that others who knew him would see him to have, in either event,
You've paused 19
that
times.
would be important for us to know.
Are you asking me, would it be important for me as a financial detective to know?
I'm asking you as a detective who participated in this investigation with other detectives, because let's remind everyone, you weren't isolated completely to finance. You spoke with other detectives in this case, right?
I have spoken with other detectives, mainly the detectives that I was with when I participated in the interview of the CPA, Steve Weinstein, when I participated in the interview of Ron Artigis, when I participated in the interview of Tiffany Rivera, also a financial interview, and in speaking to Yasel Restrepo. So I have not been a part of any other interviews. I follow the money.
Okay.
I am a detective in the financial crimes unit.
Yeah, but you're a part of this case, aren't you? You're a detective in this case.
Technically,
Okay, let's stay with technically. That's fine. But technically, you're a detective in this case, right?
investigating the financial aspect.
And technically, you know what the state's motive theory in this case is. You already told us that, right?
Yes.
And technically, you know that the state is looking for evidence that's supportive of their motive theory, right?
Are you saying she has tunnel
Yes.
vision?
And technically, you know that whether you find things that are supportive of or weaken the strength for that motive, it's important for you to note that to others involved in the case, right?
Financially speaking, yes.
If you see things, so this is the point then. If you see things in the financial records that go to a determination of whether Keith's character on those calls was an aberration or part of his general character, it's important because it either strengthens that motive or lends to the idea that there may be less support for that motive, right?
Right.
Okay. So, if there was in the financial records an indication that Keith was a very high-strung guy, that would be important for you to know.
Is there though?
I'm not sure I follow you, but if you can give me an example of how the financial aspect of the investigation would connect with that, I would understand you better.
I thought I just did that for like 10 minutes. Did I not do that?
Sir,
Okay.
That is the fastest he's ever said a whole sentence.
The motive evidence you're aware of, right?
Yes.
We talked about the fact that that Paul knows his brother very well and you don't know his brother at all, right?
Correct.
We talked about the fact that it's important as to whether this is unusual behavior for Keith in terms of his emotional character on those calls, or whether it's usual behavior, right?
Yes.
You've agreed with everything I've said so far, right? And then you agreed that if there was evidence one way or the other to support either of those contentions, it would be important to note for others in the case. And you agreed with that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so now we're at the point where I ask you if there was evidence in the financial records that indicated Keith was a high-strung guy who could flip out at the drop of a dime.
Judge, I'm gonna object.
Can I see the attorneys, please?
Even the judge is like, for fuck's sake. Okay, first of all, Keith thinks money is missing out of the trust fund account that he has set up to take care of his family if something happens to him. All right, I don't give a shit if he's a high-strung guy every day for a whole freaking year. Okay, if I found out that somebody was stealing thousands of dollars that they're supposed to be paying on life insurance for my family, I would have been a lot not cooler. Like, I would have been way worse than Keith was being. Okay. But to make it seem like, whoa, maybe he's a yelly asshole all the time. Maybe, I don't know. Doesn't really matter to me if he is every day, considering how he was the day before his murder. I think it's irrelevant what people thought of him as a high-strung person or whatever, if that's the case. I'm like, oh my gosh, Llama. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to talk at a normal speed for all of us because this guy hurts my brain. I wonder if the judge is like, bro, can you stop pausing every 2 minutes while you think of one word and then pause again? I can't do it. I can't do it. Oh, you sent the judge a mind eraser. We need shots of those. There is a shot called mind eraser. I took quite a few of those back in my party days. We need to bring them back for this trial, maybe. So I like how the guy was like, I've been talking about it for like the last 10 minutes. How do you not understand? Sir, I forget how you start your sentences because I've had to wait 5 minutes for it to end. Ugh. So, I'm sorry. Am I too fast? Am I too fast for you, Daria? Krista says, my biggest complaint in my comment section is that I talk too fast. I mean, this is, it's crazy. It's crazy. Maybe I might have to, Krista. Oh my gosh. To get down on his energy level, probably. Ugh. Thanks, Dave. Yes, Angie. What could be more egregious? Ugh. This guy is just dramatic in all the wrong places. Okay. It's unbelievable. And I really don't understand what he's trying to point out. Because he's saying, like, well, if there's evidence for this or this, what'd you want? Okay, but do you have it? Does somebody have it? Or is this like a hypothetical wish list of stuff you wish existed for your client to exonerate him? I don't know where you're going with that. You're trying to make me feel like the investigation's hiding something from us? Because we haven't even talked about investigation, really. Ugh. Oh, they don't talk to AJ? Oh, I don't know. I've been out of the gossip streets. Oh my goodness. I told y'all he was going to be frustrating. Judge, we'll add that. Well, yeah. I don't know if she's going to be any better, to be quite honest. We only saw her cross. She crossed the neighbor. I think yesterday was the only time we saw her cross somebody. So interesting. No, I don't know. I don't know any of those things. Yeah, I think we do need a dumpster fire emoji for memberships. Yeah, I think we need some new emojis in here for you guys as well. We got fun ones over in Twitch. I know we can add our own. I just haven't bothered yet. They're just talking right there in front of the witness. What is happening? What is happening? Can I get a different view camera, please? Camera guy.
I'm still not sure. And then I'll give the state the chance to respond.
Damn it.
Judge, do we have a way, we have the record electronically. Could we bring it on the screen? And
I don't want it going out to the world right now. I mean, I don't know what it says.
yeah, I can,
That's a part of the problem. You don't have it printed?
we have it. We didn't anticipate today that this witness would be entering these WISE videos because we had been told by the state that a different witness would be entering these videos. And I didn't even anticipate, Judge, going into this line of questioning with this witness until it was told to me during a break that this was the witness who was going to be doing this.
Okay.
So.
And we understood that this morning, which was before the break.
Isn't that so cute?
But nothing was printed out during the break with the understanding that you were going to go down this path. I would assume, because you seem to be referencing something that leads me to believe that you were going to go down this path after lunch.
I was going to have to, Judge, because we don't have a printer here. I was going to have to show it to the witness on a screen.
Are these documents anywhere else? We have them somewhere?
Judge, I mean, if they could be identified, we probably have the financial records in the building. I mean, we have the financial records in the building.
I'm talking about we don't have them here in this room.
We have it in a conference room down the hall. If we were told exactly what they're looking for, yes, we could get it quickly.
Didn't Mr. Gonzalez say we can turn off these screens and only have these ones on? He said as the witness's screen would still be on with ours, but the big ones could be turned off.
Can you do that, Anna?
One, why isn't there a printer? I don't understand. Two, why do they want to show us?
Hold Dave up, please.
That they want to turn the other screens on. He is not happy. Look how ready
Dave,
he is.
can we look at a document just on our screens on council table and at the witness box and in my monitor without showing it on screens?
Yes. Before you plug in the laptop.
Oh.
Are you plugged in?
I just plugged it in.
Thank you.
Now, don't be thinking that the state has their shit together, okay? Because they really don't either. We learned that yesterday.
The witness is going to need to see it, though.
Dude, she can pop over and look at our screen or the state screen I mean.
Let me see the document first. Right, you can bring it up.
I have it on my screen.
So it's not on my screen either?
It's not on our
It's not on any screen.
You guys have to go to the front.
Are you sure you're ready?
Right there.
We're ready at
It's
this
ready
table.
to be shared.
This is the most exciting part of our day, and we don't even know why we're excited. Unplug the whole trial and plug it back in. I wish. Oh, that's funny. I agree. Oh yeah, the judge is definitely annoyed. He does not like wasting time. And we're only on day 2.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is what happens. We start to lose our sanity. Maybe we can just do it for emotional distress or something. I don't know.
You scroll down for me?
Is that good? Or keep going?
Just stay right there for a minute, please. Keep going down.
That's the end of it.
Okay.
What is that, Angie? What is... Oh, they're flags. Okay. I saw the little itty bitty version. They're surrender flags. I was like, what letters is that supposed to?
Detective, do me a favor. Come on up here for a second. You can come on all out. Yep. Feel free to sit down and make yourself comfortable. I want you to read that email.
Oh. Oh, she gets to sit in the judge's chair.
If I have to scroll down, do they scroll
They're
or I
gonna do
do?
it for you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
they'll do it.
hold on.
What's the email saying? It smells like farts in here, Judge. Well, somebody's chair does. Me either, Wendy. Me either. He's a very friendly judge, I must say. I do enjoy him.
Can you scroll down a little, please?
That's a nice chair. Yeah, she does look like she could be a judge. Oh my God.
Can you scroll up so I can see the date of this email? Okay.
Okay, you can go back to your seat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Outside the presence of the jury, you can ask the questions you want to ask, and then we'll go from there.
Oh, what is you want to ask?
Okay, Detective, let's just start with everything I had asked you up to the point where the jury got excused, okay? Given that testimony, here we have a record that was in the Bates discovery, right?
Yes.
And we see that it's an email communication.
Yes.
And this is from the TD Bank emails that were turned over by TD to you, right?
Yes.
And it's in reference to, you would place it in a report, but it's in reference, not this specific document, but the emails themselves are in reference to Keith Caneiro's attempt to get a mortgage refinance.
Okay, so
right?
Right.
And
in the bank.
this is within those, and by the way, I think it was several thousands of documents that were in there, right?
Yes.
And this is one of them, right?
Yes.
But what this email does talk about is Keith being a high-strung guy, right?
It's a lot to go through. We're going to hear it again.
I think when anyone owes the IRS money, my experience having come from IRS, they're all high-strung when they owe IRS debt.
Oh, Keith owed the IRS? Is that what you're saying?
But this was about a refi.
Because he had to pay, he also wanted to use the funds for an IRS debt.
Right. So the email says he's a high-strung guy,
Yes.
right? The email says that he'll flip out at the drop of a dime.
Oh.
Right?
It did.
And that is clearly something that could be informative to us about whether Keith was, on the November 19th videos that we watched, a high-strung guy. Right?
Right.
And clearly could be informative in that same instance about whether he could flip out at the drop of a dime, right?
Correct.
And we also mentioned
Or-
before that whether something
Thing money.
supports or weakens the strength for motive, it's important to make note of it in an investigation, right?
Yes,
And so either way, this gives us some insight potentially into Keith's emotional character in general, right?
it could.
So in either case, it could be important to note, right?
It could be.
So it would be something that could be important to note, not for you financially, but for the case detectives who are investigating the homicide in this case, right?
Could be.
Okay, I have no further questions.
I don't think so.
Ms. Wallace.
Judge, the state's position.
You have any questions first?
Detective, have you ever seen this before?
I'm certain I probably have, but again, there were tens and tens and tens of thousands of documents in this case. If I reviewed a document a one-off time 8 years ago, I couldn't physically possibly go back and review 50,000 pages to prepare for today.
Do you have any independent recollection of reviewing this?
Specifically, no, but if I received it back then, I probably had hands and eyes on it at one point.
She's like, that's not the answer I wanted.
That's it? No other questions? Okay. Prosecutor, what's your position as to this line of questioning?
Judge, the state's position is that this is not relevant. The state fails to see how a one-time email from an individual who we don't even know who this individual is on September 14th of 2016 can characterize the victim's general demeanor. The detective has testified she doesn't even recall seeing this. However, should the court allow this line of questioning, the state submits that it would open the door to each and every reaction that Keith Caneiro had to somebody else and things he said to somebody else when he was upset that upon learning that his brother was stealing from him.
I'll hear from you. Here's my problem. I got plenty of them when it comes to this, but let's talk about it for a minute.
99.
You want to use an email from 2016 from two different people in this case, neither of which are a part of this case, and you're offering it for the truth of the matter asserted that he is a high-strung guy, Keith Caneiro. That's what you're offering it for, because you're specifically saying that would be important to the investigation one way or another when you evaluate all the evidence as it relates to motive. So what you're offering it for, you don't have the ability to do that unless you're calling this witness, and they're not on the witness list. Are you planning on calling them and you just didn't put them on the witness list? Because how else are you going to get this information in?
We had no intention of calling them, Judge. We had the intention at this point in time of
Just
just
the lawyer in the back,
asking
the guy's like, oh my God.
Detective Bassender about it for the purpose
Look at his
of
face.
lack of investigation into the case.
So here's the second part of the problem, though. You
Go out of the way.
crossed
You can watch his
this
attorney.
witness about, you don't know Keith Caneiro. You don't know if the reaction that he had in this is something he does all the time or if it's an aberration. How do I know, or how does anyone know, that Susan Baldwin, how she knows him? What's her foundation of knowledge to know whether he's high-strung or not? We have nothing in this case. And you're putting the court in a position, and ultimately yourselves in a position, that in doing this, by asking these questions, I need you to understand to this court, first of all, I don't see how, evidentially, how you're getting this in. But even if I was to allow it in, I would allow the state to respond, and which includes bringing back the witness from yesterday, Keith's best friend or close friend, who testified and wanted to say more about the emotions of what went on at the 6/18 dinner, the Saturday before this all happened, that I would allow this to come out. So
I want to hear it.
you got two options. And if you want, I'll give you 5 minutes or 10 minutes to talk it over with co-counsel before we do it. Number one, I still don't know how legally it fits under the evidence rules to even go this way. And number two, if I decided to agree with you, do you understand, and is it your position and a strategic decision that you want to do this, understanding that I'm going to say that it opens the door to Keith's emotional state normally, and then maybe how he felt as a result of learning some of this information about what was going on with his accounts and the money that he thought was going in a certain direction.
Not a good idea.
So I'm going to give you a break. Think about this, and then we'll come back. We will start back at 25 to 3, and then we'll see where we're going at that point. All right?
Can I ask a question for clarification, Judge?
25 to 3.
Your Honors indicate, based on what Your Honor just stated, and I appreciate the opportunity to confer, so in order to do so, my question is Your Honor saying we're opening the door to general demeanor or to content? Because the WISE video is both content and demeanor. It's a very prejudicial piece of evidence in this case, though relevant. And the reason it's relevant is because they're claiming like this was the motive. Keith was very upset with Paul. So it's one thing to say we're opening the door to his general demeanor.
I don't think that's the motive. I don't think that's the motive. The motive is not what Keith's emotional state was. It's the fact that Keith has confronted Paul and what that meant to Paul and how he reacted as to the fact that he now knows that Keith is breathing down his neck and his whole house of cards is about to fall. I think that's the motive that we're talking about. I could be wrong, not my case to try, but I'm pretty sure that that's what we're talking about.
The $78,000, Judge, yes. And the state's theory is that when Paul hears Keith upset about this whole thing, that's what sparks the alleged motive. What I'm asking, I guess, is the court saying we're opening the door to other witnesses coming in here and saying, generally, he's a very calm guy, or generally, yeah, he is a little hot.
That's what he's saying.
Or are we opening the door, as the state is suggesting, to specific instances where Keith is saying things about Paul? Because that has nothing to do with general demeanor. That's content.
That would have to fit under another evidential rule, or that to allow some exception to allow that information in. I'm talking about demeanor.
No, I don't think so, Manny.
All right?
It's outside the
prosecutors. Just to be clear, that's what you were talking about in opening the door.
No, Judge, to be honest, to be clear, I would say it's both.
Then show me how it would get in under an evidence rule.
Well, under state of mind, which we litigated previously, Keith's state of mind, not to mention 106 completeness.
Well, the completeness as it relates to the demeanor, I understand where you're coming from. But if you're I would need to know what other areas that you'd be wanting to bring out. I'm blind as to what the evidence is right now. So you want to tell me what that is?
Well, I think Your Honor picked up on it previously when you were talking about Mr. Paolucci, who testified yesterday. I mean, we live in a world of, we can't bring in stuff that we know isn't admissible. I.e., hey, Ben, what exactly did Keith say? Well, Keith's pissed off that, he stole $80,000 from him. We didn't elicit that, but now by going into like, Keith would flip out, it wasn't that big of a deal, he just always overreacted. It's like Keith's running around town for a period of months, telling Jennifer's sister, Jennifer's mother, Mr. Paolucci, that Keith's stealing from him, and he wants to get out of business with him. He wants to go get a job. One of the reasons why he went back to school, he's applying for jobs. He's got a Zoom call the morning he missed it because he was killed with Abu Dhabi for a job interview. I mean, this is all related to this idea that like this, this was just Keith. He just flipped out. He wasn't that mad. Like, it also kind of borderline, I think, intimates like that they know how Keith reacted, or the defendant knows how Keith would react without testimony to that regard. I understand. I completely agree with part one of the court's analysis, but I do think it opens up other doors to specific comments that Keith made about the thefts from him.
Let's open it up.
I'd have to do, I gotta be honest, I have to do research on that issue to know for sure if it opens the door as to that other part. I don't know the answer to that, Ms. Massalone. I thought it was only for the first part that they were trying to bring it in for. If they're trying to bring it in for both, then I'm gonna have to do a little bit more to make sure that I'm clear before I say anything.
Sure, and I know, Judge, with respect to like state of mind, Kalia evidence, obviously.
Of course. And we're talking about State versus Kalia. Go ahead.
State versus Kalia.
Right.
With respect to statements made by a victim that don't invoke fear, like it's not like Keith saying, I'm scared of Paul. Those issues have like a heightened standard.
I agree.
Under State versus Kalia. This situation is not there. We're just talking about the idea that Keith is upset because his money is unaccounted for and he's trying to figure it out.
$80,000.
I completely agree with the court's kind of recitation of the state's motive.
I would have said a
And
lot of
obviously we
cursey
can
words.
address when we get there. Quite frankly, I think we've said a couple times today, maybe yesterday too, that we felt that certain doors were open and yet, as the court noted, we haven't kind of ran through them. There's only so much, like restraint that can be showed in order to react to things that are being brought out. So obviously, as the court said, we'll deal with specific instances as we get there. And if we do plan to elicit something that we feel like I'm arguing right now is relevant, I will certainly, Ms. Wallace will certainly allow the court to be made aware prior to doing it.
May I respond to that?
Of course you can. Go ahead.
So a couple of things. One of the things the prosecutor just said was about, this all goes to Keith going back to school, wanting to get away from his brother, wanting to divorce himself from the businesses. Their first witness testified that 3 days before this happened, Keith is negotiating with Doris Duke, Gooley from Doris Duke, extending 3 business proposals, one of which says we will promise you to remain in business for 4 years and potentially an additional 2. So there's that's not the full story, and it's a very one-sided narrative that the state is trying to, I think, portray. And it's not consistent with their own evidence. But beyond that, Judge, anything that Keith said, let's say to Ben, right, the few nights, Saturday night before this happened, that's to Keith. There's no link that Paul would have any knowledge of that. And in order to, I think, get into the realm of the Kalia, and without having the case in front of me at this moment, there's no nexus. And that's where the content, I think, would not come into play because and frankly, Judge, it kind of proves our point. Because if they're saying that Keith is running around pissed about this, pissed about this, pissed about this, and then this email says, yeah, and he's pissed about this too, then that's just, again, that's demeanor. It's that he's upset.
It's also years before. It's not even like this is, for example, it's not like this email is from November 15th dealing with what's going on at that particular time. So yeah, he's fired up over the issue that we're talking about. We're talking about a completely different issue, as Mr. Murray brought out. It's a refi issue. It's not based upon anything else. And who knows, maybe he was upset about the refi issue, but maybe that's not how he normally is. He's just upset about this particular issue. That's what I'm saying. Like, we're trying to make things to mean other things in other parts of the case. And I do not see it. So here's what I'm going to say. I'm only going to address the issue as of right now. I'm going to address the issue as of right now as to how it relates to demeanor, conduct, not into specific acts. That would be what I would decide. So you decide what you want to do.
Oops, sorry, guys.
Understanding, I want to hear your legal justification to even getting this in the first place. So far, I haven't heard it. But if you got something for me, I'm more than willing to listen to it. But I wanted to be clear, the second part of the analysis, because you can win the battle and lose the war. You may win, and then you're opening the door to other things. That I'm telling you for sure. I'm going to allow them to respond to the demeanor issues. I can't say anything else because I don't know, because I don't have the research in front of me. All right, take a 10-minute break. We just went into that, so we'll come back at 2:45. Does anybody have an issue with me just telling the jurors what's going on? I'm going to walk in there just so that they know. I'm going to give them their 15-minute break right now.
No, Judge.
All right, anybody?
No, Judge.
All right.
No,
Thank you.
15-minute break is not a quarter till, but sure. So, someone asked earlier, I have seen this before where judges have like went off of their own personal experience of what they maybe or maybe not do. He's basically saying like, listen, if you want to bring in this email from 2016, which I agree, if it's an email, somebody calling him high strung from 2016, I don't see why that's relevant at all. If it was 2018, sure, like, okay, fine. But even then, it's not relevant. I think any one of us would be pissed and yelling. I'd be saying a whole lot worse to my brother if he stole $80,000 of my money. Like, I thought Keith was being actually quite kind. I would have said a whole lot of cursey words. But the judge is like, okay, well, you guys basically saying, listen, if you want to put this in right now, sure. It's going to make it look good, maybe. I don't see how it does. Literally, I don't think there's a single one of us that would be like, yeah, Keith really just needed to calm down. That was just not, I would never respond that way. Nobody says that. So I don't even see why the defense is even pressing this. They shouldn't. They should just slowly step away from that. But the judge is on fire. Okay. He is the only person with energy in this case. Thank God. Thank God. What a mess. So he's like, listen, if you put this in, then I'm going to have to let the state go around and tell everybody that Keith was talking about Paul to. Guess what? I'm going to let them do that. And I'm pretty sure that you don't want that to happen. And I know that, I mean the judge, because if it was his case, he would not let that happen. I mean, he couldn't have put it more plainly for the defense. And again, it's 2 years old. Who gives a shit? You know, even if Keith was this high maintenance a-hole every day of his life, and what's your point? All right. $80,000 of his money is missing that his brother was in charge of. So that's basically the judge is being like, you don't want to do this. This is a bad idea. So definitely have seen this happen from judges before, where they kind of think of it like coaching, right? They can't play the game for you, but a coach can tell you what moves you might want to make, or, that's kind of what he does. He's like a referee, So yeah, listen, the defense is not put together. Okay. I think the judge is also annoyed. I think everybody's annoyed by how long it takes that guy to finish a sentence. Oh my God, it's so bad. But I mean, even the prosecutor, you'd see him back there just be like, oh my God, I can't even believe we're even talking this way. But one thing we did learn is when the cameras come back on, in the row, you'll see, I think it's 3 or 4 women. So we know at least one of them was Jennifer's sister, and her mom is there. Because if you noticed, that gallery is missing quite a few people. I think a lot of people are like, nope, can't. I'm not a masochist, unlike us. Can't sit through this. But apparently that's some of her family. So at least I'm gathering that because the prosecutor, gestured at them when he was listing things. So, yikes. Love it. Anyhow, so we get another little break for another 9 minutes. I mean, and the defense attorney they weren't prepared at all. They didn't have whatever they needed printed. Oh, the email. They didn't have the email printed out. The judge was pissed off about that because they were like, well, we didn't know this. Now, I will say this in defense's behalf. They said, sorry, Llama burps a lot, in case you didn't know. So they said that they didn't know that those WISE videos, I don't know why they called them WISE, I forget. I think it's a system or whatever, that were from Keith's house, the 2 calls where Keith is all yelly. They didn't know that they were going to be introduced through this witness, Debbie, which in fairness, neither did we, because you all saw me and Terry's face when we were like, what? Why are we watching this from this lady? So, I'll give him that. I wouldn't have expected her to be the one to introduce those into evidence. So, but also, come on, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good at all. I think they're going to come back and be like, no, you're right. We're not going to bring it up. And we just wanted to waste everybody's time for like 45 minutes. So it's fine. You want some table flipping? I thought the judge might want to flip his table there a few times. Ugh. This defense is a mess. They're a mess. The defense is a mess. Honestly, the state with their witnesses, they need to be better at trying to communicate with what they're trying to tell us, because it's kind of annoying. This is getting good. Well, at least there's something. That's the one thing. Okay, so listen, with every trial, there can be some boring times, some boring days. All right, it happens. But it can also have some of the craziest things happen that you would never expect, at least in every trial. I don't think I've watched a trial where there wasn't a bunch of interesting things that we weren't expecting. So, is he so Jersey? I mean, he has a lot of energy. We need that energy, attorneys. Okay, because here's another reason why the defense is not great. Okay, I understand, Mr. Slow Talker attorney. Okay, yeah, when you take pauses, it's because you're trying to think of the right words and you're choosing your words carefully. Blah, 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 blah. No, to me, it doesn't. Not in this case, because that's coming across to me that you're not even confident in what you're asking. All right. You have no idea what you want to say ever. And it does not look good on my end here. I'm like, do you even know your case? Do you know what answers you're expecting to get? Because it seems to me like you just showed up today and somebody told you you're a lawyer. Like, that's how it's kind of coming across, bro. So, yikes. I have never seen these lawyers before. So, I haven't seen a lot of trials out of New Jersey, to be quite honest with you. I don't know how long they've been streaming trials, or if they have, or how that process works. It'd be great if New York did, but New York does not. Stupid. That's a clip we need. I don't know. Apparently on Twitch, you guys can clip stuff. I don't know how that works, but you can. Just boop. So, defense really needs to step it up, because I'm so annoyed with them. It's so annoyed. It does feel like they're wasting our time when they talk like that. Now, I know she, what's her name? Oh, shoot. I'm doing my best to try to remember the attorney's name, so I don't have to be like lady and man attorney. That's probably very condescending and not great, but we'll get there. All right. Prosecutors, Nicole Wallace and Christopher Decker. Okay. I can remember Chris, Nicole. Defense attorneys is Monica Mastialone and Andy Murray. Okay. But I know Mastialone only came on, excuse me, in early 2025, just last year. I don't know how long Andy's been on it. Maybe a month. Maybe that's why this is happening. I don't know. Oh, defense is definitely worth every penny Paul is paying them. They're public defenders. So... Yikes. It's not looking great for Paul. Not looking great. It's the waterfall. Oh my goodness. Oof. I can't read. I can't wait for the civil trial, but that's going to be, when they say, guys, 2028, I think. The civil trial is expected like spring 2028, if I remember right. Oof. Jeez. That's what I mean, free. That argument was just also silly. And it's just crazy to me that they're like, well, by the way, Christopher, the state attorney, was kind of mocking them a little bit with like, well, you know, it was just mad like that one day. He could be like that. It was very funny. So we'll see. Are they going to choose to win the battle and lose the war? Are they going to just move along? Are they just going to sit down? I don't know. Don't know. So I don't think you can you fire your public defenders? I don't think so. Oh, I hear noises. Oh, I thought he did. Yeah, I don't think he can be like, I want new ones right now. Can they do that? Yes, you can do that? Oh, okay. Yeesh. Oh, you know what? Yeah, Sarah Boone did. I just keep trying to forget about Sarah in my brain. Well, yeah, but that's true. Because it was like right before her trial, and we thought she was going to represent herself, and I'm still mad at her about that. Even though it would have been a horrible decision, still mad at her. Yeah, that's true. I guess you can. A judge has to approve it, though, I think. And usually the attorneys have to be like, yeah, I kind of want the fuck out of this. This sucks. Like 11 or 12 times. Ooh, I mean, Paul, it's not looking great for you, buddy. What is long hairs? I don't know. I don't know what you're referring to. Is that our new name for the attorney? Oh, what is long hair's name? Oh, Andy Murray is his name. So, yeah, you need to be happy with your lawyer. Oof. I'm not doing you any favors, Paul. I'd be like, you need to stop with the pauses. Say things faster. Oh my gosh, it's so bad. You're welcome. Yes, Andy Murray. And then she is Monica Mastielone. Nicole Wallace is the prosecution. And Christopher Decker is the prosecution. So, oh, look at their seal. You got a horse head. That's hilarious, by the way. I never knew there was just a severed horse head on your guys' seal. You know, Godfather. That's why I think it's so funny. And you have two women. One looks like they have a Santa hat on a stick. The other one, a cornucopia. Oh, that's where the Fruit of the Loom cornucopia went this whole time. It was never real on clothing. It was on the New Jersey seal this whole time. What are the things in the middle of that shield? What is that? And a knight's head. That's interesting because I didn't think we ever had knights like that. Okay. Interesting. They were adding that to the list. Oh, good luck, people. Mom. Good luck with that. It is kind of mob-like, right? Yes. See, look, Santa hat on a stick right there. And the lady on the left, it looks like a little Santa hat. Interesting. Oh, boy. Guys, what a day. We're only 2 days in. We're all delirious. All delirious. Plows. Oh, is that what they are, Amos? Plows? Okay. Interesting. You know what we should do? We should have our own design a seal contest just for funsies. How about that? You guys get all artistic. Make me what you would put on the New Jersey seal. I don't care how you do it. Send it to my email, tara@tcwtmedia.com, and fuck it. We'll just do that for the next days. We'll just draw in color while we're trying to make this case make sense to all of us. How about that? The contest, you win honor on you, your family, all of that. I'd say dignity, but I don't think we have any left, so. A kiss from a rose. No, now the song's going to be stuck in my head for another 3 months. You're the worst, elbow feet. You're the worst. Nope, no ceiling tiles in this house. You're going to submit a huge question. Send me your seals for New Jersey. We'll run it all week. Email them to me, and we'll share them with the class. We're delirious at this point. Why not? Oh, now you have fun. Who's Sting or singing? You hear elbow? Oh, it's elbow feet. It's elbow feet. And that's what that was. Yep, there you go. Write my email down. Or Amy. You can send it to Amy or Terry or me. Probably better to send it to Amy because I don't check my email worth of shit. I need to get better. Just kidding. You can still send it to me. So get creative. You can Photoshop stuff on there. You don't have to be like, oh, I'm not a good drawer. That's perfect. I'll make one too. I don't know what I'll do, but it won't be good. I can tell you that. So it's leaning back in the shower. Excuse me. Yes, he very much sings a lot. Normally he makes up songs to sing to me. I don't necessarily want to share them in public. I probably have already, though, on a previous stream. Yeah. All right. Well, excuse me, Your Honor. We're past time. Okay. And I have to go potty. So I'm going to need you to come back to entertain the masses. Okay. Actually, you know what? Y'all sit still. I'm going to go do that before we come back so we can see the judge and the prosecutor get annoyed together. Okay. So entertain yourselves in the chat, and I will be back in just a few minutes. Okay.
Mr. Murray, go ahead. We're back on the record outside the presence of the jury.
Thank you for giving us that time, Judge.
Can you do me a favor? Can you just sit outside for a second? Thank you.
I did want to place a few things on the record. First, we anticipated that we were pursuing that line of questioning to demonstrate something akin to effect on the listener, and to lend that towards arguments about lack of investigation in the case. we were not looking at that as a specific instance of conduct on the part of Keith Caneiro. That being said, given that at this point in time, we really have no idea what the universe of things are that this inquiry opens the door to, I do not think we can continue it without knowledge of what that could be. So I am going to move on. I will tell the court that, because Ms. Wallace brought this up yesterday, about years outside of 2017 and 2018, we do intend to get into information about prior years in terms of at least the trust account. Now, the state, I'm sure, is going to have to respond in whatever way they think is appropriate with stuff outside of what they introduced today, but we do intend to do that. So I just wanted to make the court aware of that.
Do we think that it would have been important or helpful that in all of our pretrial motions that we filed in this case, that we should have put the court on notice so the court could have decided some of these, whatever you want to bring in prior to 2017? I mean, isn't that what we were doing for almost 9 months all the time?
The detective's report and reports in this case are not just about the trust account from 2017 and 2018. They're about the trust account from 2014 through 2018.
But the issue in this case and what we're focused on, isn't it surrounding, and isn't the indictment surrounding 2017 and 2018? It's not about 2014, 2015, or 2016, right?
Yes, but we have information from that account in the discovery, and that we have reports about that account in the discovery. This witness wrote those reports.
Would you agree with me that detectives write things in their reports that doesn't mean that they may be relevant at the time of trial, but they just may be a part of their overall investigation?
I don't know if I would, Judge. I think that anything a detective writes in their report is potentially relevant at a trial.
Okay, but who decides whether it's relevant?
Well, I mean, obviously the court would decide that fact.
Well, shouldn't I know this in advance so that we could have addressed this issue one way or another?
Judge, the state, I don't think, has made any protest to the court about this information being irrelevant. The only thing they said about it is it may create a situation where they want to reference things outside of this year 17 and 18 period.
Okay.
They haven't said it's irrelevant.
All right. We'll see how it goes. Can we have our witness brought back in, please?
So I only heard a short part of that. Are they going through?
Prosecutors, you're on notice. If there's things that I need to know about, I expect to be put on notice if you have colloquy with your counsel.
Sure.
So the defense is
Have the jurors brought back out,
bringing
please.
it up. Okay. I thought for sure. Is that what he's moving on? So he's not bringing it up. Okay. All right, fine. Which means he probably isn't. I had to warm up my coffee. My coffee was cold. Judge got spicy with Mr. Ponytail. Ooh, of course. Of course.
The cross-examination of this witness. Mr. Murray, go ahead.
Thanks, Judge.
I thought it was 4 o'clock. It's only 3. We got 2 more hours.
Detective, I guess let's take a step back here. You are the one who sent out subpoenas for the large majority of financial records that were received in this case, right?
Correct.
You sent subpoenas to TD Bank.
For him to ask like 10 questions.
Yes.
You sent subpoenas to insurance companies like Sun Life and Unum, right?
Yes.
You sent subpoenas to retail establishments like Tiffany Jewelers and Restoration Hardware.
Yes.
You sent subpoenas to governmental agencies like, various New Jersey governmental agencies in terms of disability and unemployment.
Yes.
You not only sent these records, but you were the one who decided to whom you were going to send record requests, right?
Do you mean when I prepare the subpoena, am I the one deciding who goes on the attention line?
More that when you're putting together a subpoena and you're saying to yourself, am I going to send a subpoena to Bank of America? You're the one who makes the decision about whether you send a subpoena to Bank of America.
Primarily.
Nobody directed you to do that. You thought it was in the interest of the investigation to do that.
You can be directed to do that, but I can also make that determination.
And you made a large number of the determinations in this case about who to subpoena, correct?
I didn't issue every subpoena on the financial side, but a lot of them, yes.
Right. Now, you didn't make these decisions randomly. Everybody you subpoenaed, you had a purpose for subpoenaing, right?
Yes.
And when we say subpoena, we don't necessarily mean that you were telling them they had to appear in court. What you were really, in effect, doing with those subpoenas is telling them they had to produce documents and give you those documents, right?
Yes.
And the documents, when you would send out these subpoenas, you would send them and tell these organizations that you wanted certain records from certain times, right?
That's written in the body of the subpoena. You have to put a time period or else they won't comply.
And sometimes you were looking for any and all records in the name of a certain person, like Paul Caneiro, right?
Sometimes.
And sometimes you were looking for specific records from a specific company. But in either event, you would put that in the subpoena, right?
Yes.
You then wrote, prior to the supplemental report that you had referenced today, you wrote about 60 investigative reports in this case.
I don't have the exact figure, but I wrote a lot of supplemental reports.
60's a lot.
And you wrote those reports in and around the end of 2018 through 2019, right?
I'd have to look at every single one of them to confirm.
Well, let's work backwards.
No, that's a rapper person.
I think you wrote your most recent report in December of this year, right?
Right.
And then before that, you wrote a report in July of this year, right?
Those two were regarding why we're here today with my testimony for the motive.
But you didn't write. And then before those two reports that I just mentioned, it had been some time since you'd written a report in this case. It had been years.
Probably I'd have to go back to confirm the exact date.
Sir, why is this important?
When you were sending out these subpoenas to these organizations, you were also selecting the people about whom you were looking for information.
Yes. Or entities.
You had an attachment to many of your subpoenas, and you referred to it in your reports as attachment A. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And attachment A is a list of names, right?
Yes.
And the names on it are Paul Caneiro,
Yes.
Susan Caneiro,
Yes.
Keith Caneiro,
Yes.
Jennifer Caneiro.
Yes.
There is an attachment A with including Caitlin Caneiro's name as well, right?
Yes.
Marissa Caneiro.
Yes.
You got records for all of those Caneiros, right?
Yes.
Oh, but let me guess, not Corey.
But it was you who chose who and who not to list on that Exhibit A, right?
In following the money, that is what would give me the financial lead to subpoena records for an individual or an entity. So if I didn't subpoena an individual or an entity, it's probably because there was no investigative lead to follow the money for.
Right? Okay.
The individuals I subpoenaed had received money in one way or another.
I mean, it had nothing to do
I
with
took that from
money.
your testimony before,
Hi, welcome.
because you said you had started with the
Oh,
trust account, right?
Yes.
You want to know what it's like
But
to have a fork in your
obviously-
eye? Welcome.
This investigation that you conducted in terms of records requests broadened beyond merely obtaining bank statements, right?
In terms of,
You obtained records from credit card companies, right?
yes,
You obtained numerous records from American Express.
yes, following the money,
You obtained records from Discovery.
yes,
Yeah.
You obtained numerous records from various insurance companies,
You're
right?
trying.
yes,
And you obtained records not just for Paul Caneiro in terms of his finances, but you got the bank records for Keith Caneiro as well. You got his personal banking records, right?
I did.
And you got his personal American Express records, right?
I did. I was following the money of the businesses.
And
Which Corey was not a part of.
you've got,
Oh.
you obtained multiple bank accounts unrelated to the business that were in the name Keith Caneiro, right?
Well, they were Keith Caneiro's personal accounts.
And you reviewed all of those accounts in terms of the information that you received, right?
Yes.
Because in order to follow the money, you would need to review the records.
Yes.
Your investigation really can't be complete if you haven't reviewed everything that you've got, right?
Correct.
So I take that to mean that you reviewed everything.
I mean, if you
that
want
got
to. I don't know
in
how you
this
share
case,
it with
right?
me, but sure, why not?
Yes.
You reviewed every
As long as they're not dick pics.
financial record
Unless they're
that
funny.
you received
Just
as a
in case
result
something
of a
else.
Monmouth County subpoena that went out in this case, right?
Well, I'd like to add this caveat, I subpoenaed Canada Life. There's relevant documents that are very relevant to a financial investigation and following the money. Canada Life, did you get the money? Can you show me you got the money? Can you show me where the money was applied? So hold on. If they sent me 3 inches thick of legal documents talking about a trust, I'm not an attorney to be able to interpret the legalese of that. But to the extent that I had to review documents as it relates to the financial component, yes.
Okay. I think the idea though is this. in order for you to have a complete investigation, you need to at least have eyes on everything that you receive. Is that fair to say?
Yes, but these were voluminous records.
Understood. We're talking about tens of thousands of pages of records, right?
Yes.
But, I mean, that was your job, right? Was to review these.
Yes.
And I don't think you're here telling this jury that you didn't do your job, right?
No, I did my job.
Okay.
I think so. I don't know. You have to message around the other admins and ask them. Not as easy to get a hold of. So.
One thing I wanted to talk to you about was
what Andrew said.
Your report that you had written on the history of money coming into and out of the trust account. And though we only talked about the years 2017 and 2018 today, your report encompassed more years than just that, right?
Yes.
Your report actually, you had obtained records in terms of that going back to 2014, right?
When my investigation started, yes.
Yeah. And you had actually reviewed those records from 2014 pertaining to the trust, right?
In terms of money going into the trust bank account? Can you clarify when you say the trust?
Yeah, I'm sorry. When I say the trust, I mean the trust account.
The bank account?
Yes,
TD
the bank.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I understand.
Okay, so you had written a report about money going into and out of the trust bank account in the years including 2014, right?
Yes.
Okay. One thing that we're going to see in 2014 and 15 and 16
even she's
is
over
that
it. Like,
money did leave the trust account and didn't go to the insurance policy, right?
Yes.
But in 2014,
I don't know if it's calming my nerves.
all the money that was taken out of the trust account was paid back into that account.
Can I refer to my supplemental report, please?
Yeah, I'll show it to you if you like. This is S56.
If you want to watch the slowest
I have it here,
conversation happen in real time, this is it. These two are something.
Was this the report?
It's in front.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, did you hear the party chair? I think it's the witness chair.
Yes.
Okay.
Or maybe it's the ramp that leads up to the podium or something. I don't know. But there it was.
In your report, you documented the money that was both taken out of and put back into the trust account in 2014, correct?
Yes.
And
Taken out of the account being sent to Canada Life and taken out of the account sent to Paul Caneiro's personal accounts.
And so in 2014, you have a record of $46,000 going from the trust account to Paul Caneiro's personal account, right?
Correct.
And that money, then that same exact $46,000 goes from Paul Caneiro's account back into the trust account, right?
Correct.
In 2015, $27,000 comes out of the trust account and goes into Paul Caneiro's personal account. That's the record you have, right?
Correct.
And $22,000 then comes from Paul's account back into the trust account, right?
Leaving a difference of $5,000 to Paul.
Right. In 2016, your records indicate that $17,700 was taken from the trust account and put into Paul's account.
Correct.
And then $14,700 is taken from Paul's account and put it back into the trust, right?
Leaving 3,000 in Paul's account, yes.
Now, another thing that we should mention about the trust in these years, and if you need to keep referring to that, that's fine. Just let me know based on this question.
Sorry.
One of the things that we could look at when we looked at this trust account is whether it had been adequately funded over the years in order to make the quarterly payments to the insurance company, right?
Yes.
That's something that we could do by looking to the payroll deposits into the trust account, right?
I did that, yes.
So then you know that the trust account was being funded from the J. Martin business account in 2014,
Yes.
right? And then in 2015 as well,
Yes.
and then in 2016, right?
Now, Keith Caneiro was issued a paycheck in 2016. Federal withholding took out the brunt of it and other deductions. So the actual amount left in the check was zero.
So painful.
So there couldn't be a direct deposit. So the funding of the account in 14 from Keith Caneiro's paycheck was adequate enough to fund the payment of quarterly payments totaling $33,685.78. In 2015, there was not enough funding to fund the entire annual premium, even though it was paid quarterly, but the annual amount. So only $15,709.20 went to the premium. In 2016, nothing was paid to Canada Life.
Correct.
But $17,007 was taken out by Paul Caneiro to his personal account. $14,700 was paid back, leaving at the end of 2016, $8,000 to Paul.
Right.
And then in 2017.
But also in that year, 2016, deposits, not considering the in and out in terms of Paul's account, right? But deposits from the business account only equaled $13,526.
What year are you talking about? 2016?
Yes.
Right.
The deposits from the company only equaled $13,526. So just my point is this, that's not sufficient to fund the quarterly payments to the life insurance.
No, it isn't. But in 2017, approximately $55,000 was funded to the account. And in 2018, approximately $53,000 was funded to the account.
Do you agree with me that the account was underfunded in 2014, 2015, and 2016?
No, I disagree in 14. I agree in 15 and 16.
Okay, well, you would have to look at 14 because I believe, Detective, that it was underfunded by $4,865 that year.
We can look at the report. We can look at the records.
Oh my God, please don't.
Beyond
Okay.
2014,
I'm sorry, I'll add this. If it was underfunded by 4,000, it was so overfunded in 17 and 18 that it would have made up for the difference and more.
Well, I wasn't asking you that question though. I'm just asking you about previous years, right? You've already testified today about 17 and 18. We've heard your testimony. I'm just asking you about 14, 15, 16.
A little spicy.
Okay. And I'm also curious about the Canada Life payment history that was sent to Keith Caneiro. At some point in this case, it was also included in the Canada Life documents. I think you've seen it before. Yes. You have it in your report?
Yes.
Judge, I have this marked as D64. It does appear verbatim within the detective's report, but I just want to show her this document to compare the two.
Go ahead. It's D what?
D64.
D64, okay.
Are you gonna go back to that date? Or do you want me just, what year are you starting?
I'm looking to July of 99.
So let's do this first.
All right.
Identify D64.
I do have it. I do.
Judge,
Nope.
I'm sorry. So detective, what we're looking at in D64, what is this?
This is a chart provided by Canada Life Assurance Company. It's a chart that starts with the first date of July 28th, 1999. It has numerous columns. The first column reflects a payment amount, which back then were annual payments. And then through the years, the payments changed from annual to quarterly. So it will reflect the quarterly payments made.
Is it a spreadsheet?
It's a spreadsheet. I mean, I know you can't read the data, but you can see it's a spreadsheet. So it
It's a
starts.
spreadsheet from January 28th, 1999 until when?
The last entry date here is April 9th, 2018.
No, but it's always
Do you
the
want me to
things
give you the column headings?
make along the way.
I just need to know for the record. And you've seen that document before?
I have.
Where did you see it?
In
Before here?
response documents from Canada Life Assurance Company.
Okay. So that's a part of the documents that you received?
Yes,
And it accurately depicts the documents that you received back from Canada Life whenever you received them?
it appears to be so.
Well, let's confirm that it is so.
I have a copy of it in my supplemental report, and I go back to July 28th, 99, and my last date is April. See how that's kind of cut off. It's the same date, but April 9th, 2018.
So it's same?
Same.
Okay. Mr. Murray, please, go ahead.
Now, detective, when we look at that report or that payment history, we can see that there are other years when this insurance premium, or the policy, I should say, was not paid fully for the year.
What years are you referring to?
Well, I'm looking at 2007.
I was gonna say the only thing you missed, Pam, is that guess what? They weren't really up to date with payments for quite a few years when it comes to the life insurance payments. I'm not sure if that had anything to do with Paul. I don't think so, but I don't know.
2011.
Okay.
I'm looking at 2010.
Amos just sent me a great.
I just want to point out, sir, that the very first premium payment in 1999 was $29,640. And I testified earlier that the quarterly premiums totaled $31,418.60. So the premiums increased once they went quarterly. It was a lesser of a premium when it was annually. So when you're going back through those years, you would need to know when it was annual and when it switched to quarterly. And then there was a difference in monies due to Canada Life.
Perhaps, but we can see in 2004 in April that the payment was $7,854.60, which is the same as the quarterly payment in later years.
Right, but it
So-
does look then that it was quarterly.
And regardless of that fact, in 2003, we only see a payment for $16,200.
Correct.
So it would appear that in those years that we talked about, as well as the years that you've testified about previously, the policy in terms of the premium weren't fully paid.
But I would not know if the TD bank account was underfunded.
You would not, but you also saw in this case that payments were made from the TD trust account in previous years, not just to Canada Life, and they didn't just go into Paul Caneiro's personal accounts, but over the past years, withdrawals from that trust account were made into J. Martin business accounts.
My bank records in this case did not go back to 2004.
No, I don't imagine that they did.
Banks don't even retain information beyond 7 years, or they don't have to.
Agreed. The question was not that. The question was, you had indication in the trust records that you did have in the discovery, the trust account records, that withdrawals were made not just to Paul Caneiro personal accounts over the years, but they were also made to this J. Martin or Square One business accounts.
In the years I reviewed the TD bank account that held the trust bank account, I did not see funds go from the trust account back to the business.
In the years you reviewed.
If they did, if you show me the documents, then I can correct my statement, but to the best of my recollection.
Okay. Outside of the statements, did you see any spreadsheets showing transfers in and out of that trust account in previous years?
Did I see transfers out of the TD bank trust account?
Did you see spreadsheets demonstrating transfers in and out of that account?
There were transfers into the account for purposes of funding the premium payments to Canada Life.
Right.
But
I'm talking about transfers, not payroll. I'm talking about transfers in and out from the. I'm just going to show you.
if you have a document,
Sure.
please show me and I can review.
This is D41. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just going to show you this. You recognize that?
This is the TD bank account, trust account ending in 5465. This is January 1st, 2014 through January 31st, 2014. Okay.
Okay. Does this appear, can I just have that back for 1
Sure.
second? Thank you. Does this, you've seen this before today, right?
Yes.
You reviewed this as part of writing that supplemental report you've been referring to today?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to show you the period of April 1st through 30th, 2014. And I'm going to ask you to look to April 24th. And you see,
Okay.
okay? and there's a debit on this account, right?
Understood, not disputing it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't recollect firsthand back to 2014, but yes, on April 24th, there's a transfer of $11,000 back to
I don't think you have it on there.
1361. This is I do have this account. I did subpoena this account, and I would need to see the subpoena to have the name, but it would belong to one of the businesses.
Yeah, could I have that back?
A whole file?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so that was a transfer out of the trust account to an account ending in 1361, right?
Yes.
And do you, if I told you that 1361 was a J. Martin business account that had been closed in years prior to 2018, would that refresh your recollection?
Is that the business that closed December 31st of 2012?
No.
Okay.
But you do have a recollection of an account ending in.
I do.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so we're still here, I see.
Now,
Okay.
when you testified on direct today, you mentioned that payments have been made directly from Paul's 3837 account to the trust account, right?
Yes.
I misspoke. I apologize.
Well,
What I meant to say, yes.
go ahead.
What I meant to say was payments had been made by Paul from Paul's personal account directly to the insurance company to pay the insurance policy.
Are you, which years are you referring to? The years of my analysis for my role here in this trial?
Yes.
2017 and 18?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And so your question again then is?
Paul had made payments from his personal account directly to the insurance company in order to pay that insurance policy.
In 2017, yes, he did.
On July 21st, he paid $8,000, right?
Correct.
And then on August 7th, Paul from his own account paid $11,880.
Correct.
And together that's $19,880.
Correct.
And we should point out that Canada Life accepted both of those payments.
Yes, they did.
They didn't refuse payment because the checks were sent from outside of the trust account, right?
Nope. They accepted payment as a quarterly premium payment, and the $11,880 check, the entire amount was applied to the loan payment for prior missed premium payments.
Right. Right. And the loan, obviously, we saw in D64 had existed for many, many years as of 2017.
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to ask permission to publish D64.
Wallace?
Objection.
Okay, go ahead.
I feel like this guy is slow at everything he does. Sorry, Jen. We're a bunch of adults, grown-ups here. Obviously, just kidding. We're all big kids.
Oh. It's the USB. It's the USB. It's the issue. Yeah, I think it's plugged in. Thank you.
And the wrapper person's back.
Just showing you the first page of D64.
Oh.
Obviously, when we look to the left side of that spreadsheet, we see a date.
Yes.
And then when we look all the way to the right of the spreadsheet, we see a column for loan balance.
Yes.
And that shows all the years that there was a loan balance on the policy, right?
Yes.
Okay. And we can see that there are entries on the loan balance side of the sheet going all the way back to 2002, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, man.
I'm going to remove this.
Okay.
I find it to be very confusing. I don't know what any of that means. It wasn't helpful.
Your supplemental report talks about, you had actually listed it as a negative in the column, and it was transfers that Paul made in 2018 to the J. Martin operating account.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
On April 26th of 2018, Paul transferred $5,000 to the J. Martin business account, right?
Yes.
And on May 15th of 2018, I'm sorry, I should also say on April 30th of 2018, Paul transferred $10,000 to the J. Martin account, right?
Yes.
On May 15th of that same year, he transferred $11,400 to that account.
Yes.
And then again on May 15th, he transferred an additional $807 to the J. Martin account, right?
Yes.
Now, all of these dates take place late April through mid-May, right?
Yes.
Of 2018.
Yes.
You know that the issue with Keith finding out about the insurance not being paid in April, that issue happened before any of these payments, right?
I conducted my financial investigation without going deep into everything else on the exterior, like pouring in to know more about if he's upset or not upset, because I wanted to look at the financial analysis independently with
as one probably should,
no bias, no anything else in my mind, just let the numbers and the analysis speak for themselves.
Okay.
So
I guess my question though is more like, you knew, or it came to your attention at some point in time that there was this email involving Paul, Ron Artigith, Keith Caneiro, and Steve Weinstein from April 11th of 2018.
yes, at some point, yes.
Right? And that email is actually is one of the state's exhibits in this case, right?
Yes.
in that email, one of the things that, and it appears, right, that it's written from Paul, right?
Yes.
And it's about payments that were not made to the insurance company.
Yes.
Showing you S11. You recognize that?
This would be the email you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes.
Could you flip to the second page for me?
Sure.
Is there a section where what is referenced is the amount that is owed to Keith plus interest for the payments that didn't make it to the insurance company?
Are you referring to this dialogue here?
Yes.
I'm so
Would you like me to
confused
read it?
how we got.
I just
the seven-
wanted you to read the section on payments with interest.
I'm confused about it all, really.
Thank you. And so that says amount owed to trust plus interest, $25,806.41.
Yes.
Okay. That email, right, was dated April 11, 2018.
Yes.
And then we see Paul make payments between April 26th and May 15th of 2018 in the amount of $27,207.
Yes.
Right? And he makes those payments to the J. Martin business account, right?
Yes.
And then in terms of the $5,000 and $10,000 payments in April, do you know what happened to them afterwards?
I'm not sure I understand your question. How was he able to make those payments?
No. Once they went into the account, did they stay in the account or did they go someplace else?
Once Paul made those electronic transfers back to J. Martin, I would need to look at the bank statements and then I could tell you what happened with those funds.
Okay.
Bye, Dave. We'll see you tomorrow. I hope you have a more exciting evening.
I don't believe
ahead of
the
you.
state has
Or maybe sign up for Canada.
labeled this document.
I'm just kidding. Thanks for being around today. Dave, appreciate you.
Now.
Judge, I'm going to approach with what I've marked as D30. Do you recognize, I'm just going to hold the page open, okay?
Oh, okay, sure.
Do you recognize that?
This is a TD Bank account in the name of J. Martin Consulting, Inc., DBA Square One, account number ending in 1396, which would be account number 6 on the chart.
So something that we talked about maybe briefly today, but it's the J. Martin operating account, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, we said that the first payment that Paul made from his account to the business account took place in April 26th of 18, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, mango. Oh.
Transfer in from Paul, right?
Yes.
Transfer out to 1934.
Right.
Then we got a transfer, $10,000 transfer in from Paul.
But we also don't know, once it's in 1934, you have to follow it till its final destination.
I'll take you there.
Oh, he'll take us there.
10,000 in, right?
Yeah.
And then 10,000 out.
To the same account, 1934.
Yeah. Okay.
That's where we wanna go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You remember that Beach Boys song, right? Get there fast and then I'll talk real slow. I know that's not the lyrics, but.
This is D52. I'm just gonna hold the page for you, okay?
Okay, sure.
Whatever you like.
Okay. So this is a TD Bank statement in the name of Keith and Jennifer Caneiro, ending in 1934. Okay.
So that's the account we just saw, that now we know that Paul's account goes to the business account, and from the business account, it goes to this account, right?
Yes, but like the 10,000 goes into this account and then it's sent right out to J. Martin payroll. So Keith's putting it back into the business. And account 2949.
Yeah, take another look at that.
Okay. Right now, you'd have to show me what account that is.
Okay.
I don't recollect that account number.
Yeah, but just for our purposes for right now, we can see that both transfers into 1934 went to an account ending in 2949, right?
2949.
Both of them did.
Both of them
Right,
did.
neither one of them went to payroll.
No.
Okay,
I can see that now,
okay,
but I'd like to see the statements for 2949.
okay. Jump to you.
If this guy ends up having this huge freaking bombshell, won't even be able to believe it.
Judge, this is D54.
Okay, and this is TD Bank statement, account ending in 2949 in the name of Keith Caneiro.
Okay.
Okay, so the 5,000 comes in and the 10,000 comes in. Okay,
Okay. And then the money is,
Okay.
money's withdrawn overseas.
well, they had a home there.
Right.
Yes, they had a home
But
in Greece.
the money's withdrawn in Greece, right?
It is.
Okay.
But when you look at the totality, and that's why you do a financial analysis, I just saw in that bank statement that 2 entries down, over 11,000, Keith put in to a payroll account for the business. So to point out that transaction where it's going into an account that ultimately was utilized in Greece, on the same day or the next day, he's taking more than.
You asked me to see it though.
I did.
Did you not?
But
I
pointing out that you do a comprehensive analysis when you're analyzing the funds.
Did you analyze these funds when you did the comprehensive
I
analysis?
reviewed those statements, but I was not following Keith's money. I was following Paul Caneiro's funds
Well,
because that's what was taken out of the trust account. That's where it all started.
now, here's the thing. I point this out to you because, as you said, Keith had a house in Greece, right?
Yes.
That he was working on. He was renovating it and he needed to put money into it, right?
Yes.
That's it. It's another thing that during this period of time, Keith was working on that he needed to devote money and resources towards, right?
Yes.
After this thing happens in April, on April 11th, with Paul saying he paid the wrong person and that the money didn't go to the insurance company. Paul takes $27,000 and he puts it in the business account, right?
He took loans out to generate the ability to have funds to then put back in the business because Keith identified the amount of premium payments that hadn't been paid for a period of time.
I think that, yeah, right. I think that was my question, right?
I don't know, sir.
But then Paul puts the money into the account, right? And then Keith takes it out of the account, right?
That one isolated transaction he took out of the account, but he also used his funds to fund payroll.
Okay. Those two transactions that we were looking at, right? My point to you is this. They don't go to Canada Life. They go to Greece for whatever purposes they were needed for in Greece, right?
Right.
So
that Paul gave the money back to
Keith, obviously,
and Keith
if
just
we're
did whatever
following
he
the
wanted
money,
to instead of
following the money.
paying it.
Keith obviously made the determination at that point in time that the money was better put being sent to Greece than being sent to Canada Life.
Keith could not make a payment directly to Canada Life. Paul was the trustee. Paul was in the position to move that money from the TD Bank account to Canada Life.
You say that, but the problem is that we already talked about the payments that Paul made from his personal account.
But he's the trustee.
I mean, it's his personal account. The Canada Life accepted the payments.
He's the trustee. Trustee has significant control over that account, if not all control.
You're testifying as an expert on trusts?
No, I'm talking about the bank account.
You're testifying as an expert in insurance on the laws and regulations regarding checks from whom insurance companies can accept as far as irrevocable trust accounts?
No, I'm speaking about the bank account.
Okay, well, we're not talking about the bank account. We're talking about the fact that the insurance company accepted checks from outside of the trust account.
You'd have to talk to them as to why they accepted that.
I'm talking to you only because you said that he couldn't have made a payment himself. There's a number of things he could have done. He could have put the money back into the trust account directly, correct? Just it's a yes or no question. He could have, right?
When you open up a bank account, it tells you what you have to articulate to the financial institution, how you plan on funding that account, and it was to be funded through payroll deposits. The trustee is on the signature card and on the account. So a trustee at a financial institution on a bank account can move money in and out. In my experience in banking and my experience in financial crimes, I do know that.
Sure. My point to you, though, is this. Checks were sent to the insurance company from bank accounts other than the TD trust account. Is that true or not true?
Sent from the trustee's name and his account. He's the trustee, so Canada Life would accept that.
And are you?
Obviously, they did accept it. It's recorded as a payment received.
Are you insinuating, though, that if somebody else attempted to deposit or transfer money into the trust account, that TD would have prevented them from doing so?
Now, I'm articulating to what they will accept. When your name is on the signature card, when you're the trustee for the trust, they will accept payments. That person is able to move money in and out of the account.
Now,
I don't understand. So nobody can.
TD Bank had a copy of the actual trust.
we can talk about that too, sure. TD Bank did have a copy of the trust, right?
Yes,
And that was faxed to them?
yes.
And that was faxed. It would appear from a Square One office, right?
I'd have to look and refresh my memory on your document.
Okay.
I do know it was a fax.
Okay. I have it here, if you'd like to see it.
Okay.
This is D40, it's the trust documents, but they're the ones from TD Bank.
Yeah, we already showed it though, right? As exhibit.
It's a different document, Judge, because it
Oh, it's
has,
different?
well, first and foremost, it has the fax information at the top of it.
Can you just show it to prosecutors so at least it?
Sure.
I'm sorry, tell me the number again, please.
D40.
D40. Okay.
Right, it's very loud at my house, let alone at home and dinner. And
Is that the, what you were talking about? The one that was faxed to TD Bank?
I believe so. This appears.
Identify the document for me.
Sure, Your Honor. This is the Keith Caneiro irrevocable trust agreement. It is dated July 27th, 1999. Are there any more identifiers you would like?
I think there was something on the front page that counsel said was important. I just need to know, is that the fax copy? Is that what we're talking about?
It does appear to be faxed.
Okay. All right. Very sorry about that. Didn't mean to slow you down. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. So, you know what, while we're here, we see that it starts at page 4, right?
Yes.
Of the fax starts at page 4.
Right.
Right? And then there's a bait stamp at the bottom.
Yes.
And the bait stamp is basically placed there by the prosecutor's office, right?
Correct.
Okay. If I were to thumb through this, you'd be able to see that there's no pages missing from the Bates numbers.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
But the interesting thing about this document, the one that was sent to TD Bank,
I said I wasn't going to day drink during this
is
trial,
that
but ooh.
the trust is numbered, the trust agreement is numbered in terms of pages, but it's missing page 6.
Okay.
And page 6 is where, in the other copy, in the actual insurance policy that Canada Life had, in that copy, page 6 lists the beneficiary information.
That is what TD Bank sent. It's very difficult to get documents going back that far. And the fact that it's not complete is not a surprise to me. You're talking about an account that was opened way back when, and we subpoenaed this in
But isn't that like the most important part?
2018.
Well, let me just let you take a second look at this though. Because if we go back to D40, right?
Yep.
And I go to page 5 of the trust document itself.
Right.
That's page 10 of the fax that was sent to them, right? And if I go to page 7,
yep,
because we're missing page 6, it's
right,
page 11 of the fax.
Well, I know things
right,
about
So it
bananas.
was actually, when it was sent to TD Bank, it didn't include the beneficiary information.
okay,
It's the way it would appear, right?
that's the way it appears.
And this is the copy that was to go to TD Bank in order to open and administer the trust account, right?
The business checking account, which was the trust account, yes.
But the trust account,
Right.
right? And Paul Caneiro was, as of this date, already listed as the trustee of the trust, right?
Yes.
But somebody, and obviously Paul Caneiro was going to, as the trustee, have control over that TD trust account, right?
Correct.
And he was going to have control over the documents that were part of that account, right?
Specifically, what documents are you referring to?
Well, it could be foundational documents, it could be bank records. He would have access. You're just telling me about they'll accept checks from him because he's the trustee. So he's got certain privileges in this account that other people do not, correct?
Because he's listed as the trustee.
Right.
Right, so he would be getting the bank records, yes.
Right. And so obviously as the trustee, he's got access to these documents related to the trust from TD Bank.
That I don't know.
You know,
I don't know.
let me, I just want to stop you so we're clear. You know that the insurance company will accept a check from Paul from any account because he's the trustee, but you don't know if Paul has access to documents in possession of the bank related to the bank account?
I'll address the first part. Canada Life accepted checks from Paul Caneiro because I have evidence to prove that they accepted it. You put it in as an exhibit, I have it in my report. They accepted those 2 checks in 2017.
Challenge accepted for you, Pam.
When someone's listed as the trustee, the financial institution is going to deal with them and accept his check. With regard to having his name on the TD bank account that was set up to collect the premiums to pay to Canada Life, the individual, the signer on the account, Paul's the trustee, signer, he would have access to the bank statements. Does that mean a bank is giving you copies of everything they have in their file? Every bank has their own policy and procedure for how they handle that. Was Paul the one that physically handed that policy or physically faxed it? If he wasn't the one who physically faxed it, if it was another person who faxed it, did Paul or did Keith give that person who faxed it those documents? I don't know who gave him the documents to fax. That was how many years ago? So I do not know, and I can't say for certain if TD Bank is going to give the defendant or anyone who's listed as the trustee all the documents they get to open up the account.
Okay.
Look at the statements.
So that was a lot of maybes, right?
But it's the truth.
Another maybe is maybe whoever faxed that to TD Bank, knowing Paul was the trustee, didn't want to include that beneficiary information in the trust document that they were sending.
I wouldn't know that.
Because maybe they didn't want Paul to see that he was a potential beneficiary.
Aren't we speculating? Is someone going to see that?
Prosecutor.
I'll say it.
Chris.
Speculation sustained.
Sign the trust. Can I be heard for a second, Judge? I'm sorry.
No, Ms. Wallace,
No.
Sidebar or here?
come on up.
Christopher, the male prosecutor, is very funny to watch in the corner. He is like so over. He looks like he's going to lose his shit constantly in the background. I don't really, because again, I don't know how trusts work. I mean, they're trying to explain to us how trusts work, but I'll be honest, I don't think they're telling me what all I need to know about having a trust. I don't know. I don't get what he's talking about with this missing page. Like, is he just applying that it was purposely left out? And if he is beneficiary, like, I don't know why this all matters. I don't know. Oh, you're still listening, Christopher. Have you checked out for today, sister, and took a nap? I couldn't blame you. This is, I mean, I think what he's trying to come across is that Paul was giving Keith the money back for the trust or whatever, at least at some point. And then Keith didn't use it to pay the life insurance because for some reason Paul gave it to him instead of putting it in the trust. But can anybody just dump money in a trust? I don't know. All right. These people are acting like the majority of people have trust. And I'm pretty sure the majority of people do not have trust. Maybe. I don't know. I don't think so, though. Is it really common to have one? Probably not. I think you have to be like below a certain, money class before it becomes, efficient for you to have one or something. I don't know.
Can everyone do me a favor? Can you stand up?
Yes.
Who can touch the ceiling? Anyone?
I can.
Just take a little stretch. I just want you to take a quick stretch.
Thank you, because I really needed that. Thanks, Judge.
Everybody crack their own back?
Yep.
And you guys can do it? All right. Or you help me out?
But I'm charging
Lower part?
for a massage at the end of this week. So.
Nah, you're okay. You're okay. Just take a second. I understand that we're going for a little while here, so.
I think that's his way of being like, fuck. We still got another hour.
Once you're comfortable, you can sit back down.
I agree, Wendy. The judge is done. It's only day 2.
Stuff on this table. Just so Summer, are you ready? You need a minute.
Wendy says anyone can have a trust. They probably
Take
should
your time.
protect your family assets, not assets. Assets. In lawsuits, so a car accident lawsuit, for example, won't wipe you out. Oh, interesting. It's almost like we should teach financial literacy in schools. But we won't go down that rabbit hole.
Okay.
Not today.
Sorry about that, Detective. I wanted to just go back to some things that we were talking about earlier today. We've heard a lot of information about various business accounts today, right? Yes. And you actually at one point in time differentiated between an operating account and a payroll account, right?
Yes.
And there were 2 businesses in this case. There was the J. Martin Square One business, and then there was EcoStar, right?
Correct.
And obviously, they were both owned by the same people, right? But they were technically two different businesses.
And they had different ownerships in each business.
Right. But they had the same physical location, for example.
Yes.
And the same owners in the years that you were evaluating the case, right?
Yes.
So the question I have for you was, it's not like it's illegal for a business owner to take money from their own account and put it into their business account, right?
It's not illegal if someone takes money from their own personal account to put into a business account. Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah.
No?
It's not illegal if somebody does the opposite, takes money from the business account and puts it into their personal account, right?
The mere fact of a transfer is not illegal, but
It's not great.
I would have clarifications on that depending what your other questions are.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. I'm just saying in the abstract that in and of itself is not illegal.
That's true. The first
And
time I got electricity was in New Jersey.
just because something's labeled a payroll account doesn't mean that you couldn't take money from that account for purposes other than payroll, right?
Right, it's just, and in this case, it's another checking account at TD labeled payroll.
And you could also just as easily put money into a payroll account. It's fine for an owner to do something like that, right?
Yes.
When you looked at the J. Martin account,
Operating or payroll?
when you looked at 1396, the operating account, you noticed that there were operational costs, including American Express bills, right?
Yes.
And you actually obtained the American Express records for that bank account, that were getting paid by that bank account, correct?
Yes.
Hush.
Did you review those
I'm on
records?
prayer over there in New Jersey.
American Express was well over 10,000 pages.
Oh, wow.
Had my hands on it to review. So a review can be scrolling through. A full-blown analysis would be, analyzing every purchase and every payment made.
So which did you do?
It depends what account he's talking about.
Okay. You want to get specific, Mr. Martin?
No more after 33. Just 3. Okay. I was going to say, I'm going to have to agree with the husband. 33 is too many cats.
So this is account 4003. I could show, if it helps, I'll just show it to you. Okay.
Please, thank you.
Sure. This is D61. It's not the full records, it's the part 1 of those records.
Okay. Would you like me to articulate what I'm looking at? Or?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Good.
These are American Express statements. It's a business platinum card in the name of J. Martin Consulting, Keith M. Caneiro.
Okay, so Keith.
The closing date on the page I'm looking at is December 26, 2016. That's account ending in 4003.
Wanda. Hey, babe. Long time no see. Hope you're well. Oh, we're so glad you found us too, Wendy and Krista,
Did
and all the
you
other ones that you may just
review the
alert.
records related to that account?
I would have reviewed them, yes.
Okay. So
And replay crew.
you would have seen that
We love
Keith, Jennifer, Paul, Tiffany Rivera, and Larissa Glorioso all had cards on that account.
I would have seen that, yes.
And you would have seen that over the course of 2017, for example, Paul's total charges to that account were $18,487.
I don't remember specifically, but I would have reviewed it.
Okay. And you would have reviewed the fact that Keith had a total spending of $104,549 on that card that year, right?
I don't remember specifically, but I would have reviewed that.
And specifically, Jennifer had spending of $27,750 on that card that year.
Again, same answer. I don't remember specifically. He is a 90% owner of that business.
And your understanding was that Jennifer worked there or did not work there?
My understanding is that she did not work there.
I love that, Kelly. Congrats.
Did not?
Proud mama.
Did not.
Okay.
Sorry, Wolfie's being loud.
And then I'm just going to show you also.
Timmy, slightly feral Llama. I can get that way.
This is D62.
I flip a table.
Here's it's the same account, right?
Okay. Do you want me to articulate what I'm looking at?
Sure, thank you.
Okay. This is American Express statements for a business platinum card in the name of J. Martin Consulting, Keith M. Caneiro. The date of the statement that I'm looking at, the closing date is January 26, 2018, account number ending in 4003.
You reviewed these records also, right?
Yes.
And so going to later in the year, we would have seen that a person, aside from the names that we already mentioned as card holders on this account, a different card holder by the name of Konstantinos Karidis was added to the account.
Okay.
And to your knowledge, that was not an employee of J. Martin.
No, Amos, this is the
right?
To
defense.
my knowledge, no.
Okay. And to your knowledge, Square One really had one main client, right?
One main and several other smaller clients, yes.
And their main client was in New Jersey.
Correct.
Let's see, Amos, if it makes you want to pluck out each individual eyelash from your eye, then it's the defense attorney. That's how you can tell the difference. You're like, you know what? I'm gonna do one at a time. I know it's him. Oh my goodness, Zoe.
So now, if there was, to your knowledge, did Square One have any clientele in Greece?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. You issued several reports in this case, in the year, 2 reports, I should say, in the year 2025. One of those reports, the purpose of it was to correct some errors you had made in your previous reports, right?
Yes.
You, I believe, initially left out that Paul had received an additional $63,000 in money from Social Security Administration in 2017?
Now, the correction for the Social Security amounts is this. The defendant received 2 large lump sums from Social Security. And let me refer to my report so I can articulate accurately. Okay. Okay. In 2017, Paul received 2 large lump sum payments from Social Security. The first was on July 12th, 2017, in the amount of $61,535. The next payment was 6 days later on July 18th, 2017, in the amount of $63,101. So in my initial report, I added one of those numbers twice. In my second report, I corrected it so I could include both numbers accurately. So we went from 139,798 to 141,364. An addition error.
Now, one of the things you did when you wrote your first report was you characterized transactions between Paul's personal accounts as revenue to him.
Revenue stream, not revenue in the sense of a salary. A revenue stream would be available for you to use in that year. So if revenue came into that account, if that's what you're referring to, it was available for use in that year, used to pay expenses.
Right. I was just looking at the titles to your pages of the breakdown of income and expenses. It doesn't say revenue stream, it just says sources of revenue / income.
Sources of revenue, a stream of revenue.
But then you updated that and you took that information out of your report. You took those sources, those transfers between accounts out of your report.
Because I wanted to give the defendant the benefit, and in that area, it was determined that bank account revenue sources, because the amounts were determined to be duplicative. So I didn't want to utilize an amount twice. I re-reviewed the report and I gave the defendant the benefit.
Oh, thank you for gifting 5 memberships, Amos.
Is it about giving him the benefit or reporting the right numbers, though?
Both. Because hypothetically, if it was 20,000 in the first report and I re-reviewed it and it was determined that the amounts were duplicative and it was 10 and 10, then I'm saying your revenue's 10 instead of 20, as an example.
I mean, maybe I'm just confused. Because I thought that the net impact of you making that change, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought the net impact of you making that change was that it reduced your conclusion of Paul's revenue by $22,000 in 2017.
Right.
And it reduced your conclusion of Paul's revenue by $57,000 in 2018. Do I have that right?
Oh, not for that topic. You're talking overall in every category that an adjustment was made. Are you speaking just to the bank account revenue sources, which was deemed duplicative and it was eliminated for 2017 and 18?
I'm talking about yes, what you characterized as revenue. Yes.
Okay.
Now, so you're saying that when you wrote your first report, you knew that you were including that information as revenue. And then when you wrote your second report, you knew that you weren't including it as revenue.
When I put the motive together and wrote the first report, then after that, I had time to really go back and re-review. And I made sure that the numbers were accurate. And in this instance, I removed it because I realized it had been duplicated.
Okay. Now, you also corrected, I believe, various entries that you made in that report about an auto reimbursement for 2017, right?
Which one are you referring to specifically?
No, I know she's
So
gonna.
it's labeled as 2017 auto reimbursement. $27,290.11.
Okay. Okay.
So in the first report, you had calculated that differently, right? And then you had to go back and you had to make a correction to that report, right?
I'll tell you exactly what it was. It was a check in the amount of $375 that inadvertently ended up being in that area when it shouldn't have. So I reduced the amount of the auto reimbursement because I took out that check that should not have been there. So it was reduced by $375.
All day.
I mean, it's a minor point, but you know that those numbers
Do you want me to put Pam on time?
only
Yeah.
come to 27,290 if you include other miscellaneous reimbursements from the payroll other than the auto reimbursement, right?
The auto reimbursement, there is a line item on the payroll journals, and it tells you exactly how much it is. So,
Right.
No, she came on.
Yeah,
Friday.
I have them.
okay.
But you know that when you calculated that number, you included miscellaneous reimbursements, not just auto reimbursements.
You can show me the statements from TPP payroll journals. To my recollection, it said auto reimbursement.
Okay.
Counsel?
Oh, he wants to see all of the counsel. He's probably like, listen, I literally can't do this anymore. Can we just come back tomorrow? Can you wrap it all up in like 15 minutes tomorrow morning? That'd be great. Okay, thanks. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I honestly, I don't know what's going on. I think my brain is so bored with the boredom that I'm not even going to blame my brain. I blame the attorney for taking his sweet ass time, asking every single question.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, even an earlier day today. Thank you. Nothing. I'm kidding. So I'm going to let you go for today. It's been a long day for you all. I'd rather have you back fresh tomorrow morning. So I'm going to let you go home. You'll do the same thing tomorrow as we did today. You'll be downstairs at 8. We'll get you right up here by 8:30 and get you started. But let's get you out of here for today so you can get home. So as a reminder, you're going to hear me say it every time we leave each other. Don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. I'll see you back tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Have a good night. Be safe. Thank you.
The judge was probably like, I don't have any eyelashes left. I mean, yeah. Even the judge was like, listen, I'm zoning out. Maybe there were some jurors sleeping. We don't know, but they are probably zoned out as well. Oh my goodness. Oof. I hope he told him, like, listen, can we talk faster? Like, what is happening? Oh, you guys. But you know what? I just want to say I love you all for no matter what is going on. We entertained ourselves today. And that's because of all you chatters. You guys are amazing and hilarious and awesome. And I love you. Because, oof, man, could you imagine? I don't know if they're done for today. I don't know. Are the lawyers, is he going to talk to the lawyers? I hope he does. I hope he yells at them. Just because. I just hope he does. Just say things faster. It's a tap out. Yeah, he tapped out. He's like, nope. I've already lost like all of my brain cells today. Oh, no, that's all for them. Okay. Well, I don't want to watch it. I'm sorry. I can't do that. I cannot do that. All right. Hold on. I'm trying to get rid of it. I don't really hear it. Un momento. Wait, let me pop over here. Just want to check and see if Long Crime's doing anything. Hold on. Because the lawyers aren't quite leaving yet. So, hold on. I'll pop over here and see. I wonder what their chat is thinking as well. They're probably like, oh my God. What is happening? Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't know if they're going to have any arguments afterwards, but we'll see. We'll just wait just to see. Maybe we'll get another hot mic moment. I don't know. You know, we learned you don't stop with court until it stops, because sometimes you miss some spicy parts when the jury steps away. Maybe we won't miss anything. But oh my gosh, I can't believe we have to do this woman again tomorrow. Like probably until like at least lunch. I think at least lunch is being very optimistic. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see who won today. Oh my gosh. The chat. That's right. The Couch Court with Llama chat has won the day. Nobody else has won the day. You guys won the day. So trophy, gold stars to all of you. Maybe we're going to hop my commitment when they're arguing about. I'm not saying the judge was watching our stream, but he probably was. Being like, oof, you guys, that llama, her eye rolls and side eye today, I'm just overseeing it. What time tomorrow so you don't miss us? Okay, well, I will be back tomorrow morning around 8:15, 8:20 a.m. Eastern. Yep, that early. I'll try to make it more 8:15 this time if B turns off the the TV a lot earlier. So we will be back tomorrow at 8:15, 8:20 a.m. Court starts at 8:30. And I mean, the judge starts it right at 8:30. Oh, they're not letting us hear their arguments, so that's fine. Oh,
regarding opening the door to like the prior years, and then there was the exchange today between Your Honor and Mr. Murray and the courts, whether the court was on notice. And I just want to clarify, in the state's original letter of intent that we've discussed before, this is from 2020. The state indicates in its letter, for years, defendant had transferred money from the TD Trust bank account into his personal bank accounts. Defendant paid the monies back to the trust account completely in 2014 and mostly in 2015 and 16. In 2017 and 2018, though, that's where the unauthorized takings are alleged. So that was originally submitted, like it was out when I came into the case in January. I had this letter and this letter only. It was my understanding that this case was about 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18. And then we filed a response, and Your Honor signed an order. And in the order, Your Honor recaps the facts of the case. And this is on page 12 of Your Honor's order, and says the letter emphasized that the falsified records would be used to show defendants submitted fabricated statements, and that the timeline of the financial conflicts between the brothers stretched from 2016. So I think Your Honor is referring to the facts alleged that I just read from the letter. And then Your Honor finds ultimately what's admissible is it includes it includes that time period. I think it's on page 63. So it was our understanding all along that that
Includes
was the
what
topic.
years? 2017 or 16?
16. But that was based on the facts that Your Honor was summarizing from their facts, but their facts had 2014 and 2015. Then we filed the motion for that they needed an expert to present this testimony. And that's when we said, look, we have 50 reports from Detective Bassender. The information needs to be synthesized so we know exactly what they're relying upon. And then in July, the end of July, is when we received her expert report. And that's when we learned for the first time that she might only be testifying to 17 and 18. But that doesn't mean that we weren't under the impression this entire time that that time period was relevant. The obviously a defense to theft is money was paid back, money was paid back, money was paid back. And then the indictment focuses on those 2 years because that's what they're alleging. But it doesn't mean that the entire time period isn't relevant, nor that it wasn't previously discussed in the state's own facts.
Here's the problem that I have. I'm going to say you, but it's your team. The defense had no problem with filing whatever amount of motions they wanted to file. I gave everyone the opportunity to file them. I then, after the Supreme Court got involved in our case, I specifically asked if there was more to discuss. By then, you have the July report. You have all the opinions by the court. If there was clarification that was necessary, we could have clarified it. We're now in the middle of trial, in the middle of a witness with jurors here, and the state's only providing 17 and 18 based upon what the indictment is. If you want to go into 14, 15, and 16, I get it, but that's not where the theft is. So to me, I would think that you would need to have to give me something to support the fact that because he paid in 14, 15, and 16, that means that he's good for 17 and 18 because, maybe he would have paid it back, or I don't know what you're going to try to insinuate. But the reality is this. I mean, I don't know how else to say this. Just because somebody does 50 things right in their life, if they then do 5 things wrong later in their life, that doesn't mean that the first 15, 20, 50 things, whatever they are, that are right, means that that's a justification for what happens later. And I think that's what you're trying to say. So to me, I'm more than willing to listen. I'll work it out with you guys. But I'm just saying we should have been filing motions if we wanted to bring in something. The indictment is all that we should be talking about is 17 and 18. If the state started going into 14 and pushing all of this other stuff right now as a part of their bad acts towards 17 and 18, you guys would be standing up complaining about the fact that you're going into other time frames so that Paul Caneiro knows what he's doing when he's not paying them back. So I just want to be very careful. I'm willing to listen. I've said it 1,000 times. So far, all I'm saying is that what I've just seen here today, we have gone well beyond the direct. Nobody has said any objections, so I've let it go. But we're going into areas that, to me, I'm not sure that we should be in. If we're going into them, if both sides agree, so be it. If you guys want to agree to that, go ahead. But to me, the indictment is the area of where we're in. My opinion may have talked about those dates because it was within that motion, but the indictment's still the indictment. So that's the area that we're playing in. Ms. Mastalone, I'm going to let you finish because you started before I let Mr. Decker say anything. Go ahead.
Just the only point was that this wasn't a surprise to anyone, and the 2014, 15, 16 timeframe was in the state's original, hey, this is what we may intend to present at trial. We were on notice of those years. We assumed those years were encompassed. Just because they provided an expert report in the late July for a September trial date that didn't include the rest doesn't mean that we were under the impression that it wasn't relevant. Of course it's relevant. In fact, it's interesting that originally they acknowledge monies are paid back, monies are paid back, monies are paid back, and then they're like, oh, but we might not talk about that. We just want to talk about this. And that's, concerning, but it's relevant.
But there's parts that weren't paid back between 14 and 16, right?
Yes, and we went into that. So we were fully forthright about that.
My point only is that the decision was made by the state to not start the indictment in 16, 15, or 14. They made a decision, or the grand jurors made a decision, to start in January of 2017. So to me, going back 14, 15, and 16 has nothing to do with what happens in 17 and 18, unless somebody's tying it in. And just because the state put that in that notice of intent, I had to make the determinations of what we were going to talk about, and I was looking at the confines of the indictment. But let me hear from Mr. Decker.
Judge, just for the record, as far as the notice of intent that we filed in 2020, and I'm not going to rehash this, but it just has to be said, that document is completely meaningless at this point, because for 5 years, we were under the impression, and the defense was asked numerous times, are you going to file any motion? Are you going to file any motions? We all know things change. I've said it a million times. I don't blame Ms. Mastalone. I don't blame Mr. Murray, but that document's value is a little bit sketchy at this point in time. That being said, I just wanted to clarify one minor point. I'm not trying to go anywhere with it, but one of the things that we said at sidebar with respect to that objection about when the court was talking about speculation and the like, is I think the point I was trying to make was that I thought Mr. Murray had asked the witness about the Keith Caneiro irrevocable trust agreement that was faxed, the copy of it that was faxed to TD Bank, the one that was missing page, I think it's 6.
My understanding of the question dealt with where did it come from? How did it get there? Maybe this person, it could have been this, it could have been that.
That was part of it, Your Honor. But I think the last question that spawned the objection was intimating, or at least asking, whether basically saying that Paul Caneiro did not know that he was a beneficiary of that trust, despite the fact, the first time we've ever heard that, but also despite the fact that he's the trustee and he signed it. That I believe that was the point they were trying to make. So I'm just clarifying that. We're past it, I think, but I just wanted the court to understand. I believe that's what the question actually was.
Well, let me just say this. If I got lost on the question, God only knows on what's going on with the jurors as they're listening to this testimony. Go forth as you need to go forth. Again, I'm not slowing anyone down. Just think about what you're doing and how you're doing it. All right? So, look, Mr. Decker, let me be abundantly clear. Are we getting into documents from 2014, 15, and 16? The defense is basically saying they want to bring all this stuff in. Are you of the position, you and Ms. Wallace, no disrespect, you can stand up and answer too. I don't care. What are we talking about? Are we talking about all the documents? Are we talking about 17 and 18? What are we doing?
Our direct was limited to 17 and 18, and that is what the state is talking about. I don't see how the fact that the defendant may have paid back monies to a trust account in 2014, 15, and 16 is relevant to what he did in 17 and 18.
Okay. You've now heard it. If you guys have a position on that, you want to supply me with something as to why you feel the need to go further, you already have. But if you want to do it,
Done, Judge. I was just completing the record because it appeared that you were saying to Mr. Murray, like the court wasn't aware that 14, 15, 16 was a thing. It was a thing because it was in the original letter. That was all. That's the point. So it's that it wasn't a big surprise today. There's been a lot of litigation in this case already. It was a while ago. It was earlier last year when we handled these motions in March, April, May. So I understand that it's been a while, and I was just trying to show that, you know, this was something that was addressed previously at this time frame, and it's done. We're done. There's nothing more.
okay. Anything else? See everybody in the morning.
With that, judge is basically like, what are we even doing? I don't know. Honestly, if they weren't supposed to be talking about 14, 15, and 16, or literally any time before 2017, then what have we been doing all afternoon? I'm just saying, why have they been allowed to go this far? Why are we only talking about this now? Because what? We're not going to do that. And what is he going to do? The jury's going to come in tomorrow and he's going to be like, let's get out that imaginary pencil and erase it in their brains. Oh boy. Yeah, the judge he's confused too. Okay. So good news is, you guys, is we're all feeling the same way about this trial and how much it's hurting our brains. And even the judge, this is day 2. The judge is like, my brain hurts. I don't even know what you're trying to say, what you're trying to get across, what points you guys are even trying to make. Like, what is happening here? And, oh boy, I don't know if I've seen that on day 2 of a trial at all. That's pretty, oh boy. We are in for a ride with this trial, if that's the case. So basically, he was like, yo, y'all figure it out tomorrow. Come back, tell me tomorrow what we're doing. Because if we're going down this long line of, you know, when Paul would borrow money from the trust and pay it back, then I guess we can go down it. But I don't think you want to go down that road because it's not going to look good for you guys in the end. So, and I agree too. I think it is irrelevant, right? You can do, I don't think a few bad things should like dictate your whole life. Sure. But sorry. Oh, wow. Oh, she's on the stand. Anyway, hold on. I'll get there because I got to tell you about Banfield in a minute. But no, I don't really think that it's super necessary or important that, okay, yes, he borrowed it and paid it back. The problem is that he really wasn't doing that in 17, 18. I think, again, I don't know. Both sides. I don't know what any of them are saying about anything. It's not great. It's not great. So I appreciate the judge being like, yo, this isn't making sense for me. And I'm a freaking judge. Like, I've had your jobs. And this isn't great. This is bad news bears for everybody. So I thought this was a murder trial. Well, that too. Listen, it is not up to the state, never has to prove motive at all, ever. And I'm pretty sure that's the same in New Jersey as it is everywhere else, is that motive doesn't have to be presented in a trial at all. Do jurors want that? Yes, we all do, right? We all want the answers of why did this happen? Why would somebody go to these lengths? But they don't actually have to give you a motive for why they believe somebody did what they did. And I think that, sure, they're saying the motive is financial, that Paul was going to be cut off from Keith because Paul was taking money from the trust and all of that. And like, okay, but also I don't really give a shit what his murder is, or I'm sorry, what the motive is, you know, because listen, if they don't have a lot evidence wise for the murders, then what are we even doing here? You know, if all they have is a bunch of evidence about financial stuff, that's irrelevant, right? So I don't know. What a mess. What a mess. Now, in case you guys didn't know, another trial started today, Virginia versus Brendan Banfield. That I'm actually going to be covering on Couch Court with Llama after dark. It's still going on. I'm probably not going to be recording it until, I don't know, 6 or 6:30. It'll be pre-recorded, and we'll try to get that out to you guys as soon as we can. But I'll be recapping every day of that trial after I'm done here. I'll go over and record that, and then I'll come out with you guys, because I wish we could watch 2 trials at the same time, but we can't. So if you're interested in that trial, but we're watching this one, I'll have a recap for you from that as well. That's a very spicy case indeed. It's the au pair murder trial. So we will start having that stuff put together for you guys as well. So, no, not usually. You don't have to at all, because you can't really know what's in someone's mind, right? It's not a requirement to bring charges. So, tip of the day, come prepared with midday cocktails for tomorrow and snacks. Yes. As a matter of fact, I'm going to tell Olivia, like, yo, I'm going to need you to get some. But the state is saying that the motive is money. So we'll see. Krista Marie says, I thought for some reason it was defense arguing to bring stuff in. Yeah. Apparently the au pair, the co-defendant, is on the stand. And oof, yikes indeed. Well, you guys, like I said, there's not really a lot to recap, except none of us know what's going on, what they're trying to say, both sides really at this point. So hopefully they clear that up tomorrow. And I hope, at least by lunch or afternoon, we are past, at least give us a non-finance witness, okay? Because my brain hurts from it. All of ours do. But you know what, chat? You guys made it amazing today. We got through it together. And I really appreciate all of our new subs, members, the gifted memberships today, the followers on Twitch. Thank you guys all for your support. It really is, it means a lot. I'm so happy to be back with our trial friends for the new year. So, all right, kiddos, I'm going to get off of here. Get some stretches in, let my voice rest before I have to go record for Banfield. But again, I will see you all tomorrow, 8:15, 8:20-ish in the morning. So right here, whether you're on YouTube or Twitch, we'll be in both places. And let me get rid of this. Oh, you know what? Oh my gosh, wait a second. Don't go anywhere. I forgot. I had something else I was going to share with you that just came out while we were doing this. Oh, Terry's going to kill me. I forgot to tell you that we did have some Valentine's merch drop on our store, which is at tcwtmedia.com. We have some cute llama inspired Valentine's Day stuff. So this one's cupcakes are just curds for frosting. That was really, I think that was a comment made on Dateline or something like that. I think that's where it's from. But we have, look how cute. Look how cute this one is. Crime of Hearts with the llama on it. Oh, that's adorable. These are things our staff has put together for us. I think most of these were Angie's, I think. But anyway, so some of our Valentine's Day stuff out. You will get it in time for Valentine's Day if you order in the next week or two, probably. I'm not really on the merch team. I'm just here with the pretty face telling you about it. And then we have lots of other things on our website as well, merch-wise. We got some leggings, with your favorite little Poe on them, all colors. We got all sorts of things in our store. So that's at tcwtmedia.com. And go order some stuff. We've had many people order stuff. It's very comfy. And yeah. So I mentioned that we can talk more about it tomorrow. Just want to make sure I do that before Terry kills me. Though that might be a good thing, so I don't have to show up at court tomorrow. I'm just kidding. I miss you guys too much. Oh, your brain is fried. Girl, let me tell you what. Let me tell you what. All right, my friends, I will see you all tomorrow bright and early in the morning. And I hope you all go forth and be amazing. All right, bye, guys.